Hasan Piker, socialist, communist,
radical left influencer.
Hasan Piker.
Dirtbag left.
Hasan Piker.
Pro-terrorism, pro-Hamas.
Hasan Piker.
Hasan Piker.
Hasan
Piker. Going on this vulgar rant, mocking wounded war vet for losing his eye fighting for our freedom.
Have you ever heard someone mention the Streisand effect and wondered what they were talking about? This phenomena is named after actress Barbara Streisand. Sometimes when you try to cover something up, you end up bringing more attention to it than if you had just let things be.
The assemblyman will not denounce Hasan Piker, who said,
America deserved 9/11, dude.
the assemblyman just said in his response, Hasan Piker says America deserved 9/11.
There you go. There you have it.
My friends, we have toppled a political dynasty.
Now to the Michigan Senate race, where El Sayed is campaigning in Michigan,
Appearing on stage at 2 Michigan campaign rallies.
He's proactively campaigning alongside Piker.
the man who says Hezbollah's flag is his favorite because it's dope,
Why would you align yourself for raging anti-Semites?
who has defended Hamas terrorists.
Calling them the lesser of two Israels compared to the evils, lesser of two.
That's what I find a bridge too far.
When I went up to my good friend Chat and said, hey, can you walk me through some more controversial statements of Hasan Piker, even ChatGPT went out of its way to soften the edges of Hasan and give me context. Thanks, but no thanks, ChatGPT.
Hasan Piker is campaign poison. Placing yourself on the wrong side of a 90-10 issue is only going to make you look bad. It's going to be good for me. It's going to be good for the candidates that I work with. Turns out it was true. Abdul El Sayed at 27%. Oliver Larkin. Malon Heroes, everybody.
Nice to meet you, Hasan.
Welcome to the broadcast.
Thank you for having me.
Oh my gosh.
What's going on, man?
Let's go, dude.
Good to see you again.
I really enjoyed that. Yeah. How you been?
He's trying to get put out.
Wow.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is Dawson, our broadcast coming to you live from not so sunny but cloudy California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is a very special day, and you might know why it's a very special day, and you might be thinking, is it because we have a new banger intro in the rotation that we just played by Froggy Tonic? Is that the reason why? Well, that's one of the reasons why it's a special day. Is it because today's the day where you did leg day and you hit, you're starting to pick back up on your squats? It's leg day. Is that the reason why? Maybe that's the reason why. That's a good reason to feel pretty good about it. Is that the reason? Do we feel pretty good? Or is there a different reason? Now, that's a question that's on everyone's minds. And I think a lot of people know. A lot of people know already exactly why it's a special day, because it's a special day every single time this day comes up, every single week.
You know we finally here, right?
That's right. It's Friday.
It's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday again, it's Saturday, Sunday.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, we're live. We're alive. It's Friday. You already know what it is. Our labor union forefathers, the trade unionists, the anarchists, the communists, the socialists, fought long and hard to ensure that we could have the goddamn weekend to ourselves, to have a sense of autonomy, a sense of purpose. And so we celebrate the freaking Fridays here every single time. And the vibes are going to be immaculate no matter what. Right, ladies and gentlemen, and I hope you guys are all having a fantastic one, because it's freaking Friday. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, it's Friday, May 15th, 2026, and it is 11:28 a.m. Spoiler alert, I already told chat we're in for a cuss-free broadcast. Looking forward to it. No cussing. Okay, that's going to be a little difficult. Not exactly sure why you got to determine that Chrissy Cookies won, but okay. Streak is almost as old as the average congressman, says Hop-Offs with 95 consecutive streams. Cuss-free Friday, let's go. Not exactly sure if we can do that. I'm not exactly sure if I can promise that to you, but what Kami says, goddamn, with the 50 bones. Okay. Very nice. I don't see Subnautica in the title. Yeah, we're going to be diving. We're going to be diving into some risky waters in a little bit. But for the time being, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, about what's going on in the world of Hasanabi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God, that's what I'm going to do. You already know what's up. Okay? Whoo! Give it the old college try? Sure. Already cussed? Maybe. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for my personal news. This is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, about what's going on in the world of Hasanabi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God, that's what I'm gonna do. You need a forest green tie with the outfit. This is a dark green, but I think it's fine. Finally gifted from this third generation Union baby, AFL-CIO. Nice. Thank you, what Kami says. Thank you, Dragon Fairy, for the 5 gifted as well. 50 bones. So, where was I? Will you say a bad word for me, please? Your choice. Poop. A lot of Texas millennials have been switching or are keeping an eye on socialism because of you and Mom Donnie. You're the best, bro. I've been a socialist since 2015. I'm 32, by the way. Hell yeah. Millennials, rise up. We're going to bring about the socialist revolution in this country. Folks. We got a lot going on in the world. All right. But personal news-wise, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you I ended the broadcast last night. I watched a little bit of Invincible. It was pretty good. And then after I watched Invincible, I passed out, woke up early. You might already know I woke up early because I was on a Twitter storm. Thank you, Druko. I got the blast off memes. Just FYI, you might need to contact your Twitch reps. They're censoring your VODs. Your VOD yesterday was mudded when you were discussing the Israel rape story. Check around 557 and you'll see the red area. Oh, that's interesting. That's good to know. Jensen out China maxing you fraud. Is true, dude. It's true. But honestly, I mean, he's literally Chinese. So it's a little bit difficult to out China. Oh, thank you. Just one is fine. All right. Thank you. I got straws. Getting out China Max by a Chinese man is normal. A Chinese American. No, it's the copyright song. Dummy TikTok opinion. Okay. Can you pull some strings? With President Xi, I need a BYD real bad? No. I can't do that. Are we reacting to all 6 hours of the new Drake albums? Wouldn't that be funny if I just dropped everything today and I was like, guys, we're going to do something very different. I know that many know me as a Drake hater, but actually I've been Draking and I've been driving. And on that note, we are now going to do a 6-hour Drake and Drive session where we go through all 3 of the new albums. Iceman, Habibti, and I don't know what the other one was. I forgot. But there's 3 new albums that Drake came out with. Recording artist Drake, Toronto rapper and recording artist Drake, has come out with not 1, not 2, but 3 new albums where he called out DJ Khaled for being silent about pro-Palestinian advocacy, despite being a Palestinian himself. Made in honor with his mom on the album cover. Genuinely shocked Trump didn't invite Drake to the summit. You should watch the Chubb Builders Bond hearing and hit his reaction with a fa. Sure. Nice try. You don't know what music even is. A lot of people are talking, but are many people listening? What's going on? Is music different nowadays? Why is music making me shake my hips? Lyrics that talk about gay sex. Is this song for you? Is it for me? I certainly don't enjoy it. So who's this song for? Certainly not for white people. What's going on? Drake blessed Ock with the OVO chain. Yeah, it's nasty. It's nasty business. Anyway, Nithi Rahman interview later. China maxing Trump Xi summit ends. China meetup with CI meetup in Cuba. EF Day 77 straight closes. Real News New York Times. Nithi Rahman interview. Get in now. Massive day. Hayden got a shout out. Yes, Drake will glaze his glazers. Like it's the Everglaze. Okay. He is obviously going to show love to his like rapacious dick riders because he doesn't have many of them. Okay. But that's what it is. Anyway, but I only covered one element of the Drake situation. And I do think it's appropriate to, call it what it is, regardless of his corniness, regardless of his cornball behavior, regardless of everything he has done. I call balls and strikes, ladies and gentlemen. I see no reason to pull back on the truth. I only say the truth and nothing but the truth. So help me God. And on that note, let's get started, I guess. This is what I tweeted out last night. It actually went viral with 61,000 likes. Said, as much as I criticize Drake, he was one of the first major artists to sign on to the Artists for a Ceasefire petition literally 23 days after October 7. Okay? It's true. It's actually true. And I said it back then as well. Feels performative to me. Guys, I'm sorry, but you're out of your dang mind if you think that this performance was not one that was worthy to praise. We're talking about 23 days after October 7. Did you forget what kind of environment we were in at the time? People were getting fired for literally posting. People back then were getting fired for posting Holocaust scholars, Jewish Israeli Holocaust scholars, and the articles that they were writing for the Jewish newspaper, the Jewish Currents. Okay? People were getting fired for being like, here's an interesting article that I read from the Jewish publication, the Jewish Currents, written by a Jewish Israeli Holocaust scholar about the close comparisons between what Israel is doing in Gaza and previous genocides. Motherfuckers were getting fired for reposting articles. Yes, and this was also pre-Kendrick brief. So what do you mean? I'm not going to glaze them for that. Guys, Drake is the king of hopping on trends, though. No. Y'all are being haters. Okay? And I am a hater. It takes one to know one. And as a Drake hater, there is a degree There is a degree of hate that is appropriate, and then there is a degree of hate that goes far beyond. Okay? Being at his level of celebrity and openly signing on to an artist for a ceasefire petition 23 days after October 7 is a very bold move. Okay? Balls and strikes, folks. Haas trying to get the shout out on the next album. He will never shout me out, and I will never be in the good graces of Drake, because I think guys like Drake value dick riding more than anything else. And I only ride the dicks that are worthy of being rode, like LeBron James. And that's pretty much it. Okay? With the exception of LeBron James, I ride very few dicks. I bounce on it when it comes to LeBron, though. But even then, what is this? UK Jewish groups call on government to prevent Hasan Piker from entering the country. Far-left streamer described as having a record of promoting rhetoric that includes anti-Semitic themes, denial of well-documented atrocities, apparent support for extremist groups. UK Jewish groups have called for the government to ban the entry of a notorious far-left U.S. political commentator with troubling positions on Hamas and Hezbollah, who has also described Orthodox Jews as inbred, likened Zionism to Nazism. Incredible. Fucking hell, mate. It's time to work, guys. I swear. I swear it. I've sworn it, yes. Fucking hell, we can't let this guy in. We can't let him in, yeah. We can't do it. Oi, 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 he's fucking far left, yeah? He's a communist. We can't do it. It's not allowed. The standard that they set for the Kanye West ban was that his presence wouldn't be conducive to the public good due to anti-Semitism. Yeah, there's a big difference, though. I'm not fucking anti-Semitic, okay? Like, you can be unbelievably sensitive to the needs of your emotional support apartheid state, but you can't fucking be like, this guy is a fucking anti-Semite. He's far left, yeah? UK Jewish groups are calling on it. Let's fucking go. Hasan Piker. UK Jewish groups have called for the government to ban the entry of a notorious far-left US political commentator with troubling positions on Hamas and Hezbollah, who has also described Orthodox Jews as inbred and has likened Zionism to Nazism. Hasan Piker, a far-left streamer, a lunatic, and political commentator, was due to appear at an event in June for Unheard magazine in conversation with far-left economist Yanis Varoufakis and a former associate editor of the Financial Times, Wolfgang Munchau. The magazine described this as a special live recording for the Iconoclast podcast in which Varoufakis and Munchau would challenge Piker on what the ascendancy of the online left means for America and the world. Piker, who has millions of followers across different social media platforms, has a long track record of highly incendiary comments. He described the allegations of extreme sexual violence carried out against Israelis on October 7th as rape fantasies, subsequently going on to say it doesn't matter if the rapes fucking happened on October 7th. Like, that doesn't change the dynamic for me. The Palestinian resistance is not perfect. He has described how, in his opinion, Hamas is 1,000 times better than Israel, describing it as a militant resistance comprised of orphan soldiers born into a 77-year occupation. And he said that he is a lesser evil voter, and therefore I would vote for Hamas over Israel every single time. The ADL, America's most prominent organization combating anti-Semitism, has described how Piker's record for support for designated terrorist organizations and derogatory rhetoric about the Jews represents a dangerous pattern that his millions of followers are exposed to regularly. His growing involvement in electoral politics and mainstream media amplifies these messages far beyond fringe spaces. Piker has also described how he does not have a single issue with Hezbollah as a form of militancy trying to incur penalties on the genocidal state of Israel. He has also described Hezbollah's flag as his favorite. Look it up. I'm not even kidding. It's actually a dope flag. It's got an AK on it and a fucking hand holding it up. He has described how he believes any kind of fucking Zionist tendency should be treated in the same way as being a fucking rabid neo-Nazi, and has described Zionism as a mental illness. No notes so far. Okay. Why are you still going? Hezbollah! No notes. Bionicle commercial vote. UK is not letting anything good in, starting with the food. All right. Both Hamas and Hezbollah are prescribed as terrorist organizations in the UK. The majority of Jews, both in the UK and worldwide, are Zionists. A spokesperson for CST said, Hasan Piker has a record of promoting rhetoric that includes anti-Semitic themes, denial of well-documented atrocities, and apparent support for extremist groups. This is entirely unacceptable, particularly given his large online following. At a time of record levels of anti-Semitism in the UK, it is vital that all institutions, including event organizers, act responsibly and consider the potential impact of this kind of rhetoric. The UK should not be a platform for individuals who spread hatred or legitimize extremism. In a similar vein, a spokesperson for the JLC said, Hasan Piker should not be allowed to enter the UK to spread his 7 October... Wait, do they say 7 October denialism in the UK? Because that's really funny. Like, they don't say October 7th, they say 7 October. Wait, but 9/11, do they say 11/9? Do they say 11 September denialism? If someone is like a 9/11 denier? You can't do that. That's a joke, right? Is that what people say? Do they not say, like, when you say 9/11, like, for example, in the UK, they don't even use my quote about America deserved 9/11, fuck it, I'm saying it, because they're like, it doesn't make sense. That's a hack bit, bro. No, it's not a bit. I'm literally just observing something where, like, they're like, there's nothing particular about... There's nothing particular about 9/11. So when he said America deserved 9/11, we didn't read it as September 11th. Because they do day, month. What happened on the 9th of the 9th of November? I knew someone who said they went to America before 9/11 because he thought it was September 2011. Okay, let's continue. Is October 7th denialism and apparent support for terrorist organizations to a British audience? In a climate where Jews are being stabbed on the streets of London, this rhetoric is dangerous. This is not conducive to the public good, and the government should ban him. Other comments made by Hasan include comparing an anti-Semitic Houthi pirate to Anne Frank and reacting to the appearance of a Vietnamese pro-Trump guest on the BBC in 2020 by calling her a South Vietnamese motherfucker, whatever, like Christian supremacist, psychotic fucking refugee living in America now and able to talk that shit on stream, telling her to go back and live in fucking South Vietnam in the same conditions. The American Jewish Congress has compared what it is described as Piker's extreme far-left anti-Semitism with the far-right anti-Semitism of white supremacist influencer Nick Fuentes. The Home Office has been contacted for comment. I wonder if this will work, because UK is more cucked than Canada. Yeah, if it's up to Shabana Mahmood, Shabana Mahmood will be making the final decision. I might be actually cooked. They might actually legitimately ban me from entering the country of UK, which is pretty crazy to think about. That's never happened to me. I could see this working. It would suck because I was really excited to I was going to do South by Southwest. And then I was going to do this meetup with Yanis Varoufakis. I was going to actually meet up with a bunch of different people in the UK as well. It was like looking forward to it. Some guests that I won't reveal who have wanted to. If you were such an anti-Semite, wouldn't you be comparing someone to Anne Frank to be a negative? Yeah, none of that stuff makes sense because I'm not anti-Semitic. This is under the Labor government as well? Yeah, but this is the Labor government that we know is the current Labor government is crazy. I wonder if this allows me to actually sue, because like England has like very different. I wouldn't be surprised because they banned a bunch of racists coming in for tomorrow's Tommy Robinson march. Yeah, except I'm not a fucking racist. So there's no like a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B shit here. You can't just be like, hey, we banned a bunch of like white nationalist, like racists from entering the country. So now we can ban someone who is an anti-racist. Okay? It doesn't swing that way. Sue the king. The king must allow me egress. You must allow me entry into the country. I am an American envoy coming from the United States of America. Pull up in a boat. Yeah, we've banned Tyler the Creator over his lyrics, bro. Is fucked here. Send the nukes now. Guys. It doesn't work that way, okay? Like, there are distinctions people make. I'm not Kanye West. They're talking about a guy who is literally firmly a part of the American political system, okay? Like, sure, on the one hand, I'm a fucking Twitch streamer, right? But also on the other hand, I'm a Twitch streamer that is, you know, working within one of the two major parties. So I think that gives a lot of, that gives a tremendous protection over, you know, this kind of ridiculousness. Like, you're talking about a guy who's like getting fucking favorable coverage in the New York Times. I've written an op-ed in the New York Times. You know what I mean? It's like, there's a degree of legitimacy that is afforded in that situation that causes people to not be so aggressive in making initiatives like this, because this will backfire on them, right? So, like the UK banning Kanye West, sure, Kanye West is unbelievably famous, but it's also, I mean, he's an unambiguous neo-Nazi, right? Like, he has said openly neo-Nazi things. It takes a lot. It takes a lot for a country to decide to ban someone like this. I do think it will backfire. I feel like the Australian government will not let you enter. I mean, it'd be crazy. They would be setting up a very interesting precedent for me to not like enter many Western countries. If England bans me, then there's more legitimacy for Canada to try to do the same. Like the same groups in Canada to try and do the same. There's more legitimacy for you know, Germany. Certainly Australia, which I also plan to visit at some point. It would be a precedent-setting moment. Just change your name and wear a heat. Does the truth matter? If a bunch of Jewish orgs say you're anti-Semitic, then the government just listen to them. Shabana will rubber stamp the request. Yeah, we should fight back against this for sure. I mean, we should make a big fuss about this. Hopefully we can muster up the forces to you know, get some people involved ahead of time. I'll work on it, but you know, these guys are very responsive at the end of the day to inviting any kind of controversy. It's a totally ridiculous thing if they were to do that. So Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? Maybe it'll work. I mean, but I don't know. I'm not so certain that this will work. I think this is just like low motion for them at this point, but it will become a big problem for them if they actually entertain it. So but you're also kind of like, don't fight too hard. I kind of like not leaving my house. No. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. Dude, stop sending me I visited the best city in North America, Montreal, by Not Just Bikes, a 51-minute video from the 22nd of December, 2023 that has 2 million views, okay? Do you think this is the appropriate time and place for me to watch a video from Not Just Bikes? I love Not Just Bikes, right? But do you find this to be the appropriate time to be like, hey, I know you're currently talking. I know you're currently talking about this thing that's like this thing that's like pretty ridiculous, could become a major controversy. But I really, really, really want to make sure that you watch my favorite Not Just Bikes video. No, I will not be doing that. Okay, I will not be doing that in this moment. But what I need from you guys is to put a little bit more motion behind this tweet. So yeah, here it is. Blast it, blast it, blast it. The guy who really loves Montreal, guy who really loves Canada is like, honestly, we need to get you to watch this. Like, we need to get you to pay attention. Happy article from China? Wait, what? Positive article from China? MRC, Daily Show promotes movie that promotes shoplifting. Hasan Piker from 12 hours ago. What the frick? Chinese and Americans have more in common than differences. This is an old video of mine that they're reposting, I think, since China's on the map. Where do your financial supporters come into play in situations like this? My financial supporters are you. What do you mean? I have no financial supporters. I only have you. My audience is everything that I have. Without you, I have nothing, okay? What the hell are you talking about? Every dollar I've ever made comes from voluntary subscriptions. It's not a joke. So when people decide like, fuck this guy, I'm not going to be a part of this community anymore, I'm not going to give him money anymore, then that's it. It's over. This doesn't mean you can, extend this doesn't mean you can overextend. And behave in a weirdo like fashion, but that's it. I don't have anything else. I have friends. I have some people with political power that I work with. I have, that's pretty much it though. I don't have any fucking powerful corporations that would go out the bat for me. Why the fuck would they ever do that? Nothing matters anymore, though. I mean, on the one hand, the UK is entertaining banning me. On the other hand, Kanye West's unlikely new concert planner, Live Nation Israel. I guess the only company that the only corporate sponsor I've had in the last couple of years is like Ubisoft. That's it. And they're Canadian. So you're part of the reason why I became an organized communist in the Communist Party of Norway. Thank you. Of course. Thank you, chatter. Thank you for taking on the lessons that you learn here and actually putting them in action. Okay. Instead of just like dicking around and posting on Twitter, because that's the goal here. You were sponsored by Assassin's Creed? Yes. Yes, Ubisoft is the only Ubisoft is the only company that I've worked with in the last couple of years. Ubisoft is French, no Canadian. My bad. Ubisoft. Surveillance state in full swing. Have you seen my TED Talk? I've seen bits and pieces of it. I've been meaning to watch it on stream. It's brilliant though. I'm so proud of her. I mean, she is a shining beacon of light in an otherwise incredibly dark corner of the internet. So that's how I feel about that. Yeah, it's 9 minutes. Stop being a lazy bitch. Yeah, it's laziness that has prevented me from watching Maya's TED Talk, famously. Is it worth asking celebrities why don't speak out against genocide, especially one so famous? They can't be canceled? Sure. Did you see Tucker grill Kevin O'Leary on the data center? I did. I did. Okay. Do we have a oh, we have the thing. Okay. Well, let's start with Drake. How about that? Let's start and then we'll get in the motion in a second. Drake did this DJ Academics, yes.
He is one of the most streamed artists in history. I'm talking about Drake. Now, he's back with not one, not two, 3 albums, which dropped at midnight, including the highly anticipated Iceman. It's his first new music since his explosive public feud with fellow rapper Kendrick Lamar, which, y'all remember, took center stage at Super Bowl 59 in 2025. Drake is back.
October's on as the label, seven-figure deal was a fable.
The Canadian rapper dropped not just 1, but 3 new albums, including Iceman, along with Habibti and Maid of Honor.
Hey.
It's his first new music since 2023, since a bruising battle with fellow rapper Kendrick Lamar. Now, he's clapping back.
What the hell is that fit, bro? That's crazy. What the heliante? What the hell?
Oh my God, no way.
Is that a denim? Is that a denim trenchy? Is that a denim trenchy? Is cold in the 6? Yeah, but just because it's cold in the 6 doesn't mean that you can't be icy, dude. What the fuck? You can be cold yourself. I ain't never seen something like it. I ain't never seen something like this before. That's crazy. Okay. Me, if I was a 19th century Russian Cossack. I know your ass is copping that. No, I'm not copping that. All right, let's continue.
Then you go back to the hills.
Seemingly taking jabs at Kendrick, accusing him of performative activism, according to online chatter, and saying he was possibly referring to his nemesis in the song Burning Bridges.
Now you drop your album and you back this.
Say, Drake, I hear you like I'm young.
Last year, Lamar's diss track, Not Like Us, became a cultural phenomenon, playing out at the Super Bowl halftime show. Drake filed a defamation lawsuit over the label's promotion of the song, which he claimed appeared to call him a pedophile. A judge later dismissed the case.
And I think this is hopefully going to be Drake's redemption arc.
Carl Lamar is with Billboard.
If, for whatever reason, he is able to land another #1.
The Iceman was a nice man, now I'm hot and cold.
He will have officially surpassed Jay-Z for the most #1 album on the Billboard 200 by a male soloist. And that feat would tie him with Taylor Swift for the all-time record.
And by the way, some of these songs were incredibly personal for Drake. In the song Make Them Cry from Iceman, Drake reveals
His father is currently battling cancer.
Oh, no.
Yeah, that's not good.
He clearly had a lot to say. 43 songs?
Tracks he dropped overnight. Look, I like Drake. I'm a Drake fan, but it's true that when they started to play Not Like Us,
I know,
we were all like,
Again, we were talking about that. We're familiar with that song by now.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll be familiar with these two at some point.
Yeah.
But there's definitely some symbiosis between Kendrick and...
Dude, I love listening to morning shows talk about any music. Is this how you guys feel when I start talking about music too? Wow. They just have such a fucking... They just have such a nerdy ass cadence where they're like, wow, it's a real symbiosis. I can't wait to familiarize myself with these lyrics. Oh, it's really putting a white boy in motion. Yeah, it's a real
Holy
Toledo ass response to this music. Wow, look at that flow. Yes, unironically, please stop. You're about to call Drake more woke about Palestine, aren't you? I mean, it's true. He is, but, you know. Yeah, this is a real toe tapper.
Oh, free Palestine. Say it one more time. Free Palestine. We should love everybody.
After a whirlwind 2 days.
I mean, it's kind of bars, like, I'm not going to lie. But also,
After a
anyway, it's dog shit. I mean, he's true. I mean, he's right. He's right. Today's the 78th anniversary of the Nakba, by the way. The ethnic cleansing that Israel engaged in before Israel was invented. One of the worst inventions of all time, for the record. I mean, the West has like ingenious ways of doing harm to indigenous populations, but this is up there, you know? It's an ongoing, never-ending sequence of violence. It's unbelievable. But yeah. Chris Robb says, today we recognize the Nakba never ended. The genocide in Gaza and the horrific erasure of communities across Palestine and Lebanon must end now. In Congress, I will join Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar on a resolution to recognize the Nakba and reaffirm Palestinian refugees' right to return. He's not woke on Palestine in any meaningful way. He just brings it up as a gotcha instead of calling out someone with power because he's afraid of consequence, not defending Khaled. He's a sharmut. No, the reason why I said dude, listen to me, okay? I need you to understand something here. He absolutely did something that many people were too afraid to do. Okay? That's it. I don't even like Drake. I'm just being fair. I don't like Drake at all. I'm just being fucking fair. All right? There's no reason for me to not recognize that. I know a lot of people only care about like how corny he is or his like weird behavior around the youth in general. And it's understandable. I myself have brought that up. He's obviously a huge, I mean, he's sponsored by fucking Steak, right? Those are my main ops. But the reality of the matter is, at a time when it was unbelievably important for people with tremendous influence to speak out against atrocities, he did. I don't think it serves any good purpose to deny that reality. I said, as much as I criticized Drake, he was one of the first major artists to sign on to the Artists for a Ceasefire petition literally 23 days after October 7. That matters. That shit matters a lot, dude. Come on now. That could have given a lot of people courage, for example. You have to recognize that. I mean, he got attacked a lot for it too. And the fact that he's Jewish gives him like a little bit more influence in this space as well. What is this?
Ironic because the Iceman was a nice man. Now I'm hot and cold. Gonna stop the show. Ironic because the Iceman was a nice man. Now I'm hot and cold. Gonna stop the show.
Why are we doing this? Why are we doing this? Why are we? Yeah, I know, man. I know. 50% chance he says, I'm the Iceman, no more Mr. Nice Man. That's from May 8th. Trump said the exact thing that liberals are mad at you about. Breaking, U.S. President Donald Trump on Friday warned Taiwan against pushing for formal independence after he discussed the Flashpoint issue with his Chinese counterpart Xi Jinping in Beijing. Ooh. Ooh. Anyway, I don't even want to get into all of that right now. We'll get into that in a second, actually. All right, we're moving on from fucking Drake. Who cares? There's Cory Booker having a conversation with David Pakman, and in this conversation, Cory Booker backs away from calling me an anti-Semite. Apparently, let's take a look at this combo, and then we'll get into the China summit.
Further to the left, it's become very popular to ask elected officials, would you go on Hasan Piker's stream? Now, I want to kind of just make clear, Hasan and I don't really get along. He recently alleged that I have an AIPAC handler, something that he said without evidence, which actually really affected my show. I think the only reason he said...
No, I've jokingly referred to David Pakman as David A. Pacman, but did I say he has an AIPAC handler? I don't remember. I don't think I did. I've also always been pretty cordial about David Pakman, contrary to what my community says. I guess like people also were yelling, I'll defend David on the Chorus Wired article, but pretending to not know AIPAC is a bad look. Like, does he think we're dumb enough to not know he knows what AIPAC, to not know that he knows what AIPAC is? It is one of the most well-known, powerful lobbying groups in the U.S. and has been talked about plenty in the last decade. To pretend that he doesn't know what AIPAC pretending it could be pronounced IPAC is just insulting anyone who follows this channel. All these years we defend this dude against AIPAC affiliation accusations, and he insults us by pretending not to know how to pronounce it. Like, I don't think David Pakman is like funded by AIPAC, for the record. I've never stated that. I don't think that that is the case. But obviously, like, this is an area where he is heavily biased, right? Yeah, I'm always so fucking nice. I think this is probably a situation where Pakman is attributing your community's words to you. I'm always so nice about David because he's always been like somewhat cordial with me in spite of a very obvious, like glaringly obvious differences in opinion. So I don't know why he's like attributing a loss of revenue to me, trying to say that like I defamed him in a way that like actually impacted his finances. Very strange. Yeah, my community is not nice, and I yell at my community all the fucking time, but there's obviously so much that I can personally do. If you are, if you are in defense of Israel, or at least like awfully quiet about the atrocities of Israel, then yeah, people are going to make up their own minds, right? Israel is an area where he is heavily biased. That bias both stems from his own personal opinions about the state of Israel, but it also stems from his personal opinions when it comes to American foreign policy. Like David, regardless of his socially progressive attitude, for years and years, has had a lot of differences of opinion from someone like myself when it comes to American foreign policy. And he lands on the side that almost always is on the side of the United States, that rehashes and repeats whatever the State Department line is on a particular matter. Okay, so there's multiple reasons. He responds and says, guys, give me a break. I'm not pretending to not know what AIPAC is. I'm just unsure on the pronunciation. It's the same as how I get mixed up with the first O in sorrow is pronounced or how the first A in Lara is pronounced. I mean, I don't know about all that. I think that's, it just like, it feels as though he was just saying that to be like, I don't know, what is this AIPAC thing? And of course, there are a fuck ton of videos where he's saying APAC correctly. Like, I mean, that's
things. Number one,
like he is a lot more knowledgeable on this issue than he lets on, is what I mean. Of course he is. He's been doing this for 20 plus years, man. I guess like people also were yelling. I'll defend David on the Chorus Wired article, but yeah, so that's a little crazy, right? Like it's pretty obvious I did not say he has an APAC handler or anything like that. I don't know. I mean, maybe have I joked about it? I can't even think of an instance where I've like made a joke that he could have taken seriously. Because like I said, I have a policy of like not being as disruptive to people who at least offer me some level of charity. I can't be out here fucking burning bridges nonstop left and right. I don't really have a lot. You know, I don't really have a lot of allies. I've definitely joked about calling him David A. Pac-Man. His brother works for the ADL. No, I know that. I'm aware of that. That's entirely different than claiming that someone has an APAC handler. As a matter of fact, if you look at the commentary there, you know, clearly, if you look at the actual fucking commentary, I'm saying like, no, this is his own personal biases. I think it's not, you know, he's not getting paid for this opinion or something like that.
That is, I'm Jewish. I've never had an APAC handler or taken $1 from APAC or anything like that. But I recognize that he has a huge audience that is further to the left of where you are and where I am. Reaching to the middle, I understand. Is there value in trying to reach that young, further to the left, anti-capitalist audience that he has built for better or worse?
A leader should reach out to everyone.
Oh. The libs are trotting out their entire panoply of tactics. Yeah.
I sit down with people in New Jersey from all...
Bro, stop trying to make friends with people who don't fuck with you. Guys, I'm sorry. Okay? I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing. Okay? It's just, maybe this is going to make you really upset. But I think a lot of people genuinely consider being the most antisocial person possible as the peak of like moral activism. No, I have to literally maintain a neutral posture against those who I oppose. Okay, that's it. You're never going to convince me not to do this because you don't see the success of not burning fucking bridges, because you consider burning bridges and not being diplomatic with other communities, with other massive communities, as like the peak of activism. And it's very frustrating. If I listened to you dumb fucks in my chat, I would have never been able to sit in front of massive liberal audiences like the Podjohns and you know, spend 45 minutes defending the humanity of Palestinians and why they resist militarily. Okay? You don't think about that though. You only see the successes and you take it for fucking granted. You don't understand that obviously requires a delicate touch. The idea that people can change their minds is important to me. Okay? And I will continue behaving in this pragmatic manner. Like, look. So what? Songo fucking hang out with the Nelk boys in Israel then. See, this is what I mean. Okay? It's interesting because that's not a thing. Clearly, I still have some red lines, don't you think? And that's not what I've done, okay? That's not what I've done at all. You're being unbelievably annoying this past week, man. Take a fucking week off. Seriously. Nasty Chasty, you have been so fucking unbearable this past week. You really need a couple claps. Okay? Jesus Christ. Oh, dude, you talk about how important it is to maintain a pragmatic and diplomatic relationship with other communities that are, you know, aligned with you on certain issues, but not on others. Well, guess what? Why don't you go to Israel and kill Palestinians then? Why don't you just nuke Gaza then? I don't know, because those two things are on entirely separate fucking planets, dude. You know? Perhaps that's the reason. Oh, dude. You think people have the capacity to change their minds and it's important to be fucking charitable to certain people, especially if they have, massive communities that will listen to what you have to say charitably instead of just fucking burning bridges left and right and being an antisocial freak? This is like the fashion conversation. This is like the fashion conversation. Okay? It's the same principle. Anytime I talk about fashion being a part of the arts and being valuable to any degree, a lot of people who don't give a fuck about it sit on a fucking moral high horse and just go, oh, dude, it's unethical. Fuck you. I'm the most ethical. I only spend my money on Warhammer figurines, right? And it's because you don't fuck with it. That's it. That's why you're doing the same exact thing here where you're like, well, this is a pragmatic alliance that you think is appropriate. I don't. Okay. Well, why are we having a conversation about Marjorie Taylor Greene being a part of the coalition then? Tucker Carlson. It's always the same dumb fucks. It's always the same dumb fucks. It's like, bro, attack the Pod Johns, but also at the same time align with Tucker Carlson. Well, fuck no. I'm doing the opposite, okay? I would much rather align with the Pod Johns and also be unbelievably critical about Tucker Carlson. Anyway, my point is not to like be fucking best friends with David Pakman either, but you guys don't have a way to understand it. I'm sorry, Samba, you deserve it. I tweeted to him 900 times that you said he had a handler. There's a very valid reason for this. I've been telling you to go back to gaming for months now and dropping Pragmata right when it was going to get really good is a real stab to the heart. I don't regret it. I'll do it again, even if it means burning your relationship with center-right figures like him. Yeah, no, I wasn't even saying that like... Oh, what's really interesting about this is this was me literally being like, I've been unbelievably gracious to David Pakman in spite of our ideological differences. And he's still fucking, saying ridiculous shit about me on his show to Cory Booker, who has, compared me to unfavorable far-right figures, right? And it's really interesting. But of course, the real conversation has to turn into how I'm too nice to David Pakman because I'm not demanding he go to prison or something. You just want to see blood. You don't think about stuff like pragmatically. You're too passive and other people are fans of yours. See that? You're creating a permission structure that puts others in harm. It's the passive permission structure that you're creating that people have a problem with. Yeah, no. Wokely describe how I've created a permission structure by criticizing David Pakman's opinions on Israel over and over again without saying he has a fucking AIPAC handler, which he's now lying about. Again, I choose my words carefully when I talk about these sorts of things, and there's a reason for it. David Pakman is not my friend. I haven't talked to him privately or personally in years. It's been half a decade. Okay? These chatters literally spent 4 hours shitting on you and other streamers' chats. I saw this chatter do this earlier and then come in here and they try to make every conversation about how you're the problem. I know. You're never going to get a perfect figure. You're always going to fall out of love with every single person that you ordain as the movement leader. And then for the rest of your lives, you're going to say, oh man, this is a real problem with the left. Why can't we have any fucking movement leaders? I don't know, brother, because you got the knives out every time. You can agree with me on 9 out of 10 issues, okay? But on the 10th one, where we have like a slight disagreement in tactics and you go, you should be killed. You should literally go to jail. You should be the most jailed person in America. I now agree with the Republicans on this. Okay? I now agree with the Republican Party on this. Maybe you should be deported and denaturalized. Charitability. Have a little bit of charitability, especially for someone whose community you've been a part of for like fucking years and years and years. You know? Jesus Christ.
All across the political and ideological spectrum, especially looking to sit down with people that I don't agree with. They've made me a better senator. They've made me a better leader. They've made me a better public servant. So I appreciate the way you approach this question, because I remember getting ticked off when I was running for president, and we actually banded together and all said, enough of these, like, raise your hand if you believe da-da-da-da-da, which was just lightning bolt questions with no nuance and no discussion. I am seeing the crisis we're in because, again, in the Central Ward of Newark, New Jersey, there is so much frustration with politics as usual. We need a revolution like we had in the time of the New Deal, a revolution like we had in the time of LBJ in the 1960s. Every time we have a generational movement. And this is a time where enough of the baby boomer generation that has given us so much, but I don't think we should have, this should be the last baby boomer head of the Senate.
I guess my point, by the way, is that, like, what I want from at least my community is a little bit more fucking grace and a little bit more charitability, especially when I'm fucking eating it, man. I don't want to duke it out in here with you guys too, especially with long-term community members. Like, do you not see what's going on? Do you have no care or consideration for what's happening beyond your immediate needs and your immediate worldview? Do you not see some very powerful forces uniting to try to deplatform me? We just went through a fucking article where there's like Jewish advocacy organizations trying to bar my entry into the UK, man. Like, how do you look at all of that and say, you know what? This is the moment where I lean into these forces and try to fucking hit them from the left flank as well. I feel like I've done enough work in this space for you to have a little bit of charitability with what I'm doing, right? You know? I don't know. This is a huge problem with the broader left anyway. We're so fragmented. We're so unbelievably fragmented, and we just like sit around and we think, why are we so fragmented? This is why. This is a big part of it. People don't think about like movement building or organizing with people that you don't fucking agree with 99% of the time. You just go, nah, fuck this guy. And you can literally be a fan for years and years, right? You can be a fan for years and years, and you'll be like, I didn't like the way you conducted yourself here, and I actually don't care about why you did the thing that you did. I've now decided you're my enemy. You're my ideological opponent. This is how people find themselves in like weirdly, tinier, fragmented splinter groups and communities that spend every fucking waking moment, instead of attacking the forces of capital, instead of attacking much more powerful entities in this country that are cancerous to both discourse and cancerous to the democratic process, but instead attacking people like myself. It's opportunists. I care about other people around us. No, you're gonna fucking wokely do the same thing, okay? Look, and then now you're saying it's because DSA, this is why DSA, I care about other people around us, including the most marginalized, and it's not just Pac-Man. If people have done harm, they have to apologize and prove that they've changed. This is like, what are you, what are you referencing? You're making vague generalizations right now, okay? You're making vague fucking generalizations. This is why, like, DSA and other left spaces are incredibly white. The attitude make people not want to join. Okay, man. I don't know. I don't know how to answer your vague generalized statements that I largely agree with. Yes, if people are doing fucking harm to black and brown people, they should apologize for it if they've actually, learned and changed and rehabilitated. You're just being fucking disingenuous when you bring this up, because the implication here is that I'm doing that. The implication here is that I'm playing a role in this. Okay. And then you tie it to like this generalized attitude that the broader Democratic Socialists of America movement is actually not responsive to the needs of black and brown people. And now you have become a spoiler. Now you've become a wrecker. Okay. Like, where are we at here? Do you have your own movement? Okay, build your own then, you know? Like, do you think this is an appropriate read on the current predicament? The overwhelming majority of DSA-affiliated or DSA-endorsed congresspersons in the Democratic Party are black and brown, dude. Like, you could barely find a white guy in that movement. And you're over here talking about how, like, oh, these DSA hate the POC. DSA hate people of color. They hate the needs of people of color. How are you any different than these fucking like DNC-aligned K-Hive movement guys who spend a good deal of time, basically every waking moment, shitting on the left flank over and over again? You literally have become that person at that point. You understand that, right? Like, think about what you're saying. It's just disingenuous. And I think the reason why we're having this conversation is because I will be talking to Nithya Raman later today, and a lot of people are frustrated about this. They don't even know what questions I'm going to ask her. They have no idea what this conversation is going to look like, but they've already automatically decided, here he goes again. Classic Hasan. I'm a very privileged person, okay? And I try to use that privilege for good. This is a big part of what I do. Obviously, I also am on the receiving end of a fuck ton of Islamophobic sentiment as well, clearly. Okay? But by and large, I'm a very privileged guy. Okay? And outside of that privilege, I have a worldview that I have described over and over again to you. That I lead with charity. Okay? I lead with charitability. I lead with the notion that people are always victim to broad systemic social forces. Unc, I generally agree with you on your takes. I do disagree with one aspect of what you said. I feel like this isn't a problem with the left, but more so a problem with chronically online spaces in general. It has nothing to do with their political alignment. People online tend to be inflammatory or irrational for some reason. Yes, you're absolutely correct. It is extremely online behavior. Meanwhile, this is, if you want to know the average online person, this is their attitude, by the way. It's so funny that people will be like, people that don't talk to a normal human being for most of their, for throughout most of their day, don't realize that, like, the broader online space, like, we are in an incredibly comfy zone here. It's actually unbelievable that there is this many woke people, this many educated people, this many invested people that lead by empathy, because this is usually the rest of the internet is like this. He's jester maxing. Stop jester maxing. Why are you jester maxing now? Gay Mario, LGBT Mario, based. Stop jester maxing. Brown clown. You're a brown clown, bruh. You looking rough. LGBT Mario yapping about nothing. Mutt man, brown clown. I don't even know what mutt man means, but I assume it's some fucking racialized thing. Jester maxing mongrel. You looking rough, bruh. Mutt man. That's usually the average person on the internet. And I hope you guys understand that that's the space that we occupy. That's the space that we're in. Okay, we're in a fucking hug box. All right? Most of these people are obviously 12 years old anyway. But that's just the average person doesn't have any care or consideration for any of these things. Okay?
the last baby boomer president. A new generation is rising in America that needs to have a powerful, revolutionary set of ideals to redeem the American dream. That's what I'm fighting for. It behooves me to listen to people that I disagree with because can make me better, can make my arguments sharper, or, as I've seen in my 25 years in politics, actually help me evolve as a leader to have better ideas.
So on the specifics of getting in front of that Hasan audience, valuable, not so much?
I think if you are saying, and I've said this to my team, you remember, I went in and took a job this year to help my caucus, who the average age is, I think it used to be 70 something in the Senate as a whole, to say we're doing a terrible job communicating to young people. In fact, I think that one of the reasons why Donald Trump won is because he was getting on Discord and Twitch and mixed martial arts podcasts and platforms, talking to young men. And we weren't even, our presidential team was not even on those platforms at all. They had a complete echo chamber with just their views. I got my team to get more on TikTok when other people did not realize that younger voters, that's how they get most of their news. And I've watched my caucus, because I can measure this all, more than 7x if you get out of Twitter, 4x with Twitter, the amount of engagement they have. I've seen how their engagement with younger voters has increased. I've seen them go on you and I both know, in the creator economy, there are thousands of people that talk to young voters. And I've seen my colleagues get on more and more of those shows. So absolutely, yes. We have especially had a communications problem that for the 43 of us, I'm trying to push my team to go more and more to talk to younger voters who we need, not just to hear our message, but we need to be inspiring them to get on the field and begin to lead the Democratic Party in the United States of America from cynicism to activism so that we can have a better nation.
Without malice, Booker never answered the question. Yeah, he is. He's such a politician. He's so good at that. It was really funny because he was asked a direct question about me with John Favreau or not John Favreau, with John Lovett, and he did the exact same thing. He loves to filibuster, bro. Just say it with your chest, man. If you think I'm a fucking vicious anti-Semite, just say it. You know, it's so disingenuous. Anyway, I hate moments like this that just rip apart unity. Okay, we don't have the time or the movement to just push people aside and just say fuck unity. We just don't have it. Okay, we're staring at a fascist country right now that is actively trying to take away people's civil liberties, taking away the voting power that black people have in the South with their redistricting efforts. And we're over here being like, oh man, I don't like that you're being, I don't like that in the past you were charitable to certain people, and they fucked you over and over again. I think you should be way more mean. Well, I gave you a good example of being charitable to certain people that I have significant disagreements with, and how that's actually been somewhat successful in allowing me to have some fucking allies in this space. I have to have allies in this space. I'm sorry, guys. This community is constantly growing and constantly getting smaller as well. There are, a lot of people who check out. So we have to fucking filter in new people in the process. And if I had your attitude, if I was constantly trying to shank people left and fucking right, especially in the independent media sphere, then yeah, this community would become a much more marginal, a much tinier one. Okay. Now, obviously, this doesn't mean we should be aligning with fucking neo-Nazis or some shit. I make that calculation on my own. And I just am basically telling you, you have to trust me on this sometimes. You understand? I do this because I understand the urgency. Okay? Anyway, Purity politics is toxic. Unbelievably toxic. And it's really funny because everyone also, you know what's funny? Everyone also hates it. Even people who are its most vociferous defenders, they are the people who hate it as well. They just do it to other groups. Everyone does it to a certain degree. I mean, certainly you could say I'm doing it when I say, yeah, I don't want to fucking align with neo-Nazis on the issue of Israel, right? You could be like, oh, that's purity politics, right? At the end of the day, they're against Israel. Well, the reason for why is because I don't think they actually are against Israel. They want to do Israel here in the United States of America, and they're not actually against Israel. They're just using the issue of Israel to foment anti-Semitism, and some people fucking fall for it, right? A lot of pockets in this community are becoming more and more insular, and we're creating mini echo chambers that go out to other streams and splinter discourse, etc. I try to act like their view is the overarching community views. We must always keep in mind what Hasan's goals for his own community are. Yeah. Some of this stuff comes from being in this space for a long enough time, by the way. That's the other thing. Some people come in, they're new, they develop their worldview. It has a lot of edge to it. It's the zealotry of a recent convert. Okay. And then they quickly move. They're like, nope, I have these opinions. Now I think every single person that doesn't subscribe to my worldview 100% are my enemy. And I'm actually going to spend a good deal of time attacking this community that I was a part of that actually played a formative role in my understanding of the world. You know? If you spend a good deal of time being on the left, organizing, sharing space with others who you might not fully agree with, slowly but surely, after the successes and the failures that you experience side by side, you start being a little bit more understanding. Okay? You start becoming a little bit more understanding of the differences in opinion that you might have with them. It comes with time. That's why I don't speak a good deal about those to my left who disagree with my worldview or think they disagree with my ultimate goals. I can't stand when people actually make assumptions about what motivates me, what guides me, when they think that there is some ulterior motive to my actions when I'm unbelievably forthcoming about them, right? But yeah, there's going to be instances where we're not in full agreement with people. What do you think about the deprogram guys? I love them. Love those guys. I think the most basic concept here is, you catch more flies with honey than vinegar, right? I don't know. I think that's the statement, right? Set to it, run. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. All I'm saying is, remember how appreciative you were at some point when I was understanding of your ideological shortcomings. Okay? Remember that. There will always be an area where you or myself will have ideological shortcomings, blind spots born out of privilege, the privilege of even being a first worlder, right? The privilege of living and growing up in the imperial core. That's an unbelievable privilege that you have over billions of people on this fucking planet that don't have that same fortune. They weren't born here. So there's a lot of blind spots that come along with that, and you got to work at it. You got to chip away at it. Okay? And regardless of my worldview on imperialism, empire, anti-imperialism, I'm still pretty understanding of people who demonstrate that blind spot, because I understand that most people's starting position here is that blind spot. And for the record, I'm not coming at this with hate and just pushing back. I've been here for a long time. Right now, we don't need to be normal. We need to be better. We can't have this attitude of telling people to just suck it up. That's all I have to say. Into my last message is about being ultra or anything. Dude. Specifics, okay? Specifics. I can't argue against vague generalizations, okay? Give me a fucking specific grievance that you have with something I've done, and maybe we can have a productive conversation. I can't, like, how is this any different than the fucking Magdi J woman on Twitter who says, I remind her of her ex-boyfriend? You have had issues with whatever, personal anecdotes that you have with people of the leftist variety, white leftists who didn't listen to your fucking grievances or something, and you're just letting it be known here. But the problem is, you're literally fucking describing something. You're describing a vague generalization and attributing it to me, okay? Instead of vague posting, talk about a specific thing that you have a grievance with, and maybe we can address it, okay? Because right now, and I'm being as charitable as I possibly can, you're just kind of derailing because you've had bad experiences and you're attributing that to something that I have said here, okay? This isn't about being ultra or anything. This is about making our space better, making the movement better. This is what it means to be on the left, to be better for the people that we claim to hear about. Yes, I've heard this a million times over, okay? I know. Anyway, stop yelling at Couscous either, because I know whenever I bring a chatter up in here, everybody starts fucking piling on, and that is also ironically against what I'm trying to do, okay? Remember when I told everyone else in here as well that we got to be charitable to people, okay? Everyone has their own specific grievances. We got to be low cortisol. Anyway, let's continue and let's get to China maxing now.
Whirlwind 2 days of meetings, President Trump departing China with great fanfare. The Chinese rolling out the red carpet until the very end. Before leaving, Trump touting his close relationship with Chinese President Xi.
He's a man I respect greatly, become really a friend.
The president and Xi touring the gardens inside the Communist Party headquarters. But questions remain about what progress was made here. The president came to Beijing hoping to convince Xi to use his influence over Iran, one of China's closest allies, to open the Strait of Hormuz.
We did discuss Iran. We feel very similar to Iran. We want that to end. We don't want them to have a nuclear weapon. We want the straits open.
But it's unclear if Xi agreed to pressure Iran.
He said he's not going to give military equipment. That's a big...
It's pretty awesome that Donald Trump's first statement leaving China was, Xi Jinping has a beautiful ballroom. Incredible. His takeaway from the entire trip, this trip of massive geopolitical consequence, is the fact that Xi Jinping also had a ballroom. Yes, that's right. And it was a beautiful one. It was a beautiful ballroom, and we need one that's even more beautiful. Everything ballroom.
Statement. He said that today. That's a big statement. He said that strongly. But at the same time, he said,
President Ballroom, dude. President Trump says the White House ballroom will open around September 2028. China has a ballroom, and so should the USA. Not even a joke. He did that shit, bro. He did that. He tweeted that shit. He truthed that shit from the goddamn plane. He got on the plane, wheels up. Wheels up. And he was like, they got a ballroom and a garden. We got to do both. Yeah, it's awesome. It's like, China also has high-speed rail. Connect high-speed rail to the ballroom. He won't ever do anything good. That's the problem. He won't do anything good. He won't look at China's like unbelievable gains in infrastructure and development and go, we got to do that here, okay? He only cares about dumb, flashy shit. Dumb, flashy shit that's in his own interest. That's the reason he has a lot of respect for how Xi has tremendous command, and not just Xi, but like the party has tremendous command over like cultural forces too. He loves that. He's like, yep, that's right. They control it. The media, they know how to act right in China. We got to do that here. My media, very, very bad. They do a lot of back talk. I don't like it. Look at Xi. Xi would never allow that to happen. It's stuff like that. It's always the wrong lessons that he learns, you know? China has a ballroom, and so should the USA. It's under construction ahead of schedule and will be the finest facility of its kind anywhere in the USA. Thank you for all the support I have been given in getting this project going. Scheduled opening will be around September of 2028. The man I am walking with is President Xi of China, one of the world's great leaders, President Donald J. Trump. It was jarring to see how well behaved he was, and it turns out he was well behaved because of the ballroom, okay? I'm surprised he didn't say, look at the big, beautiful wall they built. We must build a wall. All the same, we must build an even greater wall. I will build an even greater wall, the greatest wall of China. The greatest wall of China. China. There was also this thing as well. Liberals have lost their dang minds. I said, Democrats, do not engage in China hawkery. Please do not repeat your mistakes. The best and only path forward is peaceful coexistence and cooperation. Now, what's interesting about this take is that I don't know how the Republicans reacted to it, but I can tell you that there were a lot of American Enterprise Institute think tank-backed people that were very frustrated with this take. And also, liberals got real mad. Translation, please, please, please just let China invade and annex Taiwan without protest. No, actually, I didn't say that. I didn't say that at all, as a matter of fact. Where did I say that? Oh, that's right. I did not say that, okay? I said peaceful coexistence with a peer adversary is probably a lot more productive than engaging in endless military quagmires. So I said, why don't we send you to the front lines right now? There's already one war America started that isn't going too well. Liberals fucking hate this shit. The liberals are looking at this going, nope, the best part of this, the best way to go forward is by endless saber rattling against China and dumping good money after bad. It's not just my assessment on the stupidity of trying to wage war with China. That is the assessment of a former CIA China analyst that was interviewed by famous neocon Max Boot. Okay? You seriously don't think Xi Jinping Chad should invade Taiwan, bro? Like, why don't we send you to Iran then? I love that it's like, well, I've pictured you in this funny way, so you've lost the argument. Yes, the anime profile picture will step in for an island that's been recognized as part of civilization of China for thousands of years. I'm literally Taiwanese, so yes, I will defend my friends and family if it comes to it. And yeah, bro, it was promised to Xi 1,000 years ago. You really want to use that as an argument? Okay. Get to work. There's no war in Taiwan currently, but there is one war that America is waging against Iran. Go defend American interests there. Okay? It's so strange. It's so strange when these people do this shit. Start with Iran. I'm Taiwanese. I'll defend Taiwan if it comes to it. No, you won't. All you'll do is fucking chirp. You live in the United States of America, okay? Yeah, go fucking die on that hill if you want to die on that hill. I'm trying to fucking prevent imminent collapse. Or if collapse is imminent, I'm trying to make sure that we manage the retreat of American empire rather than fucking, give in to some of the dumbest war hawks here. You're a fucking keyboard warrior. You're not doing shit. All you're doing is Reddit posts, okay? Anyway, anime profile lip saying she will defend Taiwan against the PLA when there's no such like imminent threat by the PLA either. You don't think China would collapse from invading Taiwan? No, fuck no. What are you, stupid? Oh yeah, this is Trey still here. Of course I don't think that. What are you saying, man? No, I don't think that. Is that also even a good thing in general? Is that a good thing for Taiwan? Is that a good thing for mainland China? Is that a good thing for the world? No, none of those things are good. And yet, that is the driving decision behind America's strategic ambiguity with Taiwan. That's literally what it is. My man, please, we read the reports all the time, but if you are incapable of reading, please stop being, if you're illiterate and you are incapable of reading the words of, some of the top minds that are involved, that have dedicated their entire lives to analyzing the movements of China, the Chinese military capabilities and whatnot, who are saying this is a fucking dangerous idea. And America's first response to any sort of Chinese military incursion would be to literally retreat thousands of miles away, away from striking distance. Okay? Not to say that that's even a likelihood. I'm not even saying that's a likelihood. And he's not, the fucking CIA guy's not even saying that's a likelihood. They're simply saying that if that were to happen, which is not likely, but if that were to happen, we would just retreat. Xi Jinping has consistently said over and over again that they want peaceful reunification. That's what they want. Okay? It will happen, is what he said. Okay? It will happen no matter what. And yet people turn around and they're like, nah, you don't understand, bro. Any day now, they're going to fucking invade. Maybe they do. Maybe they do. But even in that unlikely scenario, America's investment in Taiwan has nothing to do with maintaining the autonomy of the Taiwanese, okay? Demanding sovereignty and dignity for Taiwanese existence. It has everything to do with trying to fuck up a peer adversary. You know? That's it. And considering that we're currently engaged in one major military quagmire at the behest of our other, foreign ally, the most consequential foreign ally, Israel, and we are capable of seeing how badly that's turned out for not just America, but for the entire global energy markets. What makes you think we have the capability? This is a real, serious, sober conversation that we have to have. God damn. It's so stupid. We just can't have a sober conversation. I don't know. I don't know how, you think this would work out. It reminds me of, because this is reactionary, it reminds me of the way that Republicans look at abortion bans, right? Well, they'll be like, I want it because it's murder. I'm like, okay, that sounds terrifying. Can you walk me through the steps of how you would ban abortion? What that would look like? Okay. And when you walk through those steps piece by piece, you realize this is a ridiculous position. How do you foresee this going? Let's say China's like, fuck it, we ball. We're going to go militarily invade Taiwan. What are the steps we're taking? Will this be good for the people of Taiwan? How will this be good for the people of Taiwan? Explain to me how we are waging war tens of thousands of miles away, and how this is going to be good for China, how it's going to be good for Taiwan, how it's going to be good for America. There is literally no winning condition here. Okay? There's none. It just doesn't make any fucking sense. We can't even fucking beat Iran. Iran is a middle power, a regional power. And through asymmetric warfare, a country that we have dominated economically is capable of holding us back, holding our forces back. And you're over here thinking, we have to wage war against China now. And I can't have a sincere conversation with you without you coming across, or without you claiming that I'm like fucking Adolf Hitler or some shit. It's ridiculous. What are we doing? And this is not the first time. Anytime I say, hey, let's give peace a chance, there's a million liberals on the internet who become unbelievably fucking reactionary. They do this with Ukraine as well. Bro, what? We're talking full-scale warfare. They would, law. Some. Do you really think most of the CIA think that way? You don't think China would collapse from invading Taiwan? They would, lol. Some. Do you really think most of the CIA would think that way? Bro, what? We talking full-scale warfare. Iran is not full-scale warfare. It's not. Oh. How? This got to be Pete Heggs in the chat, right? It's because our war fighters are not saying enough slurs, right? Like we haven't done full-scale warfare, big dog. What do you mean? $2 billion a day. Multiple carrier teams, aircraft carriers, strike teams, destroyers, deploying half of our standoff munitions that we have for peer and near peer adversaries like Russia and China, because we haven't established sufficient air superiority that gives the American and the Israeli Air Force enough confidence to fly over and deploy gravity bombs, guided and unguided gravity bombs that we have a virtually infinite supply of. And you're over here talking about it's not real, it's not full scale. A war with China means full draft. What do you mean? Dude, what are you saying right now? You think that's a good idea? You want a full draft? With a nuclear superpower? You want to go to war with a nuclear superpower, and you think a nuclear superpower with unbelievable productive capabilities that actually can just stop our production, our defense production overnight with export controls. You will never be able to build another fucking missile in the United States of America if China tomorrow says, no more. You can make the same argument about the quartz that comes from the United States of America or the semiconductors, certainly. But who has more leverage over the other country? Trump recognizes that, and he's a fucking idiot. So why can't you? No, I'm saying if it's a war with China, it's all hands on deck. No little tip-tap airstrikes, big dog. There is no war with China, you fucking moron. You want to know why? Because it's a nuclear-armed nation. It's a nuclear superpower. Just like there's no direct war, just like there is no direct war between Russia and the United States of America, because Russia is a regional power with nukes. Now you want to go toe-to-toe with a nuclear-armed superpower? What the fuck are you talking about? God, Americans are so fucking stupid! Stop being stupid! Please, I beg you. I beg of you. Stop being a fucking moron. What the fuck are you talking about? Of course that ain't good. War hasn't happened, but you try to make it look like China only. look, only China will come out on top. Do you think that the American government would be dumb enough to institute a fucking full draft and go to direct war with a nuclear-armed superpower that we rely on for our manufacturing, not only across the board, but certainly in the defense industry as well, to defend Taiwan? What are you saying? It would be nuclear holocaust. Shut the fuck up. America could not defend Ukraine as a proxy against Russian incursion. What the fuck makes you think America could defend Taiwan against China? It's so stupid. This is just realistic assessments, by the way. I'm not saying this is good or bad. I'm not saying it's good that China is going to militarily invade Taiwan. I don't think it's good. I think it's a fucking horrifying endeavor. I think it would be unbelievably bad. Okay? But understand that in the unlikely scenario where that happens, turning Taiwan into Ukraine is not going to be good for the Taiwanese population. That's number one. And number two, we're not going to fucking war with China. What kind of an idiot are you? What are you talking about? At most, it would be a proxy. Taiwan will be used as a proxy in the same way that Ukraine is currently being used as a proxy to extend some kind of proxy war with Russia, another adversary, a near-peer adversary, not a peer adversary. And before you know it, we're going to become the near-peer adversary to China. It's so crazy that I'm like I have to constantly to deal with like unbelievable amounts of American exceptionalism, which is like peak cope. Yeah, look at that, dude. China's shipbuilding capacity is 232 times greater than that of the United States. This is even a worse take. Russia-Ukraine war, I could understand you missing the mark, but is a guaranteed fact that China will reunify? Wait, what? I don't disagree with that. I'm just saying that it's most likely not going to be a military conquest. And beyond that, even if it did get to this unbelievably unlikely and very bloody scenario, it's not going to favor the Chinese. It's not going to favor people living in Taiwan. It's not going to favor America. America's not going to come out on top. If it's not on top in Ukraine, it's not going to be on top in Taiwan. It can't even be on top in Iran, and America's directly waging war there. Directly. You ignore the fact that Europe and the US would cut off relations with China. I feel like you have pro-China bias, which is understandable, but they aren't this unbelievably powerful nation that nobody can stop. Dude, what are you talking about? This already happened. Chatter. What you're describing already happened. It happened with a much less powerful country, an energy provider nonetheless, but still a much less powerful country. The country known as Russia. It already happened with Russia. Okay? A war would just crash the global economy, result in hundreds of thousands of deaths, and I don't think it's ever feasible to think about. I don't disagree with you. I've never understood the double standard when it comes to community support for Chinese militarism. No, it is not. There's not a support for Chinese militarism at all. What are we talking about? This is, once again, people refusing to comprehend analysis and assuming that analysis is endorsement. I'm not endorsing China militarily overtaking Taiwan at all. I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying it's devastating for the entire fucking globe. Saying there's Chinese militarism taking place here is also ridiculous because it is your assumption that they want to militarily take Taiwan. There is American militarism in Iran, and we've seen how that fucking played out. So now we have two examples. We obviously have the example of proxy wars against a near-peer adversary such as Russia, a regional power, right? With Europe cutting Russia off. And that hasn't stopped Russia from enforcing its illegal annexation initiatives on Ukrainian soil. Okay? Chatters are arguing with me when this is something that Marco Rubio, a fucking China war hawk, has also come to recognition have come to terms with. What are we arguing about? Why is it that fucking liberals constantly find themselves outflanking the goddamn Republicans at times, even when the Republican communiques on this issue are seemingly more realist than you? How is that possible? That's Marco Rubio. Marco Rubio. Coming back from China, Mr. Rubio. Saying, yeah, China probably wants peaceful reunification. It'd be a real dangerous take if they were to engage Taiwan militarily. Yeah, that's not Marco Rubio. He's Marco Rubio now. Yeah, also, you know, this Chinese militarism needs to end, dude. Why is China existing so close to our military bases? Have you ever noticed how fucked up it is that this country exists so close to all of our fucking military bases, which we of course have a God-given right to put all around China? Obviously, that's normal. Military bases all around a foreign adversary is normal. Them feeling bad about that or feeling, worried about that, abnormal. It's fucking bullshit. The left can be so fucking annoying, but annoyance won't make me take the eyes off the goal of being mature enough. That is an adult feature people need to get with. Yeah. If you find yourself being outflanked by Marco Rubio, newly minted Chinese man, Marco Rubio, then you got to really reconsider your worldview.
A lot of their oil there, and they'd like to keep doing that.
Trump, who brought along with him over a dozen top American business leaders, also touting what he claims are, quote, fantastic trade deals, saying China will be buying American soybeans and 200 Boeing planes. But the Chinese have not confirmed these commitments.
He said, I think it was a commitment. I mean,
holy shit, it's the same with Iran. What's going on? What's happening? There are countries all around the world that have a different way of seeing the world than we do. This obviously must not go on. What's going on? Countries like Iran happen to exist so close to our military bases. Well, everyone knows that our military bases are defending principled democracy, the principles of liberalism that our founding fathers fought long and hard for. What's going on? Why are these countries so close to our military bases? What do they want from us? What do they want to do to our military bases? What are these countries wearing? Should they be bombed now or should they be bombed tomorrow?
it was sort of like a statement, but I think it was a commitment. It's a great thing. It's a lot of jobs.
Throughout the trip, Trump laying on the flattery.
You're a great leader. I say it to everybody. You're a great leader. I say it. Sometimes people don't like me saying it, but I say it anyway because it's true.
President Xi striking a more serious tone.
双方合则两利.
When our two sides cooperate, both benefit, he said. When we confront each other, both suffer. China and the United States should be partners instead of rivals. But according to Chinese state media, behind closed doors, Xi delivered a stark warning to the American president. Do not interfere in China's efforts to take over Taiwan, threatening if handled improperly, the two countries will clash or even come into conflict. Taiwan is an independent democracy, but China says it belongs to them, threatening to take it by force if necessary. This morning, the White House says their position is unchanged.
Now, we do expect to see these two leaders together again soon. President Trump inviting President Xi to visit the White House at the end of September, and Xi is about to welcome another big visitor here to Beijing, Vladimir Putin. Rebecca?
Yeah, more to come there, and our biggest trading partner, one of them. Mary, thank you.
这叫静谷，就一个很安静的一个山谷。当年皇帝的椅子。你看看这棵树，这是一个两棵树连在一起了。
Dude, this stuff is so awesome. Watching him, what he said here is so funny. He's like a jealous lover, okay? Where he'll be like, do you bring other leaders here? Do you kiss them? Do you kiss them in the mouth? Or is it just me? Tell me it's just for me, Xi. Say it's just for Xi. Those two trees is just like you and I. You know Trump ain't retaining any of this info? No, he is. This is the most presidential he's ever been.
这100多年前的一棵树。
It's a history of over 100 years.
100年嘛，哦。
不止啦，不止100多年。200。
非常不
Close to 200.
非常不一般的。
我告诉你，这边的树全部是在200-300年以上，那边还有一棵400多年的。
All the trees here are around 200 to 300 years old, and the big one just behind.
那棵粗一点是400。
400 years old.
They live that long in these trees.
是的，还有1000年的树。
And there are trees.
在其他的。
He's laughing. He's like, yes, of course there are trees that are hundreds of years old, man. That's just not even a China-specific thing. That's just a tree-specific fact. Okay? Yes, trees do live that long. Even in the United States of America, as a matter of fact. He literally laughed. He's like, yes. Wow. Even in China, they got trees that have been around for thousands of years. Can you believe it? It's so funny. What a trip. Yeah, this is a big deal, by the way. Zhongnanhai is obviously where Chinese leadership works, right? This is where he lives, this is where he works. It's a big deal to have the American president there, especially after the United States of America once again showed that it has no respect for international law and no respect for rules of combat, norms that have been followed since before there were nation states, right? When Trump went in and fucking kidnapped the sovereign leader of a sovereign nation state, Venezuela, from his home, that was obviously a big deal. I believe that, I'm sure the Chinese saw that and did not appreciate that. And then when the United States of America and Israel killed the head of state, the Ayatollah Khamenei, that was also a big deal. Ali Khamenei, that was another violation of all norms internationally. So the fact that they are still letting him into this place is pretty crazy. Yeah, after Trump showed great interest in the garden, she offered to send him rose seeds from the... this was great. Here, look. This is fucking awesome. It's genuinely hilarious how Trump how eager Trump is to feel like he's treated special by China. There's a Chinese saying, Peng Sha, literally kill with praise, and normally something you do to someone. Trump might be the first leader who actively requests it. Yeah, he literally asks, ask the president, other prime ministers and presidents, does he bring them here? Can you tell me I'm special? Can you tell me I'm special?
Yes.
Other from other countries, presidents and prime ministers, does he bring them?
很少。这个地方我们首先以前外事活动不在这里，后来有外事活动以后极少有动去。
In the past, we never had.
Wow, he loves it. He said, yo, we had Putin in here. Oh, he's like, that's great. Me and Putin kissing. Oh, this was awesome. This was a classic, dude. Just two besties, by the way. He fucking loved Shinzo Abe. Okay. Rest in peace to the GOAT.
你看这个280年，清乾隆年280年，这摸一摸，这都是很好。150年。
Wow. That's great. I'll touch it. That's great. I love touching. I love grabbing the trees. But the one thing I want to touch is not just your hand, but your heart. She, will you let me touch your heart? Why can't we kiss under the... Why can't we kiss under the 280-year-old tree from the Qianlong era in the Qianlong era from the Qing dynasty? Why can't we kiss under the tree? It's 280 years, but my love for you is stronger than the bonds that this tree has with God's green earth.
So they live
150年。
It's pretty old. It's getting pretty old for a tree. Nice.
It's getting pretty old for a tree. It's getting up there. Wow. Oh, he's so fucking stupid. He is the perfect representative for our stupid ass country. I'm sorry. There is perhaps no better representative of American lack of curiosity, American exceptionalism than Donald Trump.
Nice place. I like it. I like this place.
所有这里的展现的这种生命啊，展现的这种历史啊，让我们站在这里啊，我们都很生活。
Yeah,
So
also,
he's here,
obviously,
Air
the U.S.
Force.
delegation got a shit ton of gifts from the Chinese delegation, and they dumped all of it. Before boarding Air Force One to leave Beijing, the entire U.S. delegation dumped every item given to them by the Chinese host, gifts, badges, pins, commemorative items, and trash bins on site. See, I don't do that, okay? They have no respect. Obviously, it's protocol, though. I do understand why you would do that. This is the one time where it's somewhat understandable. Come on, man. Like, of course you're going to do that. The assumption is going to be that there's hearing devices or stuff like that. That's the reason why they do it. But they should have just given it to me instead. I'll take it. Nothing of Chinese origin got on the plane. The delegation had already left personal devices at home and used clean burner phones throughout the trip.
One is wheels down, and Donald Trump has landed for a meeting most important. On trade, on technology, on the war in Iran, avoiding a war over Taiwan. There is much to discuss with Xi Jinping. Trump, he traveled with US business in tow, a Team America of superstar CEOs. On social media, he said he'd be asking his Chinese host to open up his country so they could work their magic. It's an olive branch from a president who waved a big stick on China.
China.
China is on the march.
Having a little squabble with China because we've been treated very unfairly. China needs us.
Xi Jinping doesn't need to worry about the next news cycle. He will play the long and strategic game. Both might want a more stable relationship, but real trust in the context of the systems that divide them, well, that might never be possible.
Side by side, superpowers together again for a meeting super important. Behind the US political lineup were the tech bros that Donald Trump brought on tour. Elon Musk on video duty. For Donald Trump, the treatment was VIP from the man he styles a BFF.
You're a great leader. I say it to everybody. You're a great leader. Sometimes people don't like me saying it, but I say it anyway because it's true. I always say the truth. But it's an honor to be with you. It's an honor to be your friend.
Look, they didn't hold back on sort of the pomp, the ceremony, and look, I'm sure you and everyone else noticed just the attention to detail. Even the music was timed perfectly with the steps between the car and the handshakes. And then they came round and they inspected the soldiers, but we said, didn't we, that Trump was maybe walking a bit too quickly.
That's right. I was interested in the location, actually, Tiananmen Square in 1989.
Do you think after visiting there, Trump was staring out the window of the plane melancholically? Absolutely. 100%. 100%. It's like, nobody understands me like she understands me.
There was a massacre there, and Trump would have driven down the very street, Chang'an Avenue, the very one where Tank Man stood with his plastic bag. So a haunted history, but I suppose this is very much about the present. And I think that ceremony flattered Trump. I think the Chinese have watched and learned how to operate with the US president. He was full of flattery. We heard it there. That liberal, lyrical hype, talking about the great relationship. I mean, for me, the body language, there was no hug, firm handshake, which I suppose was a reminder that this is a strictly business trip.
Xi Jinping is a difficult man to read. I think on balance, he's pleased. I think he's on balance enjoying this, pleased to have him there. And I think that was reflected in some of the opening words as well.
We should be partners, not rivals. We should help each other succeed and prosper together and find the right way for major countries to get along well with each other in the new era.
The Xi-Trump show rolled on to Beijing's Temple of Heaven when news broke of the negotiations they'd left behind. A Chinese readout showed that Xi had talked Taiwan and had talked tough. Amidst questions over whether America would defend the island from Chinese attack, Beijing's readout of the meeting quoted Xi as saying, handled well, the two countries can maintain stability. If handled poorly, the two countries will collide or even clash, putting the entire US-China relationship in an extremely dangerous situation. It was pointed, threatening language, delivered face to face. It is a touchy subject, and it showed.
How were your talks, sir?
It's great.
Did you talk about Taiwan,
great place.
Mr. President?
Incredible. China's beautiful.
Did you talk about Taiwan, Mr. President?
Son of a bitch. He's like, I love his face. Bro, I love his face at that moment. He's like, you fucking piece of shit. Oh, just fucking mogged. This is a mogged edit moment right there where it's fucking awesome. Here. Unbelievable aura loss in front of his new best friend. Unbelievable aura loss in front of the dear leader Xi Jinping.
我在北京。
老天保佑金山银山前路远大，老天教唆别管江湖路苦。
I have so much respect for the American people, so when I say this, I'm specifically talking about this curly fry of a human. He is just not that into you. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. He's never taken anybody else to this garden. Just me and Pootie. Just me and Pootie. Two besties. Two besties. I love him and he loves me.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. President, did you talk about Taiwan?
President Xi said there was a risk of conflict with the US.
I think if she told Trump that Taiwan gets their electricity from China and said they were ungrateful for all our help, Trump would be all for the reunification. They treat me unfair. The EU treats me so unfairly. And guess what? She told me, he's my best friend. He told me that Taiwan has been treating mainland China very unfairly. Very unfairly. We're going to put an end to that.
Over Taiwan.
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. I think we'll be fine. He doesn't want to see a war.
What about the arms sales to Taiwan?
I'll make a determination over the next fairly short period.
You're not necessarily going to go ahead. It was your proposal.
I'm going to make a determination. I'm going to see. I have to speak to the person that right now is, you know who he is, that's running Taiwan.
And that is so interesting because that is simultaneously quite careful, but also quite loose language. It appears that he is saying that I'm going to need to talk to the president of Taiwan, Lai Ching-te. Now, that's complicated because theoretically, the US doesn't officially recognize Taiwan as an independent state, and any sense that they would be talking leader to leader would absolutely infuriate the Chinese. But he was quite careful not to directly say, I'm going to speak to the president of Taiwan. So look, some real sort of murkiness about whether that all-important arms deal will go through.
Please welcome President Xi Jinping and President Donald J. Trump.
Talks and tours ended with a state banquet.
This region and the world is a special world with the two of us united and together.
America has a one China policy. They just don't tell you which China law. No, they do. They do tell you. They tell you it's mainland China. It's not, you know.
United States are both great peoples. Achieving the great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation and making America great again can go hand in hand. We can help each other succeed and advance the well-being of the whole world.
The US said both sides agreed common ground on Iran, that the Strait of Hormuz should remain open, and that China was opposed to its militarization and the charging of tolls. It sounds like the support Trump wanted. How far China leans on its friends in Tehran will be the test. On trade, the Americans said they discussed ways to enhance economic cooperation and expand US access to Chinese markets. It's summit speak to signal progress, albeit slow and short on detail.
It feels that Donald Trump really stayed on script and on message there. And I think although neither of the leaders really said anything to reflect the vast differences that exist between them and the vast difficulties and the many thorny issues that I'm sure were discussed over the bilateral table. I think it's interesting that both of them chose to focus on what unites them. They chose to focus on the kind of the grand responsibility of managing that relationship.
I love that.
I'm sorry, but the sunlight is not doing you any favors, my man. Unbelievable. This lighting is making him so much more bald than he actually is.
Focus on the kind of the grand responsibility of managing that relationship.
I love that. That's great.
In the end, for all the images of collaboration, I think both were keen to show the world they were willing to work together. When it came to the difficult geopolitical challenges they face in the Middle East and the Taiwan Strait, there was a real sense that they were talking at each other rather than with each other. So different was the emphasis in the official communications. But in a way, that points to the bigger picture, the context that a two-day summit was never really going to change. These are two rival superpowers. They are on a more equal footing than perhaps they have ever been. They both want to bend the world to their will, and they are both content.
Yeah. Trump discourages Taiwan from going independent, says he's not looking to travel 9,500 miles to fight a war. Yeah, no, Democrats should definitely warmonger in this situation. I think that'll be the smart choice. Once again, when Trump moves in the direction of isolationism, and the answer to that from the Democratic Party is, no, we have to do NATO. We have to do liberal interventionism. Okay, NATO Atlanticism. We have to bring it back. It's unbelievably stupid. Okay? Democrats should just literally go, great. Hopefully you can hold strong on this position. It's okay. Democrats concede on unbelievably right-wing framing all the fucking time to Donald Trump. They concede when it comes to the idea that immigrants constitute a national security threat, but they never concede when it comes to something that Trump is saying that is actually fucking good. Okay? It's good. It's smart. The U.S. can't afford to deal with housing. Bernie went on Ms. Welch. Oh, sorry. That's the Aura edit.
With the only other power that might be able to stop them. For America, at least, that is a new reality. And maybe, just maybe, the power dynamic has shifted.
There you go, wheels up for Air Force One at Beijing International Airport. Donald Trump's two-day trip comes to an end as he heads back to Washington, D.C. It has been a trip most important for the U.S. president, re-engaging with the Chinese. Two superpowers shaping a new relationship. On what terms? That would be the question. The headlines are all about cooperation, partnership in mutual respect. But make no mistake, this is a relationship that's wrapped in suspicion.
A couple of years ago, when President Biden met him in San Francisco, he was asked if he thought President Xi was a dictator. Do you think President Xi is a dictator?
No, but I think that President Biden was an incompetent president.
Oh, he won't say it. He won't say it. Dodged. He said, keep my wife's name out of your mouth. Yeah, he fucking, bro, that's, he literally, oh God, he's such an interesting guy. I fucking hate him so much. But like, there are so many different versions of evil in American politics that like, there are these unique moments where Donald Trump comes across as the heterodox thinker that is genuinely more appealing to the masses, where he's just like, I don't care. There's plenty of bad guys. We do bad things too. This is his we have killers too moment. If you remember when Trump was doing a Fox News interview, I forget with who, in 2015 or 2016, and he was asked about Vladimir Putin. And he was like, well, don't you think Vladimir Putin is like a ruthless autocrat? He's a brutal guy. They've done brutal things. And it was with Bill O'Reilly. Yeah. And he went, we have killers too. Don't you think we have killers too? You think we're not brutal? And that is one of those moments where Trump comes out and just says something that clicks with a lot of people, right? It clicks with a lot of regular people. It literally triggers the liberal intelligentsia in an insane way, because they go, this is against all norms. You are not supposed to say that at all. But the average person hears Donald Trump go, you think we're so innocent? Right? You think we're so innocent? And the average person goes, yeah, you know, he's kind of right. That is what was so fascinating about Donald Trump. His tendency to say things that many people intuitively have the capacity to comprehend, but things that liberal intelligentsia never says, okay? Both on the Democratic Party side and certainly on the Republican Party side. It usually had a tendency to cut away from the noise that you're used to hearing. Okay? And he's doing that here, where he's like, why would you make me do this? Why would you make me do this? Why would I say it?
He gave us the Iran nuclear deal, which allowed Iran to have a nuclear weapon within a matter of years from the time they said, I terminated it. If I didn't terminate that, Iran would have a nuclear weapon, and they would have used it within probably 2 years.
And make no mistake, make no mistake. When Trump, make no mistake, when Trump also has like moments of brutal honesty, he can be very vicious as well. Like when he says, you know, what's the difference? Like he had a moment where he had a really honest moment also in the 2016 primaries where he was like, he was asked, like, would you punish women for getting abortions? And he was like, yeah, I would. And from his perspective, he was like, what's the difference? Yeah, of course we're punishing women for getting abortions anyway. Like he didn't realize that the appropriate way to communicate around that issue, the appropriate way to dance around that issue is to say like, oh, of course not. We should be punishing the killer doctors, right? Like they're the ones who are doing the baby murder, not the innocent poor women. And obviously a lot of people yelled at him for that, but that was the point. And then sometimes that viciousness is, of course, that viciousness causes him to say the quiet part out loud, like with Gaza, where he's like, yeah, of course, we're gonna take all the real estate in Gaza. It's beautiful real estate. It should be ours. We should manage it. Like he's saying the quiet part out loud in that situation as well. That's the ultimate goal, right? He doesn't do the intellectual varnish. He doesn't add the intellectual patina that you hear. Dude, stop sending me the Ethan Levins 2 tweet, okay? Yes, he fucking drank alcohol. It's a disgrace, okay? It doesn't matter. Who gives a fuck? Okay? Jesus Christ. I don't think he even drank alcohol. It was probably apple juice, okay? Calm down. This is not like a big break-off point from the Republican movement and Donald Trump, okay?
Go in with the B-2 bombers 9 months ago.
Yeah, he will call Maduro a dictator because he doesn't respect him and knows that their power is inferior to the U.S. It's different with China. He wants something from Xi. He isn't dumb to call him a dictator. Exactly.
Have a nuclear weapon and nobody would be able to talk to him. By the way, they would have used it already.
But do you think President Xi is a dictator or not?
I don't think about it. Right. He's the ruler. He's the president of China. I don't think about it. You deal with what you have. I respect him. He's very smart. Loves his country. I respect him. Whether he's a dictator, that's for you to figure out. Yeah.
Can I ask you about Taiwan? What did President Xi say to you about Taiwan? And what did President Xi say to you about Taiwan? And are you still going to approve the arms sale?
So, President Xi and I talked a lot about Taiwan. He thinks they cannot have anything to do with what they're doing. I mean, he's against very much what they're doing. We talked about Taiwan, we talked about Iran a lot, and I think we have a very good understanding with both. On Taiwan, he does not want to see a fight for independence because that would be a very strong confrontation, and I heard him out.
Are you going to change your wording?
No, I didn't make a comment on it. I heard him out. I have a lot of respect for him. On Iran, it's very interesting. He feels strongly they can't have a nuclear weapon. He said that very strongly. They cannot have a nuclear weapon, and he wants them to open up the strait. But as he said, they closed it, and then you closed them with a smile. And it's true. We control the strait, and they've done no business. Literally, they've done no business in the last 2.5 weeks, which is approximately $500 million a day. So we have.
Trump was about to say what she said. Taiwan cannot have anything to do with a nuclear weapon. What if that's what works? What if that's what works with Trump and Americans broadly? He's like, she told me Taiwan is days away from having a nuclear weapon. And I understood exactly what he meant. And I thought to myself, we should join this fight with you. Beautiful she. We should blow up Taiwan. Taiwan is going to have a nuclear weapon. And we can't let Taiwan have a nuclear weapon, just like Iran. The Democrats want Taiwan to have a nuclear arsenal. We must stop Taiwan. We must stop Taiwan. Taiwan is a break-off province. It is a part of one China, which I love, a beautiful China, a singular China. We must not let this breakaway province receive nuclear weapons. We must put an end. This is why I'm giving one of our aircraft carriers to Xi Jinping to strike Taiwan hard and make sure that they will never develop nuclear weapons ever again.
Anything to do with what they're doing. I mean, he's against very much what they're doing. We talked about Taiwan, we talked about Iran a lot, and I think we have a very good understanding with both. On Taiwan, he does not want to see a fight for independence because that would be a very strong confrontation, and I heard him out.
Are you going to change your wording?
No, I didn't make a comment on it. I heard him out. I have a lot of respect for him. On Iran, it's very interesting. He feels strongly they can't have a nuclear weapon. He said that very strongly. They cannot have a nuclear weapon, and he wants them to open up the strait. But as he said, they closed it, and then you closed them with a smile. And it's true. We control the strait, and they've done no business. Literally, they've done no business in the last 2.5 weeks, which is approximately $500 million a day. So we have, we're doing very well on all fronts.
Consider lifting the sanctions on Chinese oil companies that buy Iranian oil?
Well, we talked about that, and I'm going to make a decision over the next few days. We did talk about that.
Do you think Xi felt stronger in his dealings with you than he did the last time that you
great
went to
relationship last time until COVID came along? I blame them for that. I said it was Wuhan, and I was right. And look, that was a strain on everybody, COVID, and so it affected our relationship at the time. But we always had a great relationship before that and after that, and now it's as strong as ever. I mean, I went over to where he lives, which is something that rarely happens. Were you there? I don't know.
Yeah, it was beautiful.
It was amazing. I mean, people have never seen it before. It's amazing, actually. We had lunch. We have a great understanding.
You don't think he feels
it's a very positive thing to have these two nations getting along.
Mr. President, on Taiwan again, you said you were going to check with the president of...
They fucked for sure. Oh, yeah. Nasty business, dude. Back walls blown out. Sexual style.
Taiwan.
But the 1982 assurances that President Reagan gave said the United States would not consult with China on arms sales to Taiwan. It sounds to me like you have consulted with China.
I think 1982 is a long way.
It was?
That's a big far distance away.
You dispensed with that?
No, I didn't say anything about it. But certainly, he brought that up. He talked about that to me, obviously. So what am I going to do? Say I don't want to talk to you about it? Because I have an agreement that was signed in 1982. No, we discussed arms sales too.
And what's his request?
We discussed to Taiwan, the whole thing with the arms sales. It was in great detail, actually. And I'll be making decisions.
What was his request?
But, I think the last thing we need right now is a war that's 9,500 miles away. I think that's the last thing we need. We're doing very well.
Would the U.S. defend Taiwan if it came to it?
I don't want to say it. I'm not going to say that. There's only one person that knows that. You know who it is? Me. I'm the only person. That question was asked to me today by President Xi.
We'll see where this goes. Did you miss that? 1982 is a long time ago. Not discussing weapons to Taiwan with China. I think he might cut off arms sales to Taiwan, which is pretty crazy.
But certainly, he brought that up. He talked about that to me, obviously. So what am I going to do? Say I don't want to talk to you about it because I have an agreement that was signed in 1982. No, we discussed arms sales too.
And what's his request?
We discussed to Taiwan, the whole thing with the arms sales. It was in great detail, actually. And I'll be making decisions.
What was his request?
But, I think the last thing we need right now is a war that's 9,500 miles away. I think that's...
I mean, that right there is like, it does remind me of only Nixon can go to China as a statement. Only Trump has the capacity to just be like, yeah, I think it's kind of stupid to fucking try to wage war with a massive nuclear armed adversary that is responsible for 30% of our trade, Like, I'm thinking of Barack Obama saying something like this, which is true. This is a normal statement to have, okay? It's a normal statement to make. Trump is very good at communicating these opinions. He's very good at just being like, he's very good at posturing an isolationist framework, even if he doesn't follow through on it. But if it was like Barack Obama who said it, right, he'd come across like,
and pussy too.
Like, he would come across as though he's out of his goddamn mind. People would just fucking rip him to shreds and be like, how dare you? What the fuck do you mean we're not going to keep arming Taiwan? What do you want? Every Taiwanese person to be fucking ruthlessly slaughtered by the People's Liberation Army? Is that what you fucking want? Whereas Trump could just be like, why are we going to war with a massive country? Doesn't make any sense. Why are we going to war 9,500 miles away?
Last thing we need. We're doing very well.
Would the U.S. defend Taiwan if it came to it?
I don't want to say it. I'm not going to say that. There's only one person that knows that. You know who it is? Me. I'm the only person. That question was asked to me today by President Xi.
Too much Trump glaze, man. I mean, look, the reason why I'm saying this is because while I don't trust Trump to follow this as a serious commitment, it's important to understand what moves and shakes Donald Trump. Okay? It is incredibly important. It is incredibly important to understand what motivates him. It's incredibly important to understand what the differential factor here is with the reverence that he has for China and why he's saying these sorts of things. Because Trump will always hit certain lines that liberals hit in perpetuity when it comes to foreign policy. Israel is a very valuable ally. We have to do whatever we can to defend Israel's interests. We're going to wage war with Iran at the behest of Israel. These are things that he has openly fucking said. And it's important to understand like what motivates him in those moments and why he's treating why he's treating Xi differently. Hasan can't stop laughing seeing a Chuan behave so well in China. He's been wild for 10 years and finally acts presidential in China. Don't you get it? When the environment is safe, there's no madness because there's no need for random movements to dodge bullets. You can be the top clown among clowns, but you can't be the clown among top players. The intricate and solemn ceremony itself is a massive behavioral constraint. In the early Han Dynasty, the lords of Pei County were shouting and making noise in the court without restraint, even drawing swords and striking pillars. But after Shushun Tong established court etiquette, all officials became reverent and awestruck. Liu Bang said, "Only today do I realize the dignity of an emperor. China has refined the system for rights for 3,000 to 4,000 years. Handling politicians from emerging nations is effortless." You mean there's something dirty in the White House? Has a ghost stolen his soul? It's time to invite an expert. Traditional Chinese medicine is still potent. Donald Trump to Eastern great power, respect. Donald Trump to other countries, y'all got no cards to play. Donald Trump is in the business of recognizing America's capabilities to a certain degree, even though he obviously can still be motivated by foreign countries like Israel, right? But he's in the business of like maintaining American dominance, maintaining American hegemony to the best of his ability. And I think he realizes that this is just not fucking working, you know?
Talk about that.
He asked you today. He asked you if you would send troops, if you would defend.
He asked me if I defend them. I said, I don't talk about that.
You told him that?
I don't talk
Did you talk to him about the cyber attacks that he's done in the United States or the MSS has done?
I did, and he talked about attacks that we did in China. You know, what they do, we do too. It's like...
Yeah. He's like, yeah, we do it too. They do it to us. We do it to them. It's crazy to fucking hear Donald Trump say things that I've said in the past that draws so much anger and resentment from the average American. And now liberals, of course, will continue with their anger and resentment. Whereas Republicans might be more understanding of where I'm coming from, I guess. Who knows? We'll see.
The spying, they're talking about, the spying. I said, well,
the spying
we do it too.
The infrastructure.
Look, no, I'm talking about spying. The question was asked to me yesterday, I guess, what about the fact that China's spying in the United States? I said, well, it's one of those things because we spy like hell on them too. So,
what about the fact that China is putting in the U.S. infrastructure code that they could use if you ever decided to come to the
Well, you don't know that. I mean, I'd like to see it, but it's very possible.
I mean, this is also very correct. Trump will inevitably flip on everything he said during this trip as soon as China hawks get his ear, possibly the most malleable guy ever. I mean, I don't know. The reason why I say I don't know about that is because she does have him digmatized a little bit. You're right, chatter. There are certain places, there are certain moments where he'll put his foot down. Like he does this with Vladimir Putin too. So, who knows? He's susceptible to flattery, yes, but you know what he's also, he also respects? Power. And it is very obvious that a guy who has postured against China in ways that are far more consequential, far worse than like the average China hawk. It's not just the peer-to-peer relationship that he has with Xi Jinping. I think it's a recognition of China's strength that Donald Trump is in terms with. Like, I mean, he's coming to terms with. Sorry, I can't even talk. And this is part of the reason why I think he might be more resistant to people that try to agitate against China. But who knows? We'll see.
That they do, and we're doing things to them. I told them we do a lot of stuff to you that you don't know about, and you're doing things to us that we probably do know about. But we do plenty. It's a double-edged sword.
So again, on President Xi, Mr. President, did President Xi make any firm commitment to put pressure on the Iranians to reopen the Strait of Hormuz?
I'm not asking for any favors, because when you ask for favors, you have to do favors in return. We don't need favors. We've wiped out their armed forces, essentially. We may have to do a little cleanup work because we had a little month.
Why the fuck does Trump have this capacity for self-criticism when it comes to things like Russia or China, but not for Iran? Because he thought, well, two reasons. One, Israel. He is unbelievably pro-Israel, right? Money, compromise, I don't know. Boomer philo-Semitism, that could be part of it. You know, he might think like, you know, Jews have incredible espionage powers, magic money powers, right? That sort of thing that he might believe. But with Iran, I think he bit off more than he could chew. So now he's kind of stuck because it's a middle power that's like embarrassed him, humiliated him, right? So there is that. Do you see what I mean? There is this there's this miscalculation. He thought Iran did not have the capabilities because he listened to the Israeli side far too much. He thought Iran did not have the capabilities to withstand an American attack, an Israeli and American attack. I think if he recognized the amount of control that Iran could enforce ahead of time, he probably would have dealt with it differently. But it's very clear that he thought the Iran situation was going to be identical to Venezuela. He thought he could just go in, kill the leadership, new leadership comes in, much more pliant. And now he's just stuck in this bind with Iran. So he has to consistently posture. As though he has some kind of leverage in this deal.
Ceasefire, I guess you'd call it, but we have a blockade that's so effective. That's why we did the ceasefire. We really did the ceasefire at the request of other nations. I wouldn't have really been in favor of it, but we did it as a favor to Pakistan, who are terrific people, the Field Marshal and the Prime Minister. But
this is a lib take, but I really just want to be able to analyze politics without considering the petty lifelong grievances and attitudes of an 80-year-old closet case. Yeah, but if you think that that's like Donald Trump alone on that, you're wrong, right? I mean, why the fuck do we still have resentment towards Cuba? You know, that's literally boomer grievances. So in some instances, I would go so far as to say that a lot of American foreign policy beyond, you know, material, beyond the material assessments of like why we must dominate other countries and turn them into colonies and extract their natural resources can sometimes be as simple as boomer grievances, boomer warhawk grievances, boomer ideological grievances. So, yeah.
No, I mean, President Xi and I agree on many things, and we agree very much on trade. We're going to be doing a lot of trading. Our farmers are going to be taking in. I mean, our farmers are going to be very happy with the deal we made.
Is your instinct that he will put pressure, that he will try and get them to do more?
Ask him to put pressure because, you know, I don't need favors. I think he will. I think automatically he'd like to see it opened up. He gets about 40% of his energy or his oil from that.
This is very funny. Taiwan released a statement in response to Trump comments. Taiwan responded to President Trump's hesitation Friday to back a U.S. arms sale to the island following 2 days of meetings with Chinese President Xi Jinping. The island's foreign affairs ministry emphasized that the U.S.'s longstanding and consistent policy towards Taiwan in a statement released Friday morning. Regards to arms sales to Taiwan, this is not only a security commitment to Taiwan explicitly stated in the Taiwan Relations Act, but also a joint deterrent against regional threats, the ministry said. Taiwan appreciates President Trump's continued support for cross-strait security since his first term, with the previous announced arms sales reaching a record high, the statement continued. He's going to get so mad. He's going to be like, shut the fuck up. They're going to piss off Trump. Trump's going to be like, wait a minute, what? Why are you revealing that we did record high arms sales? You stop it now. Close cooperation between Taiwan and the U.S. has always been the cornerstone of peace across the Taiwan Strait. The Trump administration faced bipartisan pressure from Congress to follow through on a $14 billion arms deal to the island, a move opposed by the Chinese government. A group of 8 Republican and Democratic senators urged Trump in a Monday letter to move forward with the sale. The president told reporters Friday that he and the Chinese leader talked a lot about Taiwan. Xi's government refused to recognize Taiwan's independence, claiming it's part of China. Someone should tell the people at the Hill that that's the American State Department's position as well. That's literally this is what's so fucking frustrating about this conversation is that the media will just straight up be like, whoa, why doesn't China recognize Taiwanese independence? Bitch, why doesn't America recognize Taiwanese independence? Perhaps there's a important question to ask there. Yeah, why does Taiwan not recognize its own independence? What are we doing? I hate having this conversation with people who literally don't know basic facts about this relationship between China, the United States of America, and also Taiwan. Trump must not sell out Taiwan, period. Jason Smith says, Chuck, it's the policy of our country to acknowledge that there is one China and Taiwan is part of China. If you are not familiar with our laws, please consider taking some courses at your local junior college. Only about 15% of Taiwanese citizens want to declare independence. I know the polls better than you do, I promise you. That's actually an increase for the record. As opposed to previous years, but this is not about the democratic wishes of the Taiwanese population, or rather, it is about the democratic wishes of the Taiwanese population, which is status quo. Status quo. Status quo is the overwhelming majority position in Taiwan. Okay? That's it. Yeah, it's gone up from fucking 10%. Okay, but actually why though? Why do countries like China and the US not just say happy trails to places like Taiwan and Puerto Rico? What's the benefit of clinging on? Well, with Puerto Rico, I think it's just I don't even think it's like a matter of national security for America, like the fear. It's resources, it's money, it's empire. But with Taiwan, it's not like the similarities between Puerto Rico and the United States of America don't exist with Taiwan and China. For Taiwan, it's Chinese nationalism. Okay, it's the idea that this is a breakaway province that was initially designed with a separatist movement that lost the Civil War, and instead of recognizing that they were the same people, they chose to enforce their own wishes, both upon the island of Taiwan, but also certainly around the world until Richard Nixon. China is incredibly aggressive when it comes to any move in the direction of separatism. Most countries would be that way as well, but China takes an exceptionally heavy hand when it comes to anything that it declares as a separatist movement. I don't understand it personally. I understand it from a matter of national security concern, right? Like if the Chinese position literally was, dog, why the fuck would we have a launching pad for a foreign adversary that has literally put missile bases all around? Why the fuck would we allow for a country to basically stop Chinese ships from transiting into the rest of the globe? Because the Taiwan is like the last piece of that puzzle, that belt that stops. If there was ever a blockade, like Taiwan will play a formative role in defending that blockade, stopping Chinese ships from reaching the rest of the world. If the Chinese position on this was, we value the TSMC, we value the industrial output of Taiwan, we also value our national security concerns, and Taiwan obviously is a major problem from that regard, from that perspective, I'd be like, that's an understandable position. But the Chinese position is not just those things. Okay, the Chinese government's position, as a matter of fact, is different than those realpolitik concepts that I'm describing here. The Chinese government's position is those are Chinese people that live there. We are united as one China. This is a remnant of the century of humiliation that we've overcome in every aspect. This is the final piece of the puzzle. We will not allow it to remain a break-off province. That's it. Yeah, it goes a bit further than just the geopolitical calculations, in my opinion. If it was, China could propose a Russian-style demand on Taiwan, which is a non-aligned neutral state. But it does go further than that. They see Taiwan as being separate as the last remnant of humiliation by other countries. Yeah, I think so too. Like, it makes more sense for them to literally say, what the fuck are you talking about? This is an island that's like 100 miles off our coastline. Why would we allow it to become a military base? No country would allow that to happen. This is a massive national security concern. If they said that, that literally makes more sense. Like, liberals would probably be a little bit more understanding from that realpolitik perspective. They don't say that at all. They're like, nope, those are Chinese motherfuckers. Those are our people. Those are our people. We will unite with them. It doesn't matter. And that actually kind of makes sense when you factor in the notion that China has not engaged Taiwan militarily when there have been plenty of moments to do so. There have been plenty of opportune moments to do so when America's hands were busy. Right now is a moment for China to engage Taiwan militarily. This is every single day that goes on. Every single fucking day that goes on. China could have just invaded Taiwan militarily after Russia invaded Ukraine. And then they would have had tremendous. They would have had an opportunity to do so if this was in the cards, if this was their goal. China could have certainly done this after October 7, when America's attention was spread both in Ukraine, but certainly with defending Israel. China could have done it after America started bombing Iran and realized that it had to expend all of its standoff munitions in Iran. There have been a million different instances where China could have done it. And if you think the reason why they've shied away from doing it is because they worry about like American considerations, it's going to be really difficult to defend this on the international stage, they don't give a fuck. No country actually cares about that. No country gives a shit about it. China certainly doesn't care. China only cares about stability, but they also understand that they present a significant amount of power when it comes to international trade, that they can overcome whatever kind of like mean considerations people have. Look at what they've done in Xinjiang. They didn't give a fuck, right? Did they care about international perspectives? Fuck no. They were like, there are separatist movements brewing in Xinjiang. We are going to hit the maximum cruelty. And they destroyed they destroyed what they consider to be a separatist movement in Xinjiang, and they used a tremendous amounts of cruelty to stop it. They did dragnets, they did mass surveillance, they did concentration camps, like re-education camps for a lot of fucking people, right? So guess what? They clearly don't give a fuck about Western perspectives when it comes to dealing with what they consider is a threat to one unified China, right? And to be fair, it's not maximum cruelty in comparison to Israel, obviously, or whatever America does. I'm just saying it's maximum cruelty from my perspective. It's like very cruel and at what China did in Xinjiang, and I think totally unethical. But they did it. They did it, and they didn't give a fuck about what the Western world has to say. And look where we're at now. It's not even brought up in these serious conversations for good reason, because the way it's seen is like, okay, the problem is dealt with. They were very fucking ruthless to the people, but it's still China. We have to deal with them. We have to trade with them, right? Right? It's just a talking point from the perspective of like some China hawks, and that's it. There are no serious mechanisms of enforcement against China. Why? Because it's fucking responsible for 30% of trade in the United States of America. Okay? So the idea that like hypocrisy is a tool that countries care about or use when they deal with the rest of the world is bullshit. Hasan is paid by China. Yeah, China pays me to say what China has done in Xinjiang is unacceptable. That's what they're paying for in terms of propaganda, right? That's what they're paying for, you think? That was a joke. Okay. What is this? Americans have a similar free Tibet attitude? No, they don't. They gave up on that shit a long ass fucking time ago. So no, they do not have that similar attitude at all. Like the CIA gave up on Tibet in like the fucking 50s. You're crazy. There was a brief moment in the 90s, but it's not, you know. Anyway, getting back to the issue at hand. The reason why I brought up Xinjiang and the actions that China took in Xinjiang is to show you that they actually are, you know, very they're very cold with their calculations. When they think something is a necessity, when they want to deal with the separatist movement from their perspective, they will take initiatives that the Western world will understandably criticize, but they don't give a fuck. However, with Taiwan, they haven't done that. Why have they not done that in Taiwan? Why haven't they militarily invaded Taiwan? Well, the consideration here is not because the Western world will get really scared and really upset. Or the reason why they haven't invaded Taiwan is because they're genuinely terrified that they can't take over Taiwan militarily. The reason why they haven't done so in Taiwan is because they think there is a pathway towards peaceful reunification. Okay? That's it. The Chinese perspective on this is we will reunify Taiwan. We will ease the tensions across the strait, but we will inevitably reunify with Taiwan. We can wait it out. Okay? That's it. And a major role here is the understanding. A major role that's playing here is the understanding that the people of Taiwan are Chinese. They're Han Chinese. We're one people, and we will inevitably be united. I mean, China only recently gained the ability to do so. The longer they wait, the better chance they have, and there's a chance of peaceful reunification. Yeah. Especially since Taiwan valuably dramatically decreasing with TSMC going obsolete. Yeah. I mean, it's not going obsolete right now, but I promise you it's beyond microchips. I promise you.
You know, from the strait, we get none. We get none. We don't need it.
Mr. President, on Truth Social, you said that President Xi had made a reference to the decline of the U.S. We didn't hear him say...
China is reducing its reliance on Taiwan in anticipation of potential conflict in the future, just like the U.S. is. But Taiwan is also still too valuable to trade to disrupt. It's just heading in that direction.
That maybe it was something he said in private to you. So what was it, first of all, that he said that prompted you to do this?
What is this? Is there any credence to the comparison between Israel, Palestine, and China and Taiwan? This is truly an honest question as a pro-Palestine advocate. No. The comparison that Mao made was that Israel is America's colonial vestige for the Arabs, and Taiwan is America's Israel against, the Far East, against China. That's a comparison you can fucking make. But beyond that, like... Israel's ambitions, or Israel's ownership over the land known as Israel there's no real historic time and place that you can point to. And also, China currently doesn't militarily occupy Taiwan anyway. Yeah, also Taiwan is pro-Israel, so... Answer my question, please. I just did. What the fuck? Not only is Taiwan pro-Israel, okay, Is China not pro-Israel? No. Not like Taiwan is.
Made a statement. It might not have
Like Taiwan is pro-APAC, dude.
been from him. It was somebody, but they talked about the decline. But he said today, and he said it very publicly, he said the U.S. was declining for the last 4 years. And he said what President Trump has done.
Show me a Taiwanese who wants to be Chinese. God, I don't know why you say that. Do Texans want to be Mexican again? Again, not a comparison that is apt in this circumstance. But Taiwanese people are Chinese. Okay? The distinction is like they're Chinese. They just ethnically are Chinese. Yeah, Taiwan is literally named the Republic of China. Are Pakistanis and Indians the same? Brother, there's a major distinction between the population of Pakistan and India. Like a huge religious distinction, for example. Okay? The broader Indian population. Obviously, there's Muslims that live in India as well. Sometimes it's hard to make comparisons. I mean, they are, in my opinion, there's not many cultural differences ultimately between Pakistani people and Indian people. I mean, there are rather a lot of cultural similarities, not dissimilar to the lack of distinction between Armenians, Turks, Greeks, and everyone else that lives in the fucking region, or Georgians, right? You are baiting out all the dumbasses. Like, there are a lot of similarities between these cultures, okay? There are a lot of similarities between these cultures. There's a lot of similarities within the language. But there are also significant distinctions as well. Many Pakistanis and many Indians were from the other country as well before the partition, just like how many Turks lived in Greece and how many Greeks lived in Turkey. Yes, including my fucking grandparents, literally. Literally my grandparents. So yes.
The last 15, 16 months has been virtually a miracle. He said we have the hottest country anywhere in the world.
She said we have the hottest country. I believed him.
Declining country.
He would never lie to me.
Under Joe Biden, he said we had a seriously declining country, which we did, with people pouring in from all over the world, from prisons and everything else. He said what President Trump has done has been a virtual miracle. It's the hottest country anywhere in the world, and it is, yeah.
President, thank you so much for sitting down. Your first interview, we appreciate it. Wow. They rolled out the red carpet. I have video of when Barack Hussein Obama came to China. There wasn't as much pageantry. Yeah. From your perspective, that welcome, how did you interpret that?
Well, we have a relationship, he and I, and we've been working together a long time. We've gotten along well. When I first came here, China was really taking advantage of the United States. He understands that. And now we do great with China, and we have a very good relationship. We have a friendship, really. He's a tremendous leader. He's been here a long time, very powerful, very strong. There's no doubt about it. And we just have a good relationship. I did actually see other people arrive here that not treated so well, but we were treated very well.
So that was meaningful for you?
Well, I mean, if I got out of a plane and nobody was there to greet me, I would say that wouldn't be so cool, because it's really respect for our country. Our country is respected. Look, we're the hottest country right now anywhere in the world. But he and I know each other well, I think beyond maybe that. But we certainly got a very nice greeting, and today was beautiful.
Mr. President, if there was any meeting that I think I would want to be a part of, I would love to have been in that meeting. Rather than me start with a bunch of questions about this and that, and I do have specific questions, in your own words, how did this meeting go? Because you were there a long time.
It was a long meeting. It started off interestingly because they're very organized people.
And as you know, we have about 30 of the biggest business leaders in the world.
I cleared my throat for him, and he received my throat with grace. Yeah, one of the funniest parts about this was a statement that Xi Jinping made. A statement that in the room, Trump did not understand, but got very frustrated by after someone explained it to him. Okay? The part that was about America's decline as an empire. Lauren Ipsum only, wait, what? 26.9% support maintaining the status quo? That's literally wrong. I don't know what poll you're talking about, but this is an absolute misread of the poll. I think you're being fucking disingenuous. It's 60 plus percent. It's like 69% wants to maintain status quo. Hold on. You got boomed because you sent a link without subscribing. Okay. Yeah, you're fucking wrong. Nice. Yes. And you're absolutely wrong. This is a if you're actually hitting if this is an honest read of a real poll that you saw, then it's probably a totally fucking random poll that Americans and Taiwanese favor the status quo. Majorities of Taiwanese and Americans support the status quo. A majority of Taiwanese, 60%, say Taiwan should maintain the status quo either permanently or for the time being while deciding on independence and unification based on future circumstances, 26%. 27% prefer independence as either as soon as possible at 5% or in the future while maintaining status quo for now, 22%. Finally, 7% of Taiwanese prefer to seek unification either as soon as possible at 1% or in the future while maintaining the status quo for now at 6%. Okay? So while at the end of that bargain, there are more Taiwanese people that want independence, the overwhelming majority say at 60% that they want to maintain the status quo. I don't know why. I don't know why people still fucking hit ridiculous lines. What is this? I think Chatter saw this. Taiwanese preferences of a political future. Yeah, I don't know where this I don't know what this poll is. But it seems to me like an outlier. These come up every stream, so just have it bookmarked at this point. I know. It doesn't matter, though. It literally doesn't matter that I bring this up every fucking day.
An official survey finds over 80% of Taiwanese people would prefer that Taiwan and China's relationship remain basically the same. The survey was commissioned by Taiwan's Mainland Affairs Council, which manages relations with China.
Okay, this is the Taiwan Mainland Affairs Council.
Over 70% of respondents disagreed with the statement that Taiwan is part of China, while around 65% believed China's infiltration into Taiwan has become increasingly serious in recent.
It was 8 months ago. Did you compare Taiwan, the size of New Jersey? Anyway, the KMT also holds the most seats in Taiwan, are trying to soften policy towards China while people in here are, they might not say it, advocating for war between two nuclear superpowers. No, they are doing that. They are doing that. No, they're openly doing that. Straight up. There are politicians in fucking Taiwan that are moving in the direction of better relations with mainland China. And there are Americans, sometimes of Taiwanese descent, or Americans in general that are certainly not Chinese and not of Taiwanese descent at all, that are saying, no, like, what do you mean? You have to bleed for this shit. It's so easy to fucking prime an American with a couple lines about liberty and sovereignty and dignity to get them to literally be like, oh yeah, I don't really give a fuck about what happens. I just want war. I mean, fuck. Also, the KMT leaders went to Beijing and met Xi last month. They just want to hang out and do status quo, man. Yeah, you know what I said about that, by the way? I said, wow, this is interesting. Peaceful reunification might actually happen, okay? How interesting. I wonder if America would allow it to happen. And every single person literally treated this as treasonous, as though I'm like, not abiding by the wishes of the Taiwanese. I want every single person in Taiwan to be killed. No, I think you want every single person in Taiwan to be killed, as long as it helps you feel like America is the most powerful nation on the planet. Yeah, USA #1, baby. That's it.
The biggest everything, I mean, you name it, from chips to planes to everything. And they're all here. I didn't invite them. They all wanted to come. And they're all here. And I suggested that before we start the meeting, I'd like to introduce them to you. And they were surprised because it wasn't scheduled. And they looked around, they said, well, and then, we had everybody. I don't want to go into names because I'll leave some out. But there were a lot of guys.
Tim Cook, Elon,
a lot of people.
Musk.
Yeah, we had everybody.
The head of NVIDIA was
Jensen.
here.
We had just everybody. And men and women, all great business, the best. And they said, okay. And they each spoke a little bit and introduced themselves. And it's interesting because they do business in China. Most of them do business here, but probably like to do more. And I'd like to see them do more. That would be good for trade and trade balance. And they were fantastic. I'll tell you, they really had a good time. Once the Chinese leadership, because it was President Xi and many other leaders, once they got used to the fact that we're a little off schedule here and we're talking about a subject that wasn't even thought about, but they were outside. I said, I think we can get them in 5 minutes, because they were literally, a few minutes away from the room where we were in the Great Hall. We were in the Great Hall. And they came in and they did fantastically well. It was really good. I think he actually said, well, that was very good. That was a good idea. But it was very different from what the schedule had. And then we went on and we talked about a lot of different subjects, and I think it was all good.
Let me ask you this. You always say that you have a very good relationship with President Xi. And you say the same thing about Vladimir Putin.
Yeah.
You're America first.
Yeah.
You seem to always understand he's going to be China first.
Yeah, totally.
And so
he's China first. He wants to make good deals. But having a good relationship is a good thing, not a bad thing. I explain to people, it's great when you have good relationships with very powerful countries, and powerful economically as well as we have the most. I built in my first term the greatest military in the world. We have the greatest military in the world. We proved that with Venezuela. We proved it with Iran. Iran's wiped out militarily. It's just a question of time. And, we gave them a break by stopping a little while. We have a blockade. They have no boats are going in. No boats are even thinking about it. We talked about it today. It's very interesting. But they're impressed. We have a great military. We have the greatest military we've ever had, but we have the greatest military anywhere in the world. I built it in the first term. A little was given away by Biden to Afghanistan. And as much as it was a lot, but it's a very little.
Obliterated.
What we have. We have a country that is respected. Our country 2 years ago, if Biden came here, I don't even think he would get a meeting with President Xi. I don't think they'd even meet with him.
I don't know if
He
he'd be
wouldn't
able
come
to
here.
focus long enough in the
You know
meeting.
what? He wouldn't come here. But assuming he came, I don't know that it'd even have a meeting. It's amazing. Actually, a lot of people, I noticed even with the business leaders, they're the biggest businessmen in the world, and women, a couple of women. And most of them, almost all of them, but most of them never met President Xi. This was the first time they've met him. So they found it exciting. They all performed very well. They all spoke. And I said, it's a little different position for them because they're hot stuff back in our country, but here they are. They're standing in front of this, massive country, the leadership. But they really performed well, I thought.
You have, in the past, described President Xi to me as very tough, all business.
Yeah.
You're not describing the type of business that he normally used to do. Do you think that your relationship has evolved to the point where, he can go along with your spontaneity?
I think he's a warm person, actually, but he's all business. He's, there's no games, there's no talking about how nice the weather is. Oh, let's look at the stars, let's look at the sun. No, he's all business, and that's, I like that. I mean, that's a good thing. No games. I say it about him, and I could say it about some, not as complimentary, frankly, for the most part. But I say about him that if you went to Hollywood and you looked for a leader of China to play a role in a movie,
central casting.
He's central casting. You couldn't find a guy like him. Even his physical features. He's tall, very tall, and especially for this country because they tend to be a little bit shorter. You look at the military. I mean, the military today was incredible. That military marching was incredible. But no, if you went to Hollywood, you wouldn't find you're not going to find a guy to play the role. He's good. And he's I'm going
to be honest, dude. I don't think Trump is going to commit to any of the shit that he's saying here, but it's not bad. Like, it's hard for me to look at what's going on. It's hard for me to look at what's fucking going on here and act like this is like a bad way to go about it. This is a genuine improvement to our previous posture against a country that is responsible for 30% of our trade. Okay? At the end of the day, this is what I care about.
Not war, not war, not war. Just peace, just peace, just peace. Forever, forever, forever. Peace forever. No crazy war. No crazy. No crazy.
No crazy war.
I'll get criticized. They always criticize me when I say good things about certain leaders, and this one. But he's a leader for China.
Where was his energy when he was slamming the tariff button? I think this energy came because he slammed the tariff button. Dude, only time will tell. But judging by his current actions in China, I get the feeling in a couple months he might be talking about Iran this way too. Okay? Because he already hit that button with China. And then it turns out China did have hands, as I told you, right? Because he overestimated American economic power and he thought he could force China to submit. China didn't back down. China actually fought fire with fire for a little bit. Okay? And then look at the way he's talking about China. Give it a couple months. He might be talking about Iran in a similar fashion as well. Because if you remember in the beginning, he was talking a very different game about China. Hasan, you're doing Chinese propaganda when you say we shouldn't go to war with China. I know that's unironically what a lot of liberals' attitudes have been so far. It's unbelievable. There was one guy who was like an OSINT guy who straight up said, Hasan probably got peaceful, that's like a peaceful coexistence from reading too many Chinese think tank newspapers or some shit like that. Where was it? like this. This is what I said. Peaceful coexistence and cooperation. I wonder where I've heard that buzzword before several times a week for years. What a quirky choice of language that seems to be pretty damn revealing. And I said, or I legitimately think that we should peacefully coexist with one of our largest trading partners. This is not exactly a new mentality in international relations. It's a fine mentality. I hope that it can apply to Taiwan, but I do know Beijing MFA blob speak when I see it, and boy, does that phrase sound familiar. As obvious blob speak as calling Venezuela's invasion a limited operation to support a democratic transition and regional stability. It's not. It's not MFA blob speak. It's just literally a normal phrase to deploy here. It's one that is my own personal opinion. He's saying, I'm like repeating verbatim the Chinese government's Chinese intelligence. I'm repeatedly I am saying what the Chinese intelligence wants me to say. That's the implication here, right? That's the argument that he's presenting. And he's using blob speak, which is oftentimes utilized against people like, people in the CIA circles, as though like there is any sort of foothold that MFA has amongst the American intelligentsia. It's an unbelievably, dare I say, hysterically paranoid position to have. What is blob speak supposed to mean? Blob is the foreign intel. Blob here is supposed to imply the NatSec side, okay? National security think tanks, the American foreign policy apparatus. That is what is oftentimes referred to as blob. Okay? I think it was like who initially. Yeah, it's in Washington, D.C., here's the AI overview for you. The blob is a derogatory, affectionate nickname for the bipartisan elite foreign policy establishment. It refers to the entrenched network of government officials, diplomats, military experts, think tanks, scholars, and lobbyists who dominate U.S. foreign policy relations. It was first popularized. It's a Ben Rhodes take. It's first popularized by the Obama administration. It is a term to describe the groupthink within Beltway that favors military intervention. And it's ironic that guy is deploying it towards me, saying this is blob speak for MFA-backed lobbying groups. When in fact, it's me cutting away from the blob, which is the uniparty attitude towards China, which is saber rattling, increased saber rattling. And claiming that it's me getting Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs, MFA Ministry of Foreign Affairs for China, MFA Ministry. God damn, no, it's not multi-factor authentication, and it's not fucking Master of Fine Arts. Ministry of Foreign Affairs for China. Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs.
I know. He's led almost 1.5 billion.
Sometimes I want to quit altogether. God damn. I can't tell if Chad's trying to be fucking funny or they're just like genuinely that stupid. Holy fuck.
People for a long time, and he's respected. It's sort of interesting when the fake news said, he said, they'll say, President Trump said that President Xi was a brilliant leader. That's a terrible thing. What am I going to do? But it's, you saw the response. You saw here's the thing. Those business people are here to make deals and to bring back jobs. They're bringing back massive numbers. China's going to invest hundreds of billions of dollars with those people that were in that room today. That's why they came. It was really an honor. We had just about every major business leader in there.
Yeah, I mean, the list was impressive. There's no doubt about it. So maybe to give people some insight into how you act in these situations. You're representing our country. You're the president of our country. And we get to watch you on a regular basis, something that the media did not get a lot of access to when Joe Biden was president. But we watch you.
Well, he never did it.
Well,
and when he did do it, it was a disaster. Okay, so almost 100% of the time, it was a disaster.
Pretty much.
It was a terrible. It was a terrible thing for our country. You can't be represented like that. Our country was laughed at. 2 years ago, our country was laughed at. We felt like a stupid country. We were scorned. We were mocked. We were taken advantage of in trade and every other way. I mean, look at what happened with Afghanistan. We left all that, billions of dollars of equipment behind. Could have taken it. It was just unbelievable. There's no reason to do that. It's just all of a sudden and leave it. No, we were a country with the highest inflation in history. When they talk about high prices, I inherited the high prices. I'm getting them down. I've got them down incredibly. In fact, if I didn't make the little excursion to the country of Iran, I had to do it. We just hit the highest stock market ever, which, by the way, now we're now higher than we were before the war started. And oil went up very little compared to what most people, even including me, I thought it would go up more. But that was okay for a short period of time because we cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon. They're crazy.
I'm going to get to that.
You can't let them have a nuclear weapon. They would use it. There'd be no Israel. There'd be no Middle East. There'd be no Europe, and they come at us too, because you know why? They're crazy.
I'm going to get back to Iran. Let me go to the media and Donald Trump and then the person and give people insight into the guy that sits in the room across from the leader of China, 1.5 billion people. We watch you almost daily with the media, and I think you enjoy it. You bring them in, they have gaggles, you keep them there for a long period of time. Probably.
It's not that I enjoy it.
You don't enjoy it?
No.
You seem like you do.
Well, every question's a kill. They're always going for the kill. Every question, you see these people with a hatred. I said, you have such hatred when you ask the question. Why? Because I have a strong border? Because I have a good military? Why do you have such hatred? The whole thing is crazy. It's not that I enjoy it. It's that I can get the word out. Because I don't get the word out. I mean, look, Fox is great, and, we have some that are good. But overall, if you read the New York Times, you actually think we're losing or not doing well in Iran. They have no Navy. They have no Air Force. It's gone. It's just a question of time. If we want, we stopped. Could have gone for another few weeks. It would have been over. I did that at the request of a lot of leaders that are friendly with them. It's not going to matter for them. They're finished. Now they can make a deal or they get annihilated. I don't want to do that. Yeah. But we have the greatest military. And, when you...
I'm going to make another comparison between the tariffs faucet that he opened up on Liberation Day and the way that he was communicating about China when he started the Liberation Day shit versus how he talks about China now. Think about that. While the Liberation Day kickoff was taking place, he kept saying over and over again, China's got nothing. We're destroying them. We're destroying their economy. It's over. I don't want to destroy their economy, but I will. Right? That was only a year ago. A lot changed in that year. A lot changed that year when China didn't back away. Right? Trump is like an animal. Sometimes you just have to literally be louder and stronger than the animal to help the animal understand who's the big dog in the room. When Liberation Day failed and he backed away from the maximum tariffs, no, Trump is not an animal. No, he behaves like a fucking animal. These guys all do. So does Israel, for the record. Don't assault animals. No, I'm just saying, like, they have a might makes right, law of the jungle view of the world. It's very clear. When China turned around and said, place, to Donald Trump on the tariff shit, look at the way he's behaving now. Look at the way he talks about China now. Let's be fucking real. Iran is doing the same thing right now. So I genuinely think, regardless of the Israel part of this equation, which is not insignificant, I think that Donald Trump's attitude on Iran and the way he communicates on Iran will shift a lot. They placated the American president with an old tree. It's very important.
When you do news conferences, you're getting the word out that you're not going to read in the New York Times. I mean, I read these things. I see some of your other networks, the way they cover it. They will take a massive military victory and make it like we should have done it faster. The one thing they couldn't complain about was Venezuela because it was over in one day. So we're comparing it to...
So here's my question.
You know, as an example, Vietnam lasted for 19 years, right?
It did.
I think Iraq was 10 years. Thousands and thousands of people killed there. Many, many thousands in Vietnam. And we have, sadly, we've lost, in 2 wars, we've lost 13 people. 13. That's 13 people too many. But we've lost 13 as opposed to 75,000, as opposed to 50,000, as opposed to numbers that are staggering. Think of it. We're 19 years in Vietnam. Every war, we're 4 years, 8 years, 9 years. Iraq was 10 years. We're on all these wars. I've never, like a couple of months, and the Navy's gone. They have 159 ships. Every single one of them is now happily floating or not floating on the bottom of the sea. No, every one. They have no Air Force. They had a nice Air Force. They don't anymore. They have no Air Force. They have no anti-aircraft. Now, they probably have. I mean, we know everything they've done. They built it up a little bit. We'll take it out in one day. It'll all be gone. I hope they're watching because all of their anti-stuff, anything they put up, we know exactly what they put up. You know, they had a little respite. And so they're trying to get a few things together. They have taken some missiles from underground. We know exactly what they're doing. It'll all be gone in one day. Everything they've done for the last 4 weeks will be gone in one day. But when you read some of these horrible papers, if you watch CNN as an example, or that other one, they used to go to MSDNC, now it's MS Now. And they got rid of it because it was such an embarrassment. Gets no ratings. CNN is...
Dumbocrats is bad. He's lost his fastball. I'll say it. It pains me to recognize this, but it's kind of like watching LeBron in the playoffs. You know what I mean? Every now and then there's a turnover and you're like, I've never seen that. I've never seen that from my GOAT.
Just been destroyed.
You were pretty funny the other day. You were in the Oval Office and you go, I think whatever I want to do, I'm going to say the opposite. Then I'll get what I want.
It took me a while,
But by the way, there's probably some...
No, I'm going to announce what I don't want. I'll be able to get it. They'll immediately, I'll say, we will not build a wall. We will not because I built over 1,000 miles of wall. People don't even talk about it. We have the safest southern border in the history of our country. We have the safest border in the world other than North Korea. I tell you, North Korea has a pretty safe border too. They've got 5 fences that are fully electrocuted.
You were at that border.
I saw it. There's never been anyone. There was one person that got through, but he ended up dying about 10 feet as he got through.
All right, thanks for watching. Check out my new podcast.
Yeah, I'd check out your new podcast by being on it, Sean. Why the fuck did you push it back, Sean?
All right, we continue my interview with President Trump for the full hour. Now, of course, this was right after his all-important meeting with President Xi as we continue our interview. Let me go to the issue of trade, tariffs, intellectual property theft. I'm sure, especially with all those big business people you brought in, those are big. Any progress you can report?
Yeah, I mean, it is progress, but I also tell people that, you know, I was on an interview with a very bad, you know, stupid reporter. She works for CBS. You saw that 60 Minutes. Stupid person, just an average person. You could take anybody off the street and it'd be as good as she is, you know, just very average. And she asked me a question.
Yeah.
She's talked about China and this and that they steal this and they steal that. And I said, yeah, we do it to them too. You know, they spy on us. I said, we spy on them too, I guess, you know. So some people thought that was cute. Other people said, you don't have to say that. I said, I sort of do. No, we do things and they do things, and that's the way it is. Now, with that being said, I spoke to him very strongly about that, and I'd like to see it taken care of. But they've been doing that for 50 years. You know,
will we see a change? In other words, will there be an improvement with trade?
Fentanyl is way down coming into the country for two reasons. The borders.
Sean's coming after the white Chinese title. Yeah, I saw this. Oh my God, he's at least 10% more Chinese. Yeah. He's becoming more Chinese by the moment, dude. He wants to be just like me, bro. I mean, let's be real. Could you please check logs? Check this out. When mom find the poop sock, take an hour off. Really reconsider the things that you're doing.
Strong, but it's also down because they're sending less. You know, we taxed them. I gave them a 20% tariff, and because of fentanyl, it was like a penalty. Nobody ever did that. You didn't know that probably. I gave them a 20% tariff because they're sending fentanyl. It's a huge amount of money. I actually said, you know, the tariff is costing you $200 billion, and you make $200 million, much less, a small percentage from the sale. I think from the sale of the fentanyl. And so fentanyl is used for a lot of different reasons, but the bad reason probably outweighs the good. You know, that fentanyl is used for a lot of, you go into fentanyl, it's used for a lot of different things, including operations, et cetera, et cetera. But it's been a disaster. But as you know, I put on a charge of 20%, a tariff of 20%. Nobody else would do that. And we do well with China, and I think we'll both do well. These people really what I'd like to see, China doesn't open the country. It's massive. It would be unbelievable for our companies if they opened it, and I think it would be good for China too.
Any indication they will open?
Well, they're going to open some of it, yeah. They open it in stages. I'd like to just see them open it. But, you know, they guard their country, and he cherishes his country. He wants to take, you know, he wants China.
Is the song going to be coming up on the Dean Obeidallah show? Yes. What is Rep Bonnie? I will be. Damn, we got some Sirius XM boomers in here. We got some Dean Obeidallah heads. I think you guys will like my appearance on it too. I had a really, really good conversation.
To be, you know.
What does he want from you? What does he want?
I did it earlier this morning.
Greatest phrase of all time. But
what does he want from us?
They have a similar.
What does he want from the U.S.?
A lot of things. We talked about a lot of things. Too many things to discuss, but a lot of things. We had a very good meeting, but we want things from them. One thing he agreed to today is going to order 200 jets. That's a big thing. Boeing. 200 big ones. That's a lot of jobs. It's a lot. Boeing wanted 150. He got 200. He said, I think it was a commitment. I mean, you know, sort of like a statement, but I think it was a commitment. It's a great thing. It's a lot of jobs. Boeing's doing a good job. They're catching up. The requests were a lot, and our requests were a lot. We requested for a lot. We have Visa, which is not allowed to trade, and they were there. It was a big company, and other companies are allowed to trade. And I said, what about letting Visa? We had the head of Visa there today, by the way. Visa's a big deal. I said, what about using Visa in China? For some reason, they were blackballed. And maybe that'll come off. So we had a lot of, we were in there for a few hours, right? Long time.
Do you think you made progress? Did you feel like that the give and take?
Sure,
like, well, for example, you're not going to sign this big agreement after hours meeting, but do you feel the foundation was laid for great success?
Better than last time. Last time we signed like 36 deals. This time it's much bigger than that. Talked about soybeans for our farmers. They're going to do a lot of soybeans for our farmers.
They're going to spend a lot of money. They're going to build factories on U.S. soil, soybeans for our farmers. Interesting. Again, another moment, another incredible Trump move, by the way. Just eviscerated soybean production in the country. When China was like, all right, bet, thank you for the Liberation Day. We're now going to buy all of our fucking soybeans from Brazil and Argentina. Coming up on the Dino Badala Show, Rep Body at Hassan the Hun. What just happened with Liz Meal and V. Safar? Spihar. That's right. Chatter just copy-pasted this fucking Sirius XM Blue Sky aggregator, I think.
They're gonna be buying a lot of our farm product, which is great. They have an unlimited appetite, as the expression goes. They can buy as much as they. When you have that many people, they need it, and we have the best product. We're the best, sort of the best of everything, and they'll be doing that. Very farmer to me is very. I must have gotten 95% of the farm vote. And by the way, we just signed the farm bill, or we just approved the farm bill in Congress, which a lot of people thought was not going to happen. The Democrats are against farmers. You believe it? I say, how can they be against? Add that to the men and women sports center. The Democrats are against farmers. Can you believe it? So anyway, they're defective. I came up with a new name. I don't know if I should.
I know which one it is.
Democrat.
Oh God! No, don't do it. Sean Hannity is doing his best here, and it's not working. Sean Hannity, Marco Rubio, and Sean Hannity.
Because they're dumb. They're dumb. It's D-U-M. I got rid of the B. So you're only changing one letter, right? E goes and the U comes. It's a Democrat.
You take up more space in people's heads than any one person on the face of this earth, right? You live rent-free.
I was talking about a guy, Hakeem Jeffries. He's a very low IQ individual. When I talked about him, I said, he's a dumb guy.
Sean
He's a Democrat. And I said, oh, what a great name. So
let me ask you this. The issue, and you've been asked about it, and you've spoken about it, and that is China's support of Iran. How big a discussion was that today?
We discussed it. When you say support, they're not fighting a war with us or anything.
No.
He said he's not going to give military equipment. That's a big statement. He said that today. That's a big statement. He said that strongly. But at the same time, he said, they buy a lot of their oil there, and they'd like to keep doing that. He'd like to see Hormuz Strait opened. I said, well, we didn't stop it. They did it, and then we stopped them. Sort of interesting. He joked. He said, it's sort of, if they stopped it, then you stopped them. But they'd like to see it opened. But they actually closed it. He didn't like the fact that they're charging tolls. I don't know if they are or not. I don't know who would pay them. Where do they put the money? The country's decimated. They're charging tolls. Where's the money going?
Do you think President Xi and China have the ability to influence the Iranians, considering they are one of their biggest customers?
But look, he's not coming in with guns. He's not coming in with rifles. They're not coming in shooting. Somebody said he's been very good. They get a lot of their oil, 40% of their oil from that location. So what has happened, and one thing I think that we're going to make a deal on, they've agreed they want to buy oil from the United States. They're going to go to Texas. We're going to start sending Chinese ships to Texas and to Louisiana and to Alaska. And I think that was another thing that was agreed to. That's a big thing.
What about liquefied natural gas?
It's not that much longer.
Gas too?
Yeah, everything. Energy.
Energy.
That's the one thing they really need. Energy. That's the one thing they have an insatiable appetite for energy, and we have unlimited energy. You know, we've now under me, but we now produce more than if you combine Saudi Arabia and before the war. If you took Saudi Arabia, Russia, put them together, we're doing twice as much oil and gas as they are. Think of that. It's amazing.
Venezuela,
you know what that was?
We're two.
Called drill, baby drill, right?
Oh, well, I mean, when you really think about it, if they have a problem with Iran,
yeah,
and they need the Strait more than we need it open,
we don't need it at all.
We don't need it at all.
We don't need it at all.
Fair enough. So,
well, I mean, you could make the case, you know, like, why are we even? We're doing it to help Israel and to help Saudi Arabia and to help Qatar and UAE and, you know, Kuwait and other countries, Bahrain.
It also helps China.
And we're actually, I told them today, I said, you know, we're helping you. And we're helping you in another way because I don't think China wants Iran to have a nuclear weapon either. I said, they're stone cold crazy. You don't need them having a nuclear weapon either.
What did he say? What did he say?
Well, he's not going to respond too much. He's pretty cool.
Trump's dinner with Bear is now airing on Fox News. Oh, hell yeah. I have a sneaking suspicion Bear got China pilled a little bit.
Big ones, big, beautiful Boeing planes, 200, that's a lot.
They caught him.
With a commitment that
they caught Bear playing ping pong with the locals,
Boeing
dude. And he was apparently whipping ass, too.
Engines, which are great. Yeah, if they do a good job, we could go up to 750.
And that's obviously a lot of investment going back and forth. You know, some Democrats, even some Republicans, had some concerns about Chinese manufacturing on U.S. soil. Is that happening?
Well, if they don't want to pay tariffs, it could happen, just like it's happening with other countries and companies. We have now more money being invested in the United States than any country at any time in the history of the world, including China, which probably is second from about 10 years ago. We have $18 trillion in 11 months, not the 12th month hasn't come in yet, the numbers. We have $18 trillion. If China wants to come in and wants to avoid tariffs, if they build here, for the most part, they're going to be hiring American people. If they want to avoid tariffs, they're going to build in the United States.
Despite concerns about China operating inside the U.S.
Look, we have Japan is building massive Toyota, Honda, all of them. I mean, they're building massive plants all over the country. So if China wants to build for their cars, now, I will tell you, I put 100% tariff on Chinese cars because I didn't want them coming into the country. If you take a look, only because they swamp you. They'll destroy your auto industry. And that's what's happening in Europe. And now they're saying we have to do a little bit like Donald Trump. Europe is being killed. They're being absolutely swamped by hundreds of thousands, millions of Chinese cars, and Mercedes and BMW and Volkswagen. They're getting killed. So if you notice, we haven't had that problem. You know why? Because I have 100% tariff on cars made in China.
And even though the Supreme Court ruling, you're going to still continue that tariff?
The ruling was just on a specific type of tariff.
And you're going a different route?
Correct. I have the right to do the same tariff in, frankly, a little bit more complex way, but it's actually a better tariff. It's a more stringent tariff.
I want to ask you about Iran and AI, but China made clear that Taiwan is very important to them. And after your first meeting here, President Xi's spokesman put out a statement to the media, through the media, saying this: the Taiwan question is the most important issue in China-US relations. If it is handled properly, the bilateral relationship will enjoy overall stability. Otherwise, the two countries will have clashes and even conflicts, putting the entire relationship in great jeopardy. You were still inside the meeting when that came out. That sounded almost like a threat. Was it communicated that way behind closed doors?
No, it wasn't, not at all. But it has always been their most important issue. And it's not a takeover. They just don't want to see this place, we'll call it a place because nobody knows how to define it, but they don't want to see it go independent. They don't want to do it. And I think they probably would do something pretty harsh, and then they would be met harshly, and bad things will happen. No, it's not that.
Secular Talk, give me better coverage of news these days. Disappointing than me. Why are you pitting me against Secular Talk? The fuck? I love Secular Talk.
I've known him now 11 years, 12 years. It's always been the biggest thing for him, Taiwan. Now, with me, I don't think they'll
I swear to God, people just get fucking bored on this stream, bro. They get bored and they just want to like make drama for some fucking weird reason. The fuck? Yeah, that's the woke Comandante Che Guevara, dude. I'm not. Okay, so why the fuck did you say this then?
I'd like to see it stay the way it is, and I'll tell you something.
What do you want me to do, bleach my hair?
I'll make a little news. I'd like to see everybody making chips over in Taiwan come into America, because to be honest with you, I think it's the greatest thing you can do, because it's a heated situation. There's no question about it. And as you know, we have massive amounts of chip companies now from Taiwan already coming in. We expect to have 40 to 50% of the world chip business by the end of my term. And I think it should be even more than that. I think all of those chip companies, if they're smart, they're going to start heading to Arizona and the places where they're building. That's going to solve your problem.
Should the people of Taiwan feel more or less secure after your meetings with President Xi?
Neutral. Neutral. This
has the policy changed at all?
No, nothing's changed.
U.S. policy?
No, nothing's changed. I will say this. I'm not looking to have somebody go independent and, you know, we're supposed to travel 9,500 miles to fight a war. I'm not looking for that. I want them to cool.
Go ahead. Explain what you mean, dumbass. What fucking drama has taken place in the last 4 hours on this broadcast? Where has there been drama? In the last 4 hours of this broadcast. Go ahead. No vague generalizations, no vague statements. I'm done. I'm done with this shit. We're just, if you do vague posts, if you vague posts in this fucking chat, I'm just going to start banning people. Okay? What is the excess of drama? Where was the drama? We've mostly covered the Trump Beijing summit so far.
Say like is maybe too strong a word, because he thinks I could do it with just the signing of my signature, unlike Biden, who couldn't sign his signature. No, I'm holding that in abeyance, and it depends on China. It depends. It's a very good negotiating chip for us, frankly. It's a lot of weapons. It's $12 billion. It's a lot of weapons. But, you know, when you look at the odds, China's a very, very powerful, big country. That's a very small island. It's, you think of it, it's 59 miles away, 59 miles. We're 9,500 miles away.
Bro, still vague. The drama you're supposed to cover about people complaining about you, still vague, bro. Oh my God, I'm going to lose my fucking mind. Take a second off, reconsider, come back with actually like the exact thing you're talking about.
Developed because we had presidents that didn't know what the hell they were doing. Because if they would have put tariffs on chips coming in, they would have never left. Everything was about Intel, and everything was about our chip companies. They stole our chip industry. So I've said that for years. I said, you know, for years they stole our chip. If we would have had one of our presidents just say, we're going to put 100% chip. You can leave, you can build in Taiwan, but you sell it back into the United States. We're going to put 100% or a 200% tariff. We would have never lost a chip. We lost the chip industry. It's all coming back. And I do say this. Taiwan would be very smart to cool it a little bit. China would be very smart to cool it a little bit. They ought to both cool it.
On AI, was there any agreement about any kind of guardrails that China and the U.S. might agree to so that AI doesn't go crazy and
well,
take
we
over
talked
the world?
about it. Yeah, we talked about it. Look, AI is mostly a great thing. Mostly. And we're leading China. We talked about that. We're leading China by a lot. I gave the right for AI to build their own electric producing plants. That's a big deal. They can manufacture their own electricity now, which we could never have gotten from the grid. And now you have these very rich companies headed by lots of geniuses building electric plants. Because of that, we are leading China by a lot in the AI race. Now, it's mostly the two of us. Other nations are in it, but mostly. And whoever wins the AI race, and we're going to win it. I mean, if we're smart, we're going to win it. If we're not smart, we're not. But we're leading by a lot. We talked about that last night. President Xi was very surprised at how well we've done with AI, because they thought, you know, when it started, they took this gigantic lead. And we now we are substantially ahead of them in AI.
But do you think there'll be some buy-in, set up guardrails or something?
I think there could be. We talked about it. But, you know, at the same time, we're competing. So it's a little hard to say, oh, gee, we're competing with each other and we're going to put guardrails. It really doesn't work that way too much. But AI, if you look at medicine, some of the things they're coming up with medicine, some of the cures they're coming up with that people would have never gotten there, it's going to be mostly a good thing, but we want to have some guardrails.
You said that President Xi said he would offer assistance on Iran. And specifically,
I also said we don't need assistance.
You didn't ask for it. You said he was offering it, specifically to open the Strait of Hormuz. What do you think he will do?
I think he's been very nice about it. He gets 40% of his oil there. He didn't send anybody. He didn't send ships. He didn't send ships with big fat guns on them that we would have had to repel.
What?
We would have. The good thing is I built, during my first 4 years, the most powerful military in the world.
What is he saying? China didn't send one of its few aircraft carriers or some shit?
Let's see, about 48 minutes. I think it was 48 minutes and 13 seconds, and it was over. And it's a strong country with a strong military, but it went very quickly. And now, by the way, we have made a fortune with their oil, and so have they. They've made more money in the last 8 months than they've made in the last 10 years, and we're really participating in the profit.
Venezuela, but obviously Iran is
it's a different kind of a thing.
Yeah.
But we're doing probably almost as well as I don't know how you can do better. They have no navy. They have no air force. It's all destroyed. Their air force is destroyed.
But yet they're talking a big game.
They're talking a big game.
Iran's foreign minister said the Strait is open to commercial shipping only if they cooperate with the Iranians.
They're not talking a big game. You know who's talking a big game?
They put a Rakshi photo that has even more aura.
That we're losing militarily. Think of it. They have 159 ships. Every one is now on the bottom of the sea. Every one of them is gone. They had mine droppers. They call them mine droppers. Nice thing. Who has 22 mine droppers? The mine droppers are all gone. Now they have what they call fast boats. You know what they are? Runabouts, like you'd buy for your fantastic son if you wanted to buy him a nice boat, and they put a machine gun on it, okay? Most of them are knocked out. We knock them out just like we knock out the drug dealers.
You like to talk about cards. It seems like they're playing with a bad deck, to your point.
They have no deck.
But they're still playing.
No, the only thing they have going is a fake press. They know how well we're doing militarily. And then at the request of a very nice group of people from Pakistan who are very close to Iran, I didn't go the final. They said, could you stop? We're going to make a deal. And we really had the confines of a deal. No nuclear. They were going to give us the dust, nuclear dust, everything we wanted. And every time they make a deal, the next day it's like, we didn't have that conversation. And that's taken place about 5 times. There's something wrong with them. Actually, they're crazy. And you know what? Because of that, they cannot have a nuclear weapon. Because
the president of China agrees with you on that. And
he agrees with me on that. He agrees with me that he wants to see it end. He'd like to see it end. He would like to help. If he wants help, that's great. But we don't need help. And you know the problem with help? When somebody helps you, they always want something on the other side. That's the way help works.
Hard to believe, but it was 1 year ago today in UAE, interviewed you, and I asked you about Iran. How do you get to a solution there?
Oh, we'll get 100%.
You think so?
Well, we're going to have a solution one way or the other. It's either going to be violent or not
Background
violent.
shift.
I far prefer nonviolent. Sure.
Obviously, you've explained.
Perfect answer.
You've explained why you did what you did, because of the nuclear threat for Iran.
Yeah.
But
it's
obviously not Venezuela. It's different.
Well, it's different, but
you did say it was going to be fairly quick. I mean, you said it numerous times.
Venezuela was sending drugs in at a level that was terrible, and they did something that was a terrible, mortal sin. They emptied their prisons into our country. Okay, that was terrible, and that was different. This one is, I guess you could say, worse. That was pretty bad. You don't get much worse. Emptying your prisons, drug dealers, murderers into our country, that's pretty bad. But you could say this is worse. In this one, they are trying to make a nuclear weapon. I've stopped it twice. They would have had it 2 years ago. They would have used it already on Israel and the rest of the Middle East. Look at all the missiles shot at people that didn't think they were even involved. Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE, look at all. I mean, Bahrain, Kuwait, they got all shot at. Nobody thought they were even involved in this thing. They would have used a nuclear weapon on the Middle East. One thing I'll make clear right now, they said very specifically, because I deal with them, I said, we're taking the nuclear dust. They said, you can have it. I said, we're going to go get it. We're not going to let you take it. They said, we can't take it. We don't have the capability of taking it. I said, why? I said, because
Iran is demanding help from us.
Literally collapsed on it, a granite mountain.
So
just like China said, I'm the hottest president. She said it, not me. And he said the truth. He said, I'm so sexy. And Iran is always saying, can you please come and take this nuclear dust?
You know, it's important. It's probably good enough for a different reason, though. Space Force, which I created, has got cameras, 9 different cameras in space on that site. We know everybody that moves there. We can read the name of a person. We can if his name is Mohammed something, and most of them are Mohammed, you can guess about 50% right. We can read his name right on his tag from space. It's the most amazing thing.
What?
Anybody that goes near that space, we have it tagged. They haven't done anything there. And if they did, we would hit them very hard. So 2 days ago, in speaking to the Iranians, they told me it was hit so hard. They actually said, I must say, that there's only 2 countries that could get it, us and China.
Right.
They said us and China, that they don't have the capability of getting it because it was so obliterated. The term I used was obliterated. The fake news said, oh, maybe somebody can get it. They
Look at the community note on this
one. If they
one.
wanted to get it, they couldn't. So
Hasan actively pushes Chinese imperialism, denies CCP involvement in Uyghur genocide, and promotes militaristic takeover of Taiwan. Wait, what? What does this have anything to do with what I'm saying here? Like, community notes are supposed to be meaningful about the thing that I'm talking about. Okay? I'm not making an assessment on support for unification here at all. I mean, okay, man. Great. Yes, I'm a Chinese imperialist, dude. Totally. That's what this is. God, I hate that the most like annoying thing that has happened beyond Twitter being a fucking neo-Nazi shithole, which is the ultimate most annoying thing, is that the liberals that fucking remain, on the platform are also some of the most unvarnished imperialist nuisance liberals. It's just so fucking frustrating. It's very rare to have the entirety of the liberal and left coalition united on Twitter. Everyone has knives out for one another. It's intentional. I fucking hate everything, man. I was in such a goddamn good mood too. I was in such a good mood when we first started. And now I'm in a horrible mood. Bro, the libs on Blue Sky are just as bad. I guess it makes sense. Look, I'm no stranger. DGG is super active on community notes and they've effectively taken over the community notes subreddit. Great. Fantastic. Good for them. I don't know what else to say. Nobody gives a fuck about community notes on Twitter other than the people who are making the community notes on Twitter. That Lilith chick is a deorbiter, by the way. That's why they're hitting you so hard. No, I know. It's fine. You know, we're going to send her ass to the front lines. She is going to go and militarily open the Strait of Hormuz. Okay. That's what she's going to do. Again, these people are fucking motionless in the goddamn real world, which is precisely why they try to generate motion by algorithmic boosts in a platform where the billionaire neo-Nazi owner of the platform openly despises me. Okay? Trump doubled down on the I don't care about American financial situation. Fuck, I missed
go up to $250. You know, it was $99 yesterday, $99 a barrel. I thought it might go up to $200. I was okay with that. Not that I wanted it, but you cannot let them have a nuclear weapon. They will use it
Form
on
to correct post on a neo-Nazi site.
Israel, wipe it out. The Middle East, wipe it out. It'll go to Europe. You know, they have a missile that goes to Europe. You saw that, okay? They have a missile, goes to Europe. I have done Europe a very big favor. when you tell somebody you're going to have to pay a little more, not that much more.
I can't
a little more
rewind.
for gasoline.
You can rewind the broadcast by subscribing to the Piker Broadcasting Service for $6 or for free, but I can't rewind the Fox News live broadcast, unfortunately. But we'll see. ASIN probably
Everybody
post
says
it.
that's fine. And that question was a fake question, and they didn't put my full answer. I totally care. Look, I inherited high prices, and they came in with the word affordability. My first press conference, 2 days in, and Biden didn't do press conferences. He'd go for years without doing, because he was incapable of doing it. He was an incompetent person. But my first question was about eggs. Eggs have quadrupled. What are you going to do? I said,
Mate,
eggs,
Feed
tell
Art,
me
thank you for
about
the 10
eggs.
gifted
Tell me about
decoy. Thank you for the
problem.
5
Eggs have
gifted.
gone up 4 times.
Be kind.
I said,
Rewind.
I'll take care of it. By the way, I did take care of it. But they came up with a word, because they are good. They're rotten with policy. They're horrible politicians. In many cases, we have a new name. They're Democrats. I call them Democrats, not Democrats.
Oh,
they're
he's
Democrats.
really going on and going in on
low
this.
IQ people. You have Ilhan Omar saying World War XI. She said she was referring to World War II. She said World War XI. These people are destroying our country, and we have to stop it. You know, President Xi said something yesterday. He talked about, and he wasn't referring to the last 15 months, he talked about America's a nation in decline. And I said, you're right. But he wasn't talking about, because he said, what you've done in 14, 15 months is a miracle.
When you hear Trump voters, Alex says, I voted for you 3 times. He can't handle the costs. And he's not for this foreign conflict.
I hate it, bro.
He's not for the foreign conflict. But Roy in Pennsylvania, he's a retired farmer. He can't handle the fuel going up. And he says
it's going to come down very fast. And well, look, I'm disappointed.
I'm just telling you
when
what
you
they
say to him, Roy, Alex, we got a problem. We just hit the highest stock market price ever. By the way, then, when I went in. Now, again,
it's higher.
With the war, it's higher than it was when I went in. Think of that.
I agree.
The 401ks at their all-time high. There are more people working right now in the United States of America than at any point ever in the history of our country.
Detroit Free Press, a state that you won. While champagne flowed on the trading floor and President Donald Trump celebrated record highs, pessimism spread like wildfire outside Wall Street's doors, straight into the kitchens of average American families. There is this sense that, you know, something is changing. Whether they can hold on and believe that you're going to get them to know,
Brett, I have to do what's right. I said to my people, we just hit 50,000 on the Dow. That wasn't supposed to happen for 5 or 6 years. I did it in my first year. We just hit 7,000 on the S&P. That wasn't supposed. That was even less of a chance than the Dow. It was just announced 401ks are at their all-time highest that they've ever been. All these things happened, and I said, I'm sorry to do this to you, but we have to stop this group of very crazy people. Now, those people are gone. They've been eliminated. The second group has been eliminated, and some of the third group. In a way, we've eliminated so many leaders that it's almost, I'm trying to figure out who the hell are we dealing with, all right?
Who are you dealing with?
But, well, we're dealing with people that I think are right, but they're afraid to make a deal. They don't know how to make a deal. They've never been put in this position before.
So you're going to hold out until they do?
Well, I'm going to do what's right. I have to do what's right.
But the strait should be open, right?
It should be open. Look, see, to stop the strait is very easy. All they have to do is say, we dropped a mine in the strait someplace. You know, so you're at a little disadvantage, but that's okay. The strait will be open. They will not have a nuclear weapon, and the world will go on, and you will see gasoline prices drop. Energy prices generally drop like no. Don't forget, they have a lot of boats that are loaded up with oil that are going to bring the oil out as soon as this is over. And I think
this interview is kind of interesting because, like, Brett Baer is kind of cooking him a little bit.
For many, many years with the strait.
Like,
you know, they've used this many times.
This is definitely a more contentious interview than what you would expect from
they use it
Fox
as a weapon.
News.
They're not using it
And I
as a
wonder if it's
weapon
because
with
they
me.
got the boss call because he's been too positive on China, or if it's because, like, they're starting to get annoyed with his lack of interest in affordability.
Sometimes.
Yeah,
because it's starting to ruin, because it's going to have, like, down ballot consequences.
Special report from Beijing with the President of the United States continues.
You know what I mean? Or maybe he's mad about the parking ticket in China, or maybe he's now a swagged out white Chinese boy like me. Yeah, we got the Brett Baer clip here ready to go. Let's take a look. It was right when I was looking at some dumb shit again. But here it is.
Imagine Democrats and political pundits
The people get it.
jumped all over this
The people
statement
get
that
it,
you
bro.
made the other day. You were asked when you were leaving.
What extent are American financial situations motivating you to make a deal?
Not even a little bit. The only thing that matters when I'm talking about Iran, they can't have a nuclear weapon. I don't think about American financial situation. I don't think about anybody. I think about one thing. We cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon. That's all.
That's right. That's a perfect statement. I'd make it again.
You can
Because you
imagine
can-
how many people stopped the soundbite
No,
at, I don't think about America's
played that
financial
up.
situation. So
I mean, that doesn't, it's not even no, the entire statement in and of itself is, I think random hallucinated fear is far more that random hallucinated fear that the Israelis have been promoting for a generation at this point is far more important to me than the immediate financial circumstances of American citizens. That's the full context here. Okay. Obviously, I'm framing it in a very negative manner, but like ultimately you're saying Iran having nukes is far more dangerous than Americans having to pay more for gas. Okay? That's what you're saying. I promise you, if you were to go out in the real world, you would be shocked with the responses by average Americans. Because American selfishness at the end of the day is the primary focus, right? If you were to ask Americans like, hey, Iran gets to have a nuclear weapon, but you get cheaper gas as a consequence of that, I don't know what Americans would say. I think pretty realistic framing when our own intelligence said Iran was not a threat, to be honest. Yes. But I'm just saying, like, even if you were to ask Americans like, hey, do you think it's, cheap gas, but Iran gets to have a nuke, which they can threaten Israel with? You don't want to know what Americans have to say about that, okay? Oh, boy. Americans would be like, give them 10 nukes. Can I give them some nukes of my own? Is it possible? Yeah, $2 gas, but Iran has a nuke? Yeah, America's about to be like, I will convert to Shia Islam.
She had the big pail of gasoline.
That wasn't me. There is a woman online who looks exactly like me, who had a Molotov cocktail. No, everyone was pro-Doge until they saw the fact that they were just removing inspectors generals that were investigating Elon Musk, for instance, or cutting civil service jobs that you then had to give back to people because that's how the government actually runs. The idea of the Trump administration running the intervention into fraud is so utterly laughable when you look at how much they are profiting off of their positions and off of the American people. Trump literally did say, I don't think about the financial situation. I don't think about anybody. That will be in all of the ads.
But wait a minute, let's give some context to that, because he was asked
He was saying about the war, right?
And then and he said, it's making sure they don't have a nuclear weapon.
Right, and then people heard that because they don't like this war. They don't think he's listening to them. They don't think he cares about their cost of living. So they heard the part where he says they can't have a nuclear weapon, and also I don't care how it's hitting you at home. I don't care about your gas.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty airtight, my queen. My queen, Jessica Tarlov. Jessica Escape from Tarkov is correct.
Prices. I don't care about how much you're
not what
paying
he
for
said.
groceries.
That's not what he said. That I think context.
That's not what he said.
It is what is underneath.
It's what you
saying,
heard.
I don't think.
It's what you
All right,
heard. It's
enough.
not what he said.
You have to.
She's yet to escape from Tarkov. Dude, is he doing like... Is he just leaning into the clip compies? Like, is he trying to see how low the bottom can go? It's genuinely shocking. This is a question.
You know, President Xi said...
Where President Xi said America's a nation in decline, and I said, you're right. What the
You know,
fuck?
President Xi said something yesterday.
I mean, I know he's going to say, oh, he meant like Brandon, and I'm bringing it back, right? Like that's his like way of dancing around the issue. But I don't think that looks good at all.
He talked about, and he wasn't referring to the last 15 months, he talked about America's a nation in decline. And I said, you're right. But he wasn't talking about, because he said, what you've done in 14, 15 months is a miracle.
When you hear,
you know, President.
Oh my God. Is this real? The Ham 88, thank you for the 50 bones. Is this a fucking real photo?
That's the... Donald Trump and Xi Jinping might have looked like friends, but behind the Chinese president's words was a pointed message and a veiled threat. That might sound bland and inoffensive, but what Xi means is that America is declining and China is rising. That's the change he's talking about. And the first time he used that phrase in public was in Moscow in 2023, when he met his friend Vladimir Putin. For Xi to have repeated this message, which effectively means I'm rising and you're falling, directly to the President of the United States, was a sign of confidence, even arrogance.
Huh? Or it's an accurate reflection of reality, which I think is probably more, you know, is a more honest assessment. It kind of is what's going on, right? I don't think it's arrogant. I think it's a reflection of reality, but also, I guess the unique. Here's the unique moment. Chinese envoys, Chinese heads of state, don't just make blunt statements like this. Even if it's like they're very careful with the language they use, right? It's the opposite of Trump. Think opposite of Trump. Like I would go so far as say they care about every little minute detail of diplomacy, the seat that Trump sits in versus the seat that Xi sits on, that elevates his status, shit like that, that I don't think like Westerners care about all that much. They do care. It's very delicate. So the fact that Xi Jinping said that statement in front of Donald Trump, that's pretty big. That means they're not worried about saying that statement in front of Donald Trump. Trump is glazing Harry Emden now. Harry Emden.
I believe that's important because the Democrats cheat. This will keep them from cheating. It'll make it much harder for them to cheat. Without cheating, they can't win. Because they have things like open borders where criminals can pour into your country, men playing in women's sports so ridiculous. These are 98% issues. You know, the fake news says, oh, these are 80-20. They're not 80-20. Transgender mutilization of your child.
Mutilization. All right, whatever. Yeah, getting back to this video.
And Xi went further by using the word accelerating. What he meant was that under your leadership, Donald Trump, America's decline is speeding up, and so is China's rise. And then came the coded threat.
中美两国能不能跨越所谓的修昔底德陷阱？
That phrase, Thucydides' trap, was invented by a Harvard historian, Graham Allison, to describe how established hegemons have often gone to war against rising powers. Just as the Greek historian Thucydides described how Athens and Sparta...
I don't think this is a threat. Dude, Westerners literally, oh my God. Buddy. This is the audacity of Western exceptionalism once again. It's quite literally written by a Western analyst to describe what has happened through historical cycles where rising powers have butt heads with diminishing empires. This is Rising powers butting heads with diminishing empires is just a historical reality. Okay, what he is saying is, let's not do that. That's not a threat. That's a warning that this might happen because America keeps accelerating. You only perceive that as a threat if you are still arrogant enough to not recognize that America's power is waning on the global fucking stage. He wants to avoid that outcome. It is very consistent with the way China has communicated, even on the calming of relations in the Taiwanese Strait. This is literally our attitude towards China being the spoiling party, refusing to recognize that there could be fucking some kind of peaceful, cooperative path forward. It's so strange. We are the ones who are being arrogant here. We are the ones who are demonstrating hubris. We're the ones who are behaving in an arrogant manner. We're the ones who refuse to see that, like, our global power is diminishing year over year. China wants fucking stability. That's what they want.
Waged the Peloponnesian Wars of the 5th century BC. What Xi meant was, the way to escape that trap is don't resist China's rise. If you oppose China, you risk conflict. To avoid this, you must accept the changes unseen in a century. So Xi was effectively telling Trump, live with China's rise and America's decline. That was his stark message for the established superpower.
No, what he's saying is America is diminishing. America's power and force projection capabilities are diminishing around the world at a time when obviously China's global power has increased tremendously. This is an objective reflection of facts. We must always seek truth from facts. Okay? Let me get real Chinese with you for a second. It's the credo. It's just objectively true. And instead of waging unnecessary wars, saber rattling, and trying to reassert American dominance, when it's an inevitability that American dominance is going away, which will be costly, deadly, and totally unnecessary, let's avoid that trap and let's chart a new path forward where we can work with one another rather than wage war against one another. Of course, the frustrating part about this is that, well, one, Donald Trump didn't understand what that was. And then two, turned around and said, oh, no, he meant like America's power was diminishing under the Brandon regime, but now we're good.
There's never been, and last night's event was incredible, actually.
Well, Mr. President, we appreciate the time.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
You only think this is a veiled threat or a direct threat if you only think that's a direct threat if you only have one understanding of conflict, that the way that great powers work with one another is through conflict. That's it. It is a very, very, what? I just really love fart. Why are we doing wars with fart together? Check this chatter's logs. It's important. Okay, you take the 30-minute, you take a 30-minute break from chat. And then the other chatter takes a day off. Oh my God, he gave hours upon hours to Sean Hannity.
All right, we
it
continue
seems.
more with President Trump. We held this interview right after his all-important meeting with President Xi.
His all-important
meeting
meeting
from Beijing, China. If you were to take some headlines out of this summit, America, I'm sure, watched the reception. And I'll do a side-by-side.
Dude, what the fuck? I already banned you for the day, and you came with another fucking sock account for chatter. I know the TOS or the waterboarding thing. Okay, please stop spamming it. I know, I've read it. I've read it a million times. You literally spammed it a million times over the last month almost. Since I said I was gonna fucking debate Sean Hannity. I know you keep trying to get my attention. I have seen it. Okay, I saw your message. I got it. And then I gave you a day off because you keep spamming it for a month now. And then you came with another sock account. Yeah, this was the only interesting part about this vid. This is a very interesting part where, I mean, this pull quote from South China Morning Post. Even Xi Jinping, the president, has reportedly referenced Game of Thrones in the meeting, saying the world should not descend into a situation like the show Warring Kingdoms of Westeros. Yeah, I didn't like that. I hated that when he said that. I don't like to think that Xi Jinping is consuming Western media that much, okay? Why would you want America instead to survive? How will that bring upon liberation? Because I am a human being that recognizes that human beings have a finite amount of time on God's green earth. I want this transition away from American unipolar hegemony to multipolarity to be to have the least amount of violence as physically possible. As an American citizen, I don't want to experience the maximum amount of bloodshed, okay? Because America could either retreat from the rest of the world in a peaceable manner, okay, or they could try to stop the hemorrhaging by accelerating the bloodshed, which would contribute to maximum amounts of pain for not just the United States of America, but for nations in the periphery. I've made that very clear. I recognize that the end of empire is here, but I also understand that when empires die, they do not die quietly. It could also accelerate, as a system, instead of being dismantled, it could also accelerate its own demise. Yes, but that acceleration means death and destruction for nations in the periphery. I mean, dude, if we consider the increasingly belligerent acts that America is engaging in to be a part of that explosion, okay, the contradiction is unsustainable, the crimes are irredeemable. I don't know, man. Dog, you're living through it. What do you think allowing Israel to do whatever it wants to the Palestinians is? Okay, that's what it looks like when you don't try to retreat, when you just allow empire to advance its contradictions. That's what it looks like. Gaza is what it looks like when we let loose. Okay? Do you think it's worth it, or do you think there's a better solution? What it looks like is 160 dead schoolgirls in Minab. That's what it looks like when you just say, fuck it, let's accelerate the contradictions. I'm not willing to entertain that. I live here. I'm a human being on God's green earth currently. My assessment is trying to educate people to the best of my ability that this is done. Okay, it's donezo. And we have two options out of it. One is to let the contradictions worsen. And the other is to say, look, this is over. Let's retreat in the most peaceful manner possible. Yeah. The air in Tehran is currently saturated with petroleum fumes and will be the case for a very long time. Which of these two alternatives is better? Yeah, exactly. But do you think after all that, IR won't just loop back? What? If not fully dismantled? Wait, what are you? International relations? Dude, if we both see American empire declining as an inevitability, which it seems like we do, and there's two options here. One is a strategic retreat. One is a strategic retreat from the rest of the world in as far as like our military ambitions. Like if one option is Nazi Germany and the other option is like what the United Kingdom did in the post-World War II design, where slowly but surely it had to retreat from its colonies, even though it tried to maintain as much power as possible. If both are deadly, but one is less deadly than the other, I will take the less deadly option. Okay? Because Nazi Germany is what it looks like when you exhaust the contradictions. Do you not think that it won't just go back to what it was always done some decades later, if not fully dismantled? No, it's over. It's over. It's done. I also don't want to live in a fucking failed state either. I don't want to live in a failing state, even though I currently live in one. My job is to try to explain to people that we are living through a failing state and that the accelerationist consequences are disastrous because it leads to fascism. Because yes, exhausting the contradictions either leads to socialism or barbarism. And considering that there will not be a spontaneous revolutionary movement that arises from the ashes of American liberalism, as we're currently watching that unfold, the transformational side out of the two-party duopoly we currently have is actually the Republican Party. They are transforming themselves under the leadership of Donald Trump into a fascist party, into an illiberal party. The Democrats, on the other hand, are still hopped up on fumes where liberalism can be salvageable when it clearly is not. In exchange or in retaliation against that transformational change taking place in the Republican Party, where they're transforming from a liberal party to an illiberal fascist party, the Democrats should be transforming themselves as fast as possible to a socialist party, a communist party, a party that actually understands that the liberal system is dying. Okay? But they're not doing that. They're fighting back aggressively against that change. And that's fine. They're a bourgeois liberal party. Obviously, they're not going to transform to a socialist one. But we will try to use the readily available options to the best of our ability until those options are completely destroyed. Anyway, let's hear what Trump had to say about the 5,000 foreign Chinese students now, by the way, which is, of course, something that he also brought up to something that he brought up to Laura Ingraham a while back as well.
I'm in Beijing. If I wanted to buy property near one of their military installations, I don't think President Xi...
No, they wouldn't let you. I don't... Look, it's not that I love it. You want to see farm prices drop? You want to see farmers lose a lot of money? Just take that out of the market. But they've had a lot of land for a long time. Obama did nothing about it.
Here, for the chatters that keep asking, exhausting the contradictions, what does it mean? In simple terms, okay? I mean, capitalism as a system is built upon a contradiction, okay? It's built upon class violence. It's built upon, every piece of history thus far has had contradictions in it, has had warring, clashing classes, okay? That's always been the case. Lords under a feudal structure have warred or clashed with the peasants, okay? And obviously industrial capitalists have clashed with the proletariat. What that means in simple terms is your bosses have a different goal than you do. Your bosses that are advancing the interests, your employers, have a very different goal than you do as the employee. As the employee, one contradiction is that you want to make the most amount of money working the least amount of time. Your employer, on the other hand, wants you to work the most amount of hours for the least amount of pay. This has always been the case throughout history, okay? It's always been the case. Every piece of history, every piece of historical development that has taken place, taken shape around the world, has been when those contradictions have met one another in clash. Oftentimes, progressive historical forces, even if it's bourgeois forces warring against the monarchs, for example, have advanced history in a progressive manner. This is the French Revolution, for example, where the bourgeois elements in society have advanced or progressed history in a direction where they eliminated by way of a bourgeois revolution, and same with the landed gentry and the slave-owning class as well within the American Revolution, another historically progressive revolution, even if it wasn't a proletariat revolution, right? Even if it wasn't a workers' revolution, was still a historically progressive revolution nonetheless against the maintenance of a colony, right? Against the British Empire. When these forces clash with one another, one side wins out over the other, and it's a complete domination of the other class. We currently exist under a system of global capitalism where clearly the employer class, okay, the bosses, and the forces that defend the bosses are the class that won over the working class. Seems a little reductive. Bro literally said Karl Marx, basically one of the godfathers of sociology, is reductive. What I'm describing to you is literally just the opening statement, okay? That's incredible. This is not reductive, it's descriptive. It's descriptive in a way where it forces people to recognize how history has evolved. Stagism is reductive. Okay. Oh. What is this? There's a great interview with Jason Hickel on this very subject.
What's the role of...
Oh, this is imperialism. This is imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism, described by a London School of Economics professor. Okay, in modern terms. Anyway, listen. This other one was really good too. Clara Mattei talking about capitalism not being natural.
We're in a situation.
There's some, this is. We're not going to get into that currently, okay? Getting back to the point I was making. The acceleration is take the chatter had was basically just let the ruling class eat up everything until society implodes on itself because state capacity has been sold off to the highest bidder. But I was describing contradictions, okay? Because the chatter asked me, what do you mean by contradictions? What does exhausting the contradictions mean, okay? Exhausting the contradictions, or at least like letting contradictions run its course, is when the pedal gets to the metal, okay? When speculative, when speculation-based market forces meet the reality of a hard limit of a physical substance, a contradiction that's being exhausted in real time would be the realization that there is a bubble in the energy markets, right? That would be the exhaustion of a contradiction. When you run out of runway because the strategic reserves are out and there's no more oil transiting the Strait of Hormuz, and you're an Asian economy, an Asian country that desperately needs more oil to be transited to your ports so you can continue. You are so engaging in revisionism. Please do not do bourgeois revolution revisionism. The American Revolution was a direct result of the British threatening slavery. I love you, man. Thank you so much. You're right. I too also think it's revisionist. The progressive historical forces in this regard were the British Empire. I hate this stuff. I hate this argument. First of all, there's many different schools of thought in this interpretation and this analysis of the American Revolution. I'm not even hitting like the AOC version of events, where I'm simply stating that it was actually really good and everyone had honest and decent, anti-imperialist goals in the American Revolution. Okay. This is one school of thought that you have, or that you probably watched a fucking YouTuber or something do a shitty job of summarizing. Okay. He just said it wasn't a proletarian revolution. I know it wasn't. I said it was a bourgeois revolution. He's saying it wasn't even. I don't even understand. Please do not do bourgeois revolution revisionism. The American Revolution was a direct result of the British threatening slavery. You are so engaging in revisionism. I don't know if you're saying that you have not read the counter-revolution of 1776. No, I took a push this year. Okay. AP US history. Yes. The reason why every other historic revolutionary figure has glazed the American Revolution is because there are elements of it that were a progressive historical force in comparison to being a part of British colonial rule, regardless of the overarching goals of the founding fathers. In any case, another chatter asked me about the exhausting of the contradictions, and I'm giving you one example of it. I don't even know how we got here. Yes, I know the Chris Rabb rally is live with AOC. I know.
You keep showing up. You keep showing up for me, and you keep showing up for each other. And that's why I'm running. That's why I'm running.
Oh, I was like, what the
Because you're my neighbors. And that's what neighbors do. And it means so much because it's been a challenging 10 months. Yeah, I said it. I've been running 10 months. And it's meaningful because this is an affirmation that I'm walking in my purpose.
No, I did max out the YouTube volume. It's not working.
And I said purpose, not position. Big difference. Purpose transcends whatever moment you are in. When I won the same night as what's his name on 2016, it was a mixed evening. And then a month later when I took office, we had what's his name in the Oval Office, and I was going into the smallest Democratic minority in 60 years. And I had thought, is this what winning feels like? This sucks. And I expressed to my mom, I said, Mom,
Howard Zinn didn't read Chatter's AP History class. No, the Chatter's thesis is the one that other Chatters were also bringing up, which is the Horn thesis.
Exactly what you're supposed to.
The idea that, and it doesn't even necessarily contradict what I'm saying to a certain degree, which is the idea
and then
that
I was walking to my office.
Yeah, this is what you're talking about, which is the idea that like the founding fathers were not primarily invested in ridding themselves ridding themselves of colonial control, but they also were invested primarily in defending slavery, chattel slavery. The only argument that I have against it is that it was a historically progressive bourgeois revolution because at the end of the day, while they still primarily invested themselves in the continuation of chattel slavery, they also were trying to rid themselves of colonial control. The British were still slavers at that point. They only banned it, the practice in the homeland. I don't have, and maybe I'm right, maybe I'm wrong on this, but I don't have a firm belief that under the Commonwealth, if America, Hasan thinks slavery is okay, you have to be the most fucking insane person on the planet to make this statement. Either you personally believe that under the Commonwealth that slavery would have absolutely been abolished and it simply would not have continued, and westward expansion could not have continued under British control with British domination, which I don't think which I don't agree with. Okay. Like, I think it would have been all the same. It just would have been controlled by the British Empire. That's my assessment. My assessment is that it still would have taken shape in a similar manner, and the founding fathers, instead of fighting against British colonial rule, would have basically been the compradors, the ones that collaborated, the ones that would have chosen to collaborate with the monarchy, would have still maintained the exact same system, if not worse.
I said, well, if I run without integrity, I've already lost. There's only one way to run. There's only one way to run. And it's in community. And it's in movement.
Yeah, I mean, look at
And
Canada,
that's what
exactly.
I want you all to realize.
Look at Canada, look at Australia, look at relics of British Commonwealth and British colonial control, and you will see very similar atrocities take shape.
Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Because right now, there are a lot of people closest to the pain who are afraid. For very good reasons. Our own government is seeking to destroy us. Our rights, our institutions, all of those things.
Like, here, simply put, are we doing British colonial control and slavery, or are we ridding ourselves of British colonial control and maintaining slavery? I say one is still more progressive of a historical force, the abolition of monarchy, over the other. Okay? Slavery still remains intact in both of those circumstances. Or at the very least, it remains intact for a period of time. To be fair, the British did abolish slavery before the Americans did. Let's be real.
Don't you see our power? Our power is immense. They're afraid we're going to do the same thing to them that they've done to us. And we will. But this is about so much more than vengeance. Don't get me wrong. I got a little space in my heart for vengeance. I do. But I'm here for justice. I'm here for justice. I'm here for justice. And if you're an enemy of justice...
Wait, I'm not disagreeing with this. Chatters. I'm not disagreeing with this assessment. I'm not saying that the fucking founding fathers were no, the argument is, are American forces still slaughtering indigenous people and then paying taxes to the fucking British monarchy, or are they slaughtering indigenous people with their own personal autonomy? One would be a more historically progressive force than the other. That's the only argument that I'm making. This is also not a moral assessment at all. Historically progressive forces does not mean automatically good. And certainly not good by today's standards, regardless. Have you ever thought about developing your own ideas and mentality other than sucking off Elon's platform? You're a Jew, this guy says. Okay, nice. Just so chatters understand, the Slavery Abolition Act didn't go into effect on British colonies until 1834. Like Jamaica, there would have still been slavery in the U.S. regardless.
Our city, and we will build and rebuild as many times as possible, because freedom is a place we make together. All right, folks. I am very pleased. This is a surreal moment for me. I did not think I would ever be in a position to be...
yeah, I was not disputing this argument that America was still unbelievable. America was a settler colony regardless.
One of my favorite bonus reps. Am I right? Is she your bonus rep too? She's my bonus rep. I got a few. But this sister is... extra special.
Also, watching every left comment anarchist is trying to solo you. Yeah, I can't watch this for the time being because in the next 20 minutes, don't engage with this garbage. This is just the latest bad empanada talking point. What's the bad empanada talking point now? Yeah, I'm gonna have Nithya Raman on in a brief moment. The American Revolution thing? Oh, God, it's so fucking annoying. Every time, dude. Anyway, wait, is AOC coming on now? How many people are in attendance? Do we know?
Are we ready?
Yeah, it'd be cheaper. It'd be better if you moved to a nation in the periphery so you could live cheaper and reap their resources, I think. It's not bad empanada, it's Rathbone. Yeah, I should move to I should move to a nation in a nation in the periphery, and still make American wages. This will be the most ethical way to move here.
On what Rep. Rabb was just talking about in the history of this city. Because it was here in Philadelphia nearly 250 years ago that the founding of our nation introduced a radical new idea into the world. That all people were created.
Can we get a sneak peek on the points you're going to bring up with Nithya? Why the fuck would I do that?
Now,
Literally think. Why the fuck would I do that right now?
Have anticipated
Think for a second.
how profound, consequential, and divinely inspired that promise would become.
I wouldn't even give that information. I would not give that information to their team. Why would I give that to you? Are you a staffer?
Documents, our Declaration of Independence. And they were also carving out a cornerstone of what it means to be an American. The promise that each and every one of us was born to be free. And since then, Philadelphia, every generation of Americans has inherited the responsibility.
Guy says, why won't you just change up the questions a little bit? Sure. Let me just leak the info here, and then in the next 10 minutes, change up all of the questions just so you can get a fucking 10-minute sneak preview because you couldn't wait. Oh my Lord. What are we fucking doing today, man? I started off today with such a good mood, and it has been fucked. Okay? Can you guess how many from this pig? Please ignore the tweet at the Chris Rabb rally with AOC. These people are not Democrats. This is the unhinged party comparable to the most extreme far right. I mean, it doesn't. Controversial opinion. I should have went to this. I mean, I didn't know that this was happening, but we would have fucking. I mean, it's good. It's good that there's older people here, though. Chat was expected to be annoying about Nithya. No, I know. Old people vote. Yeah. Philly boomers are a good demo to have. Don't ignore my message. Don't be in a bad mood today. I'll make you, daddy, I'll make you feel better. Thank you. First pick taken before the rally started. You can see people coming in. I want to know. I'm sure someone will say it. At the Chris Rabb rally, a Muslim guy just called Sharif Street a Zionist Muslim. I mean, it's true. Sharif Street is a Muslim. He also is a Zionist. Who do you think is stumping for Sharif Street? Cory Booker. What's Cory Booker's perspective? Why is he doing that? Why is he fucking doing that? There's an expectation. There's a goal there. It's because they're worried about Chris Rabb. Also, this is dope. Today marks the Nakba Day, an annual day of remembrance to commemorate the expulsion of more than 700,000 Palestinians between 1947 and 1948, or 49, during the creation of the State of Israel in the year that followed. Inea is a New Yorker and a Nakba survivor. She shared her story with us, one of home tradition, memory over generations. This is beast mode, for the record. People will say that that's marginal, it's inconsequential, those people are stupid. That is fucking beast mode, okay? A New York mayor recognizing the Nakba is an incredible move in the right direction, okay? Zohran Mamdani becomes one of the first mayors in the U.S. and among the small handful of prominent U.S. officials generally to recognize the Nakba, the mass expulsion and forced displacement of 700,000 Palestinians. Anyway, the thing I was gonna bring up was also the fact that it's not Twitter that ruins my mood, by the way. What ruins my mood is chat sometimes and the way that chat behaves. And I'm obviously not going to stop, okay? Just because chat ruins my mood. Yeah, it's the expulsion of 700,000 Palestinians and the death of 15,000 Palestinians. Anyway, the other, where is it? What was I going to show you? Oh, the two things I wanted to say about Sharif Street and who's, what a little baby, annoying, shut the fuck up. Did it hurt to hear it? So you chose to be the thing I'm talking about? Thank you for proving my fucking point. What's going on with people today? I don't know. Anyway, Chris Rabb is apparently doing really well in the polls as far as we know. Okay? And that is part of the reason why Senator Cory Booker will rally with Sharif Street, PA3 candidate, in Philadelphia, May 18th. AOC is rallying with Chris Rabb today. And so he's doing a get out to vote rally on Monday, May 18th. Now it's interesting to have Cory Booker be the special guest. I don't know how much motion Cory Booker has in Philadelphia. I don't even know how much motion Cory Booker has in general, right? AOC is a much larger draw AOC is a much larger draw overall amongst the Democratic Party. We'll see how much motion Cory Booker has in Philadelphia. But this is a last desperate act from the pro-Israel forces within the party to undermine Chris Rabb, who is the obvious anti-genocide pick here. And they're so worried that they are desperately trying to give a little bit of boost to Sharif Street. Obviously, Alice Stanford is gone, dead in the water in some respects as well. Philadelphia Inquirer shows... results of... okay. Anyway, Sharif Street is facing backlash over resurface attempt to gerrymander Pennsylvania 2022 congressional map for Republicans while creating a seat for himself. Josh Shapiro, who called the gerrymandering attempt shameful, is now urging unions to back Street. If you remember, Josh Shapiro was quietly telling unions to back Sharif Street and to also back off from attacking Stanford because he was worried that they would split some of the more conservative voters in the district because they were worried that split would favor Chris Rabb. Ryan Grimm says, truly a wild moment. Sharif Street worked in 2022 with the PA GOP to reduce the number of Dem seats in exchange for getting one drawn for himself that he thought he'd easily win. He failed, and now he's running for one of those seats he tried to get rid of, facing Chris Rabb and Alice Stanford. That's where we're at currently. That's the situation. I know AOC is speaking at the Chris Rabb rally. Currently, I'm not going to be able to watch it in real time because I have Nithya coming here very soon, and I'm going to be having a conversation with her. Also, some bad news. The Supreme Court has tossed out an emergency request from Virginia officials to reinstate the congressional map that would have benefited Democrats in this year's midterm election. Okay? Here's the
Philly's upcoming primary are gonna tell us a lot about where the city's Democratic Party is headed. Will voters embrace the progressive challenger, stick with the establishment, or reject career politicians entirely?
I'm talking about the race for Philly's 3rd congressional district.
A seat in the U.S. House of Representatives is up for grabs after Representative Dwight Evans announced he's retiring, and whoever wins the May 19th open primary is pretty much guaranteed the job. Philly's 3rd congressional district, which stretches from South Philly to Chestnut Hill,
is one of the most Democratic in the nation, and no Republican has filed to run.
That's left voters with 3 Democratic frontrunners and 3 very distinct political styles. First up, Chris Rabb, a 5-term state representative. He considers himself a Democratic socialist and says he'd be a member of the squad if he got to Congress.
Think of him as the guy who wants to dismantle the political system.
Next, there's Sharif Street, a state senator and the establishment favorite. He's got the support of many elected officials, including Mayor Parker. His approach is more moderate. He wants to work within the system to find compromise and common ground with folks on both sides. Then there's Ayla Stanford, a first-time political candidate. She's a pediatric surgeon who came to prominence during the pandemic. She says she'd bring a fresh approach to politics, one based on responding to people's needs and not telling them what's best for them.
Stanford may be new to the scene, but she's got a big advantage.
If you've seen TV commercials about her, they were probably funded by 314 Action Fund, a super PAC that backs pro-science candidates and has spent more than $3 million to back Stanford. But that help has drawn some backlash from people, including Chris Rabb, speculating the group is funded by AIPAC, the controversial pro-Israel lobby.
314 says that isn't true, but some of their money is from what's called dark money sources, meaning they don't have to disclose the names of their donors.
That's all swirling as Israel has become a major flashpoint in the race. Unlike Rabb, Street and Stanford have more centrist views on the Middle East. And notably, they don't say Israel's actions in Gaza amount to genocide. Ultimately, the 3rd congressional district seat will come down to who can energize voters to cast a ballot. We've got more on the ultra-competitive race, plus info about everything else on your ballot for the May 19th primary at inquirer.com/votersguide. The results of Philly's upcoming primary are gonna tell us a lot about where the city.
Yeah, 314 Action Fund also endorsed Adam Hamawi, which is strange. Yeah, 314 Action also pulled back, I think, from the Stanford funded ads as well. And I think part of the reason why they did that is because they realized, again, they're engaging in vote splitting, and that's what it is. Vote splitting favors Rabb. Yes, I know. Why would AIPAC support Hamawi? I don't know. It could be to blur the lines on what is it, like a AIPAC aligned, AIPAC adjacent group. You know what I mean? Hold on. You got him? So 314 is actually legit. You could deny an endorsement, yes. Redistricting hearing in Louisiana had an incredible citizen. Districting hearing in Louisiana had an incredible citizen shit on the GOP. Is Nithya an adversarial figure? No. But there are some questions that I do have about her background. There are top 3 candidates right now in the open primary system that exists in California elections for the mayoral race. Nithya Raman is one of the 2 DSA affiliated DSA member candidates that are running for the position of mayor. Nithya Raman is an LA City Council member from District 4, which covers Silver Lake, Los Feliz, Hancock Park, Miracle Mile, much of the Hollywood Hills, and Sherman Oaks. She is an urban planner She's DSA affiliated. She's Tamil with family from Kerala, India. And she's an immigrant. She's a mother of twins who has emerged as a bold progressive voice in Los Angeles politics. She's born in Kerala, India in 1981 and raised in the United States. She's earned degrees from Harvard and MIT before building a career in urban planning. Her political journey began in, Her political journey began in 2017 when she co-founded a homeless nonprofit in response to the growing crisis in her community. In 2020, she shocked the political establishment by defeating incumbent David Ryu to become the first council member elected with DSA support. At the time, I supported her run. Okay. Now serving as a Los Angeles City Council member from District 4. Raman is challenging incumbent Mayor Karen Bass in the 2026 mayoral race, positioning herself as a candidate for urgent change on housing, affordability, and climate action. Polls have shown her neck and neck in second place with Spencer Pratt. Karen Bass, the incumbent, is sitting at 30%, which goes to show you how unpopular the incumbent is, how unpopular Karen Bass is. Okay. Spencer Pratt, the Timu Trump version, former reality TV star, is at 22% in second place, and Nithya Raman at 19% in third place, within the margin of error. Ray Huang, unfortunately, who I had worked with initially before Nithya Raman ran or decided to run, is currently sitting at, sitting around the same places like many of the other candidates at, unfortunately, fourth or fifth place at 4%. Her polling position has only increased from 3% to 4% in the same time frame. She's had some trouble fundraising as well in the process. This is according to Emerson polling. Okay, Emerson College polling. Obviously, for Nithya, her background in LA politics plays a role in her having more name recognition. Okay? Spencer Pratt, on the other hand, is seen as like this insurgent candidate who's been able to fundraise quite a bit, because there's always some right-wingers that want to fund whoever the right-wing candidate will be. Karen Bass defeated Caruso last time she was running for the mayoral seat. Spencer Pratt is a demon, and there is some suspicion that Karen Bass is kind of elevating Spencer Pratt as well, as opposed to Nithya, because in the top two primary system, in the general, if Karen Bass is running against Spencer Pratt, regardless of her unpopularity, most people will vote for the liberal. Even though, if we're real, Karen Bass versus Spencer Pratt is not going to be such an easy win for Karen Bass either. However, given that people clearly want change, if Karen Bass was running against Nithya Raman or Ray Huang as well, certainly, the likelihood that Nithya would win is, fairly high. I don't know what a Karen Bass versus Spencer Pratt matchup looks like in comparison to a Karen Bass versus Nithya Raman matchup. But that is the honest assessment of the race as it stands. Now, of course, I have a lot of questions for Nithya, someone who I've appeared alongside in the past at local events. And the reason why I have, a lot of questions for her is because during her tenure during her tenure in office, which, by the way, I'll give you guys a little bit of insight into how the Los Angeles system works. It's not the same. There is no centralized power for the Los Angeles mayor in the way that it exists for the New York mayor, for the record. So this is not like a similar system at all. City council members as a collective have a lot more power than the mayor does. The mayor's office is reduced in its capacity. Of course, the mayor still has a lot of control over certain things. However, having said that, the totality of council members have tremendous power over, budgeting and everything else in a way that the Los Angeles, or in a way that the New York mayor is not burdened. Okay. Yeah. So the mayor has to work with the council. LA has a weak mayor system. Here's a DSA LA video from friend of the show.
Is fake.
Explaining
It's not real. Not in the
Wait, what? Is this the right one?
kind of AI way. I just mean, it's a political ad. We're on a soundstage. I'm walking around in a little circle. This is Diego, our sound guy. You're over it. So are the DSA candidates I want to talk to you about. Los Angeles doesn't work like a city like New York that has one central strong mayor's office. That power is kind of shared between city council, city attorney, and the mayor's office. A little bit less Zoran, a little bit more Voltron, which is why you need a nice buffet of DSA candidates, like Marissa Roy. She's a civil rights lawyer running for city attorney. It's just one of those spots on your ballot that you look at as your eyes glaze over. Your mind foggy like the victim of a wizard's curse, stripped of its memory. City council can pass the laws, but they don't mean anything unless the city attorney enforces them. Marissa Roy has beaten big corporations. Thank you. Plus, she's sued the Trump administration and won. And then there's Ulises Hernandez. She led the charge to reallocate city funds away from punishment and into care. Her unarmed response teams have answered over 15,000 calls. Only 3% needed LAPD backup. Estuardo Mazariegos is a father, an immigrant, and a ground-up organizer. Estuardo's works to empower tenants in South Central and across the city, lobbying for better legislation and developing leaders in communities too often ignored. Faiza Malik has spent the last 15 years protecting renters, immigrants, and everyday Angelenos. From expanding tenant protections to winning policies that help working families stay in their homes, she'll build a West Side that welcomes everyone. Even the guy on the boardwalk with the bearded dragon who hasn't worn a shirt since 1984. You know what? No. Especially the guy on the boardwalk with the bearded dragon who hasn't worn a shirt since 1984. Next up, Hugo. Hugo Soto Martinez is the only renter on city council. He's raised the minimum wage for workers and helped stop landlords from jacking up rents. These rents are higher than David Crosby at the Tower of Babel, babe. Dennis Miller, nice. We can't forget about Dr. Rocio Rivas, who immigrated to Los Angeles when she was 2 years old. Her life's journey, from teacher's assistant to vice president of the LAUSD school board, is guided by one belief: every student deserves a high-quality, equitable education. But just because she's a doctor doesn't mean she's that kind of doctor. I'm so sorry I showed you that thing on my foot. I mean, it is a tooth, right? It's just, hey, where are you going? For more information about this fight for Los Angeles, go to shakeup.la, where you can find info about our awesome slate of DSA candidates. The future's in your hands. You got it. Go do it now. Open up a tab. Shakeup.la. Ooh, Din Tai Fung is open.
A lot of the DSA candidates, once they get into council, often will fall out of favor with even members of the DSA as well, because they make a lot of decisions in the complex political nature, especially because there's a give and take and a push and pull within council politics. Slate is 4 city council candidates. What do you think the fucking New York DSA slate is? The New York DSA slate also has the council candidate version of that. I interviewed them when I was in New York City. It's an incredibly fucking important part of... This is more important than the fucking mayoral seat. You know that, right? That's what I was describing to you. That, like, the reality of the matter is there are a lot of moving parts within the mayor system in Los Angeles, and this is like getting multiple council members into office that are DSA aligned or DSA backed or members of the DSA are perhaps more important, more consequential. Now, of course, if the mayor is like resistant to change like fucking Spencer Pratt, who knows what he could possibly do. But anyway, these are some of the questions that I will be posing to Nithya as well. And she's here right now, I think, and we'll have her in here in a moment. It's like how Chicago being mayor sucks ass because you have to deal with the alderman system. So electing good aldermen is more important than mayor, low key. Yeah, I agree. Speaking of which, Bernie just endorsed the entire DSA New York slate. Well, New York City, I believe. Not all the congressional races. I think the congressional race endorsement structure is different for Bernard. Okay. Hold on. Let me. Where is the? Can you send me the doc link too? Thank you. Hello. What's up? Yes, of course. And so are you. Yeah. All right. You want me here? Yeah. Let's have you right there. All right, Nithya Raman, everybody. I already gave your introduction while you were coming in, so we're just gonna dive right into it. So we have a very important mayoral race coming up. You're a council person.
Yes.
What made you decide to run for mayor in a system where the mayor is technically weaker than the collection of council members?
Well, the mayor has a lot of power here in Los Angeles. I think it is a weaker mayor system than in a city like New York or in a city like Chicago. But the mayor here does have a lot of power. The biggest power that they have is essentially managing all of the departments. They get to hire and fire department heads. They get to set their priorities. They get to make sure that they're actually doing their jobs. They create the first draft of the city's budget, and then the council takes it on and kind of wrangles with it as well. But the mayor does have a lot of power, and a lot of those powers were given to the mayor during the last charter reform process. And I want to make sure that we're actually using those powers to advance better goals for Los Angeles. And I was looking at this mayoral election and, disappointed by the lack of choices that would have brought us in a better direction, and, decided to throw my hat in the race.
Okay. So you've distanced yourself in the past from Zohran Mamdani. I want to ask you, or at least like, according to this Forward magazine article, but I don't know if that's still the case. This is what the Forward magazine article said, that, can a democratic socialist who affirmed Israel's right to exist, can she be LA's next mayor? Nithya Raman thinks she can win over city's Jewish voters. Step one, convince them she's not Zohran Mamdani. We could start there, or, I was going to ask you, like, the Zohran method, like, what are your top 5 policies?
Yeah.
Why do you think the Forward magazine has this kind of assessment?
I think it's just because I am different from Mamdani. I have been a city politician for the past 5 years, and I have a record that I ran on, that I'm running on right now. I have led in LA the largest expansion of tenant protections in the city in 40 years. I actually led the process through which we lowered allowable rent increases in rent stabilized units here in Los Angeles for the first time in 40 years. Increases went from being, up to 10% to now being capped at 4%. I took away the extra 10% surcharge that landlords could pass on to tenants if they had a second kid. This is how our system was built here in the city of Los Angeles. And I've really worked to try and make it a fairer one for working people, for low-income renters, for people who are really struggling here. And that's been the core of my work at City Hall.
Okay. But let's do the Zohran method. What are your top 5 priorities for Los Angeles, and how would you go about implementing them?
Well, I want to address the cost of housing. And I want to do it in two ways. I want to make sure that we're protecting renters better. We have a lot of laws on the books. Our city departments are not oriented around protecting them. I want to create an office of tenant protections in the city. And I want to make sure that everything that the city does when a tenant reaches out is really about making sure that people can stabilize and stay in their homes when they're facing unfair evictions. I also think we need to build a lot more housing here in Los Angeles. I don't know how much you know about the history of LA, the history of housing politics in Los Angeles, but this city has pushed back against the construction of new housing and in ways that have made it more segregated. Wealthier neighborhoods have pushed back housing a lot. And we have a shortage of something like 500,000 units of housing, especially affordable housing. I believe, housing really should be a right, and people need to be able to afford to live here. The city cannot build the amount of social housing, public housing that we need. And I want to make sure that we are able to generate more units so that the cost of housing actually goes down. So for me, this is really at the core of what I want to do here in LA. I also think we need to address homelessness with services, with shelter, and make it really effective so that people don't lose faith in our system right now. I think a lot of people are looking at our responses to homelessness. This is a city that has taxed itself 3 times in the last few years to pay to address the crisis on our streets with compassion, with care, with shelter, with housing. If we don't make that system work for people, I think people lose faith in government. And I really believe in government, and it has to work. We have to show that this approach of offering shelter, offering services can work to address the crisis on our streets. Otherwise, people will turn away to a much more carceral, much more, enforcement-focused system that I think is really bad for Los Angeles.
Out of the top 3 candidates, you actually have a lot of experience with homelessness initiatives. You have a lot of hands-on experience. One of the most frustrating things that I saw on that debate stage was when Spencer Pratt was talking to you about how, if you want to fix homelessness, if you think you can communicate your way out of homeless people being homeless, you should go talk to them. And yet out of that debate stage, you were the only person who has actually had a hands-on approach on this. I wish you would have brought it up in that moment to be like, I actually have.
Well, I tried. I was shut down a lot in that debate.
I actually have, literally communicated with homeless people and have had a very successful initiative in moving them into permanent shelter. As opposed to these patchwork solutions that are usually offered.
Spencer Pratt wants to respond to our homelessness crisis, I think, in a way that is really grounded in making people feel afraid and in kind of engendering fear of people on the streets. And I think we can address this crisis effectively, and we can address it with real policies that work. And that is sheltering people, that is housing people, that is making sure that people have mental health services and substance use services. We have to do that work if we really want to make sure that we're addressing homelessness
Can you talk
effectively.
directly about what you have done for people that might not know as far as your initiatives? Because I remember there was a very successful one where you guys went into a lot of the homeless encampments and established a point of contact and a relationship with these people instead of just engaging in these mass sweeps that are oftentimes very damaging, where there's a lot of destruction of property and the like. It was a much more humane method and was much more successful. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah. So across my district, we have actually reduced street homelessness by 54% in just a period of 3 years. And we did that not by pushing people across the sidewalk to another sidewalk or pushing people into another neighborhood, but by going to them encampment by encampment, person by person, offering shelter, offering housing, moving people indoors. And then once people are indoors, then you can clear the sidewalk and, get rid of the trash in those areas, stay clear, because people's homelessness has actually been addressed. I think that is the most important aspect of this, is that we have to address homelessness. You can't just push it around from place to place. That doesn't work. It's never been proven to work. This is the only evidence-backed solution. And it is also the only humane solution. And it is what we've done in my district. And it is that system that I want to bring citywide in a much more effective way than we're doing it right now.
Yeah, housing policy and homelessness are intertwined with one another in a very important way, even though a lot of people like Spencer Pratt and even, no, not right now. A lot of people like Spencer Pratt and even others, like even Karen Bass to a certain degree, don't often make that connection. Los Angeles has the fewest homes per adult in the country.
Yep.
18 to 24-year-olds are the fastest growing demographic in among the homeless. There's been a 64% increase. So you've talked about increasing housing construction.
Yeah.
About your propositions are about tripling annual housing construction. There are some critics of this, though. However, obviously, there are some NIMBYs. Some critics of this say that this benefits the developers and it will gentrify communities. How do you ensure that the housing boom still serves working class Americans rather than wealthy investors?
Well, first, I want to make sure that new housing doesn't displace existing residents. That is really important. That's why you need to do protection and production side by side. That's why I've been so focused on making sure renters are protected throughout my work. And I want to make it a core focus of my work if I'm mayor as well. But I also think that you can build new housing in ways that actually benefits communities and doesn't actually accelerate displacement. So you can create plans for cities that ensure that working families are safe by making sure you're planning in ways that creates more density in neighborhoods that are wealthier, that have historically resisted it, while limiting new density, limiting new growth in neighborhoods that are really suffering from gentrification and displacement. And you can embed that into your plans for the city. You can embed kind of protection of working class people right into the plans that you have for where you want to build more housing. And that's exactly what I've pushed for in my time in council successfully, and exactly the vision that I have for building more housing going forward. I also want to be very clear that the market will not provide housing for everybody. Not everyone will be served. There are going to be the lowest income Angelinos, the people who will never be able to afford what the market is providing them. And that is where I think the government needs to step in. We have to build public housing. We have to build social housing. We have to build affordable housing. All of this is part of my vision for how we address our housing crisis, but we have to do all of it if we want to actually get us out of this moment of crisis here in Los Angeles.
So you mentioned public housing. Are you in favor of socialized housing then? You're in favor of public housing?
I love public housing. I phone banged for HHH, which was actually an expansion of supportive housing, which is I think of as public housing. And I campaigned for Measure ULA, the mansion tax, which is giving the city a source of funds for building new housing for the first time. And we're building affordable housing. We're building social housing. We're building exactly the kind of housing that is free of market constraints, that can serve the needs of those people who aren't being served by the market.
Okay. You've blasted Karen Bass's Inside Safe program that's designed to reduce homelessness. Can you explain a bit about the program and why it's had its problems, like the $85,000 per year price tag for a simple motel room? There's some other stats we can get into as well. 40% return to the street.
Yeah.
$225 a night in motels. Only 1,243 of the 5,800 participants served moved into permanent housing, and it's $110 a day for food, but people were served instant noodles.
Yeah, it is I think the program at its core is something that I think is important for LA. Like, let me just be very clear. I support efforts to shelter people in housing that is dignified. And the motel program is one pathway to doing that. But the way that the program has been designed and the way that it has persisted in its design for many years is that it is too expensive to address the scale of the crisis. And we are leaving people on the streets because we're not doing the work to actually generate the kind of shelter that we need. We cannot do that. We cannot allow people to suffer on the streets of Los Angeles. This is the moral crisis of our time. And we absolutely cannot waste money on too expensive solutions that don't bring as many people indoors as possible. I want to do the work to actually build a system that's effective at sheltering people, that brings people indoors into options that are more cost effective and that are actually better at keeping people housed.
This seems to be a consistent problem with a lot of California projects statewide, and certainly is an issue in Los Angeles as well. How do you address corruption that takes place in certain programs such as this one, where clearly there are, in certain instances at least, friendly NGOs and even friendly for-profit institutions that take on government contracts.
Yeah.
And instead of trying to create the most efficient system possible, it simply serves to pay the people that are friendly with the government, or at least are lobbying the government. Is there a way to address this corruption inside of Los Angeles?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's why I've been really focused on oversight. I think oversight is really important. And it's not because I think government is corrupt all the time. Like, I really believe in government. In this job because I want this city to work for the people of LA. And programs that are too expensive like this, instances of corruption that show up, every time that happens, residents lose trust in their city government. And that's bad for Los Angeles. That's bad for this city. And I've really pushed on the issue of homelessness to make sure that we are creating a system of oversight that really works, that we know where every dollar is going, that we know how the money is being spent, how many people are being brought indoors, what kind of services they're getting. And if we don't do the work to build that system, people will lose faith in government. And I worry about that. I don't know about you. I mean, you've lived here for over a decade now, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know how you feel about the city and the city government, but I feel like people have a sense of alienation from their city government right now. People have a loss of faith. And I don't know whether you're seeing that reflected in your experiences with Los Angeles, but
definitely. I mean, I think there's a lot of issues with Los Angeles city government. Okay, I have a question for you. So we've talked a lot about these initiatives. We talked about corruption, and you talked about a bloated budget in certain instances. You've been critical of Karen Bass and the way that she's used the existing city budget in the past. One of the questions I obviously have is Kenneth May's analysis as well. This was a huge problem where it seems that the police budgets have increased over and over again. And part of that was in an effort to justify additional budgets for the police, a police union budget that you've also criticized. Karen Bass actually took away some of the funds from the technicians that were responsible for fixing the fire engines. This led to less fire engines being readily available in the wildfires as well. So there were obviously a lot of criticisms of Karen Bass, some stupid, some silly, and some valid. Do you agree with the assessment that the police budget is ginormous and is eating away at some of these necessary social services, some of the necessary services like even the lights not being turned on at night in many streets of Los Angeles?
Yeah, I mean, the size of the police budget is driven, people talk about our annual budget, but it's really the size of the police budget is driven by the contract and the size of the contracts that are signed. And the mayor is the lead in negotiating that contract, and then the council has to approve it. And in 2023, we approved a new contract for LAPD, which I spoke out against, I pushed back against, which gave the PD more money than the city had. And that, along with kind of other knock-on effects, led to $1 billion budget deficit in the city last year. $1 billion.
Mm-hmm.
We were about to lay off 1,600 workers in response to that budget deficit. We barely avoided those layoffs. And what we did to avoid those layoffs was to cut every single city service down to the bone, every single one. We cut things like pothole repair and graffiti removal and streetlight repair. And now we have 30,000 broken streetlights across the city. And the average repair times for a broken streetlight in Los Angeles, the second largest city in the richest country in the world, are a year on average to fix a broken streetlight here. We didn't pave a single mile of street the first 6 months of this fiscal year because we just didn't have the money. And I think these kinds of issues are hugely problematic for our ability to deliver not just social services, but even just the physical infrastructure and the physical services of the city. And, it is driven by that contract.
Okay.
And so now the city's struggling. We have a really big problem.
So I do have a tough question here for you on the police budget. I'm sure you're ready for it. But around the same time as Black Lives Matter was taking place and the George Floyd protests were happening in 2020, you openly called for defunding the police. You have since then said that you do not want to defund the police, whatever that might mean. Obviously, for many at the time, there were different attitudes. I want to hear what you meant when you said defund the police.
Yeah.
For me, it means taking away some of the expansive police budgets and reappropriating it to social programs, homelessness initiatives, and the like, and also allowing there to be, crisis managers that go to specific cases like, domestic abuse and instances like that are that don't require immediate armed police response. Your platform called for transforming Los Angeles Police Department into a much smaller specialized force. However, in February 2026, 2 days after the launching of your mayoral campaign, you told NBC LA, we need to maintain the size of our police force. Was it, wokeness rising up everywhere in 2020 that led you to say that? What did you mean by defund the police? And why has your assessment changed since then?
After being in government for the last 5 years plus, I think it is really important to make sure that we are able to respond to calls for help from the public. If we don't answer 911 calls quickly and with the right people showing up when you call, I think we lose the faith of Angelenos, and that really concerns me. Right now, I want to have a very honest conversation about how we deliver that. We don't have an alternative crisis response system built out citywide. I've pushed for increases to that.
Mhm.
We have actually increased that. I've done that in partnership with other council members, and I'm really excited about that. But what we need is a citywide unarmed crisis response system that I want to build out as mayor and I want to fund as mayor. But we only have that in patchwork pieces, and we absolutely need to be able to respond to calls for help. And right now, LAPD is our only response system. And I think that we have to be honest with our constituents and with the public, even when, it means maybe saying different things than you said before about how we actually ensure that we're able to respond to calls for help.
Okay.
I think I as mayor, I have a different vision for how we actually build out that unarmed crisis response system, though. Right now, it's a patchwork. It's only in a few neighborhoods. It doesn't integrate with our 911 system effectively. So if you call for a mental health crisis worker, you can be on hold for 50 minutes. And then it takes even more time for somebody to come out. I don't think that's a crisis response system. You have to have it work with 911. And that is the system that I want to build out. And my dream is for a system of public safety in Los Angeles where when you call for help, someone picks up the phone quickly and the right person shows up when you call. It can be an armed officer when you need one, and then it can be that unarmed crisis response person when you need a mental health responder, homelessness response, whatever it may be, that never requires an armed officer and may be safer and better if an unarmed person comes up.
So let me just get it out of the way. I'm not a police abolitionist. This is very frustrating for some of my anarchist fans to hear. I believe that, police serve a necessary role. The problem with policing is not the existence of police necessarily. Some unit has to maintain the presence of law and order. However, the problem that I have with Los Angeles Police Department and police departments all around the country is that they don't really do their jobs. They don't do their jobs efficiently, or sometimes they don't do their jobs at all. Or when they're doing their jobs, they do it in a very violent manner. Obviously, the LA Sheriff's Department has a litany of other complications. The question for you is, and this is an obvious problem for Zoran as well, has been plaguing Zoran's mayoral administration. How do you plan to, at times, hold the police accountable, make the police force a more efficient force that actually serves the interests of all Los Angelenos and not just, I don't know whose interest they're serving currently, but serving their own personal interest?
Yeah, I think that's... I would agree with some of the critiques that you have of LAPD, and I think accountability and responsiveness are really important. And I think that starts with leadership. I think it is embodied in who you pick for the police chief. And, I would be appointing a very different kind of chief who understood how important it was for LAPD to be responsive to the needs of immigrants in LA, who understood how important these issues related to accountability and transparency are. I don't think we have that in our current police chief. And that's one way in which I think you change how those exact questions that you asked about are answered in Los Angeles. There's also a police commission in place, and the mayor's appointees actually form that police commission. And I would want to pick individuals there who are driving forward towards those exact goals that you talked about, towards greater accountability, towards greater responsiveness, making sure that the needs of Angelenos are being addressed by our armed police response when needed. And I think that's really what I would be doing. These are the tools that are available to the mayor that we don't have as council members, and that I would want to use for those goals.
So, for the record, in 2025, I've had altercations with Los Angeles Police Department, including them shooting rubber bullets at me when we were at the ICE protest. You voted in favor of a $5 million loan to pay those police officers overtime. What was the decision making there? Is this just the cost of doing business? Is this just politics?
Well,
is this something that you stand by?
Well, when people work overtime, the city has to pay them. They had already worked that overtime. When people work that overtime, they're due their paychecks from the city. And when they don't get paid, they sue the city. And then we end up paying them not just their overtime, but also the cost of the lawsuit. So, I'm not making decisions about overtime. I don't make decisions about deployment. But once that is happening, once people have already worked their jobs, that's part of the contract that all city employees sign with the city, which is that if you are asked to do a job, you get paid for it. And if you don't, you get to sue the city to make sure that you're paid. So that was just a very practical response to the situation. Like I said, the biggest impacts for the LAPD budget, the graphs that Kenneth Mejia Controller Mejia is putting out, have to do with the size of the contracts. And I think, when we talk about how we actually impact these issues, I think thinking about that contract process, thinking about how you actually have a real debate about what you need to maintain the size of the force that we need for Los Angeles versus how much money we actually have to spend on police versus everything else that we need to pay for. That's the conversation. That's a place for that conversation.
Let me ask you straight up. Do you think that it's the head count that is a problem? Because that's what Karen Bass claims. And I think Spencer Pratt claims that as well. And that there needs to be more law enforcement officers that we hire? Or do you think the real problem is that we're not utilizing the existing massive behemoth of a Los Angeles police force that we currently have appropriately to efficiently, engage in response?
I think deployment is a huge issue that we don't have a lot of good answers to. There was a study conducted last year from RAND that the police department actually commissioned that talks about exactly this question and found that many officers who are supposed to be deployed out in the field are actually doing secretarial or administrative work, even within our existing police force. So they talk about the fact that we don't have enough police officers, but they're not deploying all of our police officers in the way that the police chief wants them to be deployed. That's challenging. I think we really do need to think about deployment, how we're sending people out, where we're sending people out to, and how we're ensuring that deployment is generating the greatest safety. Here's the other thing that I really want to underscore. A lot of calls that police officers are answering right now don't need to be responded to with armed officers. And if we don't invest in our alternative response systems, we will never be able to take that call load off of LAPD and actually manage deployment better for where armed officers are actually needed. This is why a citywide unarmed response system is so important. This is why we need to have it not just in a couple of different neighborhoods, but really across the entire city. And this is why it has to be integrated with our 911 response, not a system through which you're waiting an hour plus for someone to come out.
Yeah. I agree with you for sure. So you're saying that you're in favor of maintaining the current head count, but also lifting some of the burden, the workload that cops are currently engaging in an effort to make them a more efficient force that can deal with solving crimes and things like that.
Yeah, you need to be able to investigate. You need to be able to solve crimes. You need to be able to address rings that are doing a lot of the bad things that we're dealing with.
All right. Let's get to ICE a little bit. We got to talk about that. Trump deployed 700 Marines to our city. Federal agents in unmarked vehicles arrested and disappeared over 10,000 Los Angelinos last summer, including U.S. citizens holding people in basement cells in the Royal Federal Building. You called the raids cruel and unconstitutional. As mayor, will you commit to refusing any LAPD cooperation with ICE for any reason and to even prosecuting agents who break state law? And do you believe ICE should be abolished?
I do believe ICE should be abolished. Absolutely. And I would absolutely commit to no cooperation with ICE between LAPD, not just LAPD, any city department, any city database. None of that should happen. Sharing information with federal law enforcement just simply should not happen. Federal immigration enforcement. I'm proud to have been one of the co-authors of the Sanctuary City Ordinance here in the city of Los Angeles because I believe this so strongly. I am an immigrant to America myself. I'm a naturalized citizen. Mm-hmm. And so this issue is really personal to me. It's really personal. It is something that I think strikes at the heart of what this city is. This is a city of immigrants. And we have to be fighting and really demonstrating to our residents that we stand up for them and that LAPD shouldn't even be appearing to cooperate with ICE. I think that, again, it really undermines trust in the city. And I think it's bad for LA if that's the case. We really have to be much more forceful about this.
What are some immediate provisions you have in mind that could potentially address the friction between ICE and local law enforcement, or even create necessary friction? One of the things that I suggested to Jacob Fry was, it's a pie in the sky idea, but the potential ticketing of ICE cars, if necessary, because they do love parking illegally regardless. Is there any such enforcement that you have in mind, like the violation of mask bans, for example?
Yeah, I think making sure that when there are city or state regulations that are trying to protect Angelinos, including the state mask ban, which is right now, by the way, the courts deemed it unconstitutional. Mm-hmm. And now the state is working on a new one. Our chief of police said that he wouldn't enforce it. I think we have to enforce laws that are in place to protect Angelinos. The state and the city are working towards putting those in place so that we have more of these protections. We absolutely should be enforcing them. That may look different from what, from things that might be dangerous. So, for example, on the mask ban, our city attorney may need to play a more important role because that kind of violation is a misdemeanor. And the city attorney can actually go out and prosecute people for not following those rules and regulations. We can actually make sure that we're stepping up and prosecuting actively when federal law enforcement is not following local regulations. And I think that's what the city needs to be thinking about much more. But I also want to say that in the response to ICE locally here, community groups often took the lead. And I would really like to see a much more robust organizing backbone from the city and from the mayor's office. Across Los Angeles, we've seen differential impacts of ICE raids, which are still continuing. Lots of activity and money coming into certain places, donations, all of that. And in other places, lots of raids with not a lot of support. I think the mayor's office should act as kind of that backbone for response and make sure that resources are being directed where they're needed, make sure that we're doing active know your rights trainings in multiple languages. This is a city that has an incredible diversity of people. We have to be able to go out there and talk to all of them and make sure that they have the tools they need to stay safe. And that can and should be anchored in a mayor's office that sees this at the core of their function.
All right. We're going to get back to housing. And I have some more questions for you on that front. Voters passed the mansion tax, which you said you were in favor of, to fund affordable housing and tenant defense. In January 2026, you moved to carve out a 15-year exemption for developers. United to House LA called that a boogeyman for tax breaks for developers. Are tenant organizers wrong, or are you giving developers what they want under the YIMBY label?
Well, I actually think that what I was trying to do was measure the mansion tax. I think it's really, really important to have that money in place. Mm-hmm. And the mansion tax is facing some very real threats. There is efforts in Sacramento to put an elimination of the mansion tax, of transfer taxes entirely on the ballot. It's now on the ballot. And we're going to have to spend a lot of money to ensure that that measure doesn't pass. And the biggest driver for that measure being on the ballot was LA's mansion tax and opposition to it. I thought carving out this 15-year exemption for new multifamily housing would actually make it so that the state level initiative wouldn't have gotten on the ballot. It got a lot of funding from people who were frustrated that the city wasn't taking action on these issues. That being said, I also do think that we need to be building a lot more housing. The city and the state and the federal government are funding public housing, social housing, all of affordable housing. We're building to our fullest capacity. And guess what we're building every year here in LA? A few hundred units. That is not enough. We need more housing to make sure that working class people can stay here. We need more housing to make sure that young people can come here and see this as a city of opportunity. We absolutely need more housing. We have to make sure that the market is building what we need, whether it is housing for families, whether it is lower cost housing, not just $5,000 studios. And we can generate planning laws that do that. But I will never back away from the statement that we need more market rate housing as well, because the city simply cannot fund all of the housing that is needed.
All right. You're an urban planner.
Mm-hmm.
We have some big events right around the corner.
Yeah.
Measure HLA, Healthy Streets Los Angeles, was passed in March 2024, but only saw 400 feet of compliant bike lanes built in the year that followed. We've also lost over 260 of our neighbors in traffic crashes since HLA took effect. You authored the Transit Signal Priority Motion. You supported the Mobility Plan 2035, and were one of the only 6 council members to endorse the Healthy Streets Los Angeles initiative measure. As mayor, what happens to LA Dot leadership and the council colleagues who spent a decade slow walking the transit network Los Angelenos have already voted for and also paid for? And this extends to virtually every other ballot initiative and measure, because as we all know, people in Los Angeles and even in the state of California broadly will vote for the most advanced, most progressive ballot measures. And then, unfortunately, city government and state government fucking stops it dead in its tracks for decades until people say, what the fuck happened? How do you fix that?
Yeah, well, I really believe in better transit. I really believe in making sure that people have an alternative to their cars. And by the way, this is a economic justice issue too. We shouldn't have a city where you have to also have a car in order to get around. I think it's totally possible to build out a public transit infrastructure and a walkable, bikeable infrastructure that allows people to have options, that doesn't force people to buy a car in order to just get to their jobs. But we're not doing that right now. And a big reason is because our departments are not delivering on these outcomes for people. I have a pretty clear sense of how we can change that. We need to do better coordination. It isn't just the Department of Transportation that's responsible for delivering these outcomes. It's the Bureau of Street Services. It's the people who build our sidewalks. It's the people who build, who plant our street trees and maintain those. We have to be able to, in order to deliver on the big, ambitious goals of HLA, ensure that all of these departments are working together in a cost-effective way such that we can actually build out the mobility network of our dreams. And I'm pushing for exactly that kind of leadership across these departments and changes in our processes that will ensure that we're building that transit infrastructure. There's also ways that we can invest in transit infrastructure that are not crazily expensive, that won't break the bank, that can actually generate much safer streets. So for example, in neighborhoods, you can put in very low cost interventions like bollards and roundabouts within neighborhoods to create a neighborhood network of calm streets, not on your arterials, but inside a neighborhood where the traffic is slower, where it's safer for families to walk, where it's safer for kids to bike. Like that's the vision that I have for Los Angeles. And we can build that out with relatively low cost interventions. And we should be doing that. I think that's what a lot of families in LA want.
What's your vision for a more robust public transit that's readily available? I know you've talked about buses quite a bit.
Yeah.
Obviously, we have somewhat of a metro system, but it's, the problem with Los Angeles public transportation is that it's unreliable, and you can't have a public transportation system that's unreliable. Buses don't come on time.
Yeah.
And the routes don't go to every different part of the city.
Yeah.
What's your plan to address that? Or is there even a plan to build out a more robust public transit system?
Yeah. So our public transit system is largely controlled by Metro, which is a regional entity.
Mm-hmm.
The mayor has 4 appointees on Metro, the mayor's seat and 3 other people. And I want to use our Metro contingent to push for speedy completion of the projects, the big transit investments that are going to be the most transformative for the city of Los Angeles, to ensure that we have the connectivity and the big investments that can actually transform our capacity to get around LA using transit. So that will include the Sepulveda Transit Corridor, which can help get us off of the 405, which can get us from the Valley to the West Side in less than 15 minutes. It's absolutely incredible. We have to be pushing for these kinds of big transit investments to be built. That means making sure that we have a plan for investment. That means making sure that we are pushing as a delegation to prioritize these projects and not letting other lower ridership projects take precedence. And I'm really excited about doing that. We have underutilized our role on Metro to get what we need for Los Angeles over the last few years. And I want to change that. I want to be a leader at Metro again, and I want to deliver a system of transit that really works for us in LA. But can I talk about one other thing, which is, I think, bus transit is really important. These big train projects are fun. They are exciting. They're important. But most people who take transit actually take the bus. And I think making sure that buses are more frequent and making that a priority for Metro, fighting for that as a priority for Metro is something that I think is really important for us to be doing. I'm also really proud to say that for the first time, because of something that I led on City Council, the Raise LA program, we're actually building out bus shelters across the city. Have you seen those new kind of pale green bus shelters?
I have not.
Yeah, well, they're all over LA. We're building hundreds of them now, and in the future, we'll be building thousands. And that effort came about because we took the advertising revenue from those bus shelters and put them right back into building more bus shelters.
Mm-hmm.
And so now with a steady revenue source, we're actually building out transit infrastructure, including shaded bus shelters that are going to make getting around on transit so much better for people. And I'm really proud of that work.
Okay, hell yeah. Well, this also ties into what I'm about to talk about. One of the things that you would be overseeing as mayor in 2028 would be the Olympics. The man in charge of organizing the event, Casey Wasserman, recently sold off his talent agency due to his connections with Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. He had sent gross, flirty emails to Ghislaine. A few months ago, he was pictured meeting with wanted war criminal Benjamin Netanyahu. You've called for Casey Wasserman's, you called for Casey Wasserman's resignation, but then you proceeded to say you'd work with him every day once the board kept him. How do you envision working with someone every day like Casey Wasserman? And do you view this as a capitulation, or is there any other alternative here?
I mean, the reality is that the Olympics are happening and that the LA 28 board has the power to pick their leadership. If I were mayor, my goal would be to make sure that the Olympics are being executed in a way that benefits Angelenos and doesn't harm them, and that we have the best possible event that we can have. And I will do whatever it takes to do that. That is what you have to do when you're in leadership. You don't always get to pick your partners. You don't always get to pick who you're working with. You have to do what it takes to deliver for the residents of Los Angeles. That's what I want to do.
Okay. As far as the Olympics taking place, is there an opportunity here to justify additional expenditure on a more robust public transit network, given that traffic density will be completely out of control and it's virtually impossible to pack people into small areas like where events are taking place? The only reason why this kind of problem doesn't exist in even places like New York is because of adequate public transit.
Mhm.
Is there an opportunity there to justify additional budgets for metro and also specifically for bus lanes as well?
Well, that was. I think we can definitely invest in getting around, especially allowing for buses to get around through dedicated bus lanes during the period of the Olympics. And I think there's an opportunity to ensure that the investment that we're doing for the Olympics is actually, if when appropriate, being preserved for the long term. So it's not just an investment that we're not wasting, but using and then, taking away, that we're actually building permanent infrastructure that can last for the city of Los Angeles afterwards. That would be a very exciting thing to think about as part of our investment process. But, I will say that the reason why we have had money for things like the D-line expansion, why we have some money for things like the Sepulveda Transit Corridor, is because we, as a region, passed Measure M, which was supposed to build a bunch of projects, public transit projects, before the Olympics. Not all of them, many of them have not been built, but we've made some progress here. And I think the Olympics as an organizing principle for investments is an exciting one that this region can do better. But yeah, and I want to make sure that we're using every last dollar to result in lasting impacts.
Okay. You voted no on the host city agreement over taxpayer overrun liability, but then in October 2025, you voted 14-0 with the rest of the council to waive planning, zoning, and environmental review for Olympics construction with no binding anti-displacement protections. What are some of the plans that you have to make sure that homeless people are not, being swept ahead of the sporting events? Because we know that this is one of the major things that cities end up doing. The beautification initiatives oftentimes is just to move homeless people around, engage in sweeps and things of that nature.
I think that's part of why it's so important to actually build out a real system of homelessness response that's effective. We have to be able to bring more people into shelter and indoors. And I want to compare, the situation that there is in New York City versus here. Here we have a third of the shelter beds that we need for our total homeless population. New York has 100% of the shelter beds that it needs for its homeless population and has very little unsheltered homelessness as a result.
Mm-hmm.
Here in LA, 2/3 of our homeless population is on the streets. They're experiencing unsheltered homelessness. We have to do better at getting people indoors in advance of these big events, because we will have a situation where I think there could be real risks, and I want to avoid against that by moving towards an effective system of safety and care that brings people into the shelters that they deserve to be in, that they need to be in.
Okay. I'll give you a softball now. Reality star Spencer Pratt is currently polling around 22%, potentially squeezing you out of a runoff.
Yeah.
He's running as a MAGA Republican in a deep blue city. He has talked about how much he likes ICE. He's denied Sandy Hook's existence at some point, I believe. He's praised Alex Jones.
He's appeared on InfoWars multiple times. Times. He also
he's a crystal mommy, which some people are. It is what it is. A lot of those guys have turned into MAGA Republicans for some reason. Aside from lying about where he's been living after his house burned down, we found out. Shouts out to TMZ. He was living in Bel Air Hotel, I believe. Even though he claimed he was living in an Airstream. Pratt has been pumping out AI slop ads, despite LA being the global center of creative media work. What's your plan to protect creative jobs when in Hollywood, when rich dickheads like Spencer Pratt are too eager to automate away all their work with AI?
Well, I think we need to be fighting for Hollywood. We've lost tens of thousands of jobs here in LA over the past few years, and we've been very quiet. The city has been very quiet about watching these jobs walk away, and it's been really, really frustrating. We we saw a little expansion of the tax credit from the state level. I think the mayor, if I'm mayor, I'll be the loudest advocate for a tax credit that doesn't have a cap, that ensures that we're accommodating things like above the line costs, that is guaranteed years into the future. Netflix built a studio in New Jersey. They should have built it here. And the tax credit can be the thing that really ensures that we can have that investment happening in LA. And LA's leadership, our mayor, needs to be the loudest advocate for that. That's what I want to be doing. And we absolutely have to be fighting for that. I think we can also make it easier to shoot here. We can make it easier to make sure that costs are lower here for people who are working here, take away all of our red tape. But we have to be out there fighting for this industry. And I think it's incredibly, incredibly important. I'm also really worried about the potential for job loss from these mergers. We've seen what's happened across different companies that have merged and the numbers of jobs that have gone away. I'm glad to see that the Attorney General is suing this merger. I'm not sure how successful that will be, but I think that kind of proactive pushback against this kind of corporate consolidation is really important. And I have some real concerns about this.
Okay. Now for the elephant in the room, a tough one, but a few weeks ago you posted multiple statements, rightfully acknowledging the Armenian genocide and celebrating the Armenian diaspora in Los Angeles. As you might know, the word genocide was coined by Polish Jewish lawyer Raphael Lemkin in the early 1940s during his studies of the Armenian genocide with the intention of criminalizing it and preventing the ongoing Holocaust from ever happening again. Do you agree with the dozens of human rights organizations, including Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, that Israel has committed a genocide?
I do, yes.
Okay.
I said that.
In your 2020 DFI LA questionnaire, you said you don't support boycott, divestments, and sanctions, BDS, and that you support Israel's right to exist. Has your stance changed since then? And do you believe Israel has a right to exist in its current form as an ethno-state that's currently being investigated for genocide at the International Court of Justice?
You know, I do believe that Israel has a right to exist. I want to see countries that are operating without apartheid, with equality in their borders. I come from a country, from India, which is, now, operating through Hindu nationalist principles, and I'm deeply critical of it. And I'm critical of that when it happens everywhere.
Do you believe that Israel is an apartheid state then?
I think that it is. Yeah, I think that they're not treating people fairly. That they're treating people unequally. I do believe that, and I'm critical of that. But yeah. Okay.
In February 2024, the SALA censured you for accepting the endorsement of Democrats for Israel LA, a group that has openly opposed a Gaza ceasefire. Knowing what we know now and seeing the videos of Gaza in ruins, do you disagree with that endorsement? Would you still seek it out at this point? Has your attitude shifted, and if so, why?
Yeah, I wouldn't seek it out now. And I've spoken out against the violence in Gaza. I was the co-author of a ceasefire resolution at City Hall. Never was voted on, but I co-authored it and put it forward. I was actually the first person to talk about the violence against Palestinians in the building. And I remain deeply, deeply concerned about the violence across the entire region. That being said, I do want to acknowledge that being mayor, my role is not one that has foreign policy, power. It's really one that is about Angelenos and making sure that Angelenos are safe here, that we're pushing back against anti-Semitism and Islamophobia, both of which have increased in the wake of what's happening. I think this is the role of the mayor. Was my role as a council member, and one that I'm very focused on. And I want to make sure every person across Los Angeles feels safe expressing their beliefs, feels safe protesting, and something that I will continue to focus on if I'm mayor.
Yeah. The reason why I'm asking this question is because you're right. There are people who like Israel living in Los Angeles. There are people who don't like Israel living in Los Angeles. The overwhelming majority at this point, I believe, especially in the Democratic Party side, is totally on the side of the Palestinians, as polls show over and over again. But local politicians, yourself included, do have a tremendous amount of power in terms of what kind of activism is allowed on U.S. soil in Los Angeles and what kind of activism is not allowed. The reason why I say this is because, and this is, I'm sure you know, there was the DSA open letter. You co-authored a city resolution that made anti-Palestinian LA United School District resolution a city council priority and was used to shut down the United Teachers Union of Los Angeles's members' historic BDS resolution vote as a result of a smear campaign. What do you have to say about that characterization? Is there, like, has there been some change in your analysis of the situation? Do you feel like those decisions in the past might have been wrong? What was guiding your framework at the time, and what has changed is what I'm trying to arrive at.
Yeah, I think I have become more aware of these issues over my time on city council. This wasn't where I had organized before. My organizing background was really around housing and homelessness issues. That's how I came to the DSA originally. I liked Bernie Sanders, and they were the only organization locally talking about renters' rights. Mm-hmm. And I appreciated that. And that's why I got engaged on this issue. And, I think my work on the city council has changed, especially after we've seen the horrors in Gaza. And, I feel like I know more, although I will confess this is still not my area of expertise. I'm still really focused on the issues facing Los Angeles, and we'll continue doing that.
Okay. Well, the reason why a lot of people, myself included, see this as a important moral test is for the obvious reasons. Some of the reasons that you also acknowledge, but the other reason is because it's a pretty reliable litmus test to try to figure out if politicians and people who are seeking out positions of governance are responsive to the needs of the masses, especially considering that this is now the Democratic Party's overwhelming majority position, rather than beholden to corporate interests. This is the reason why it's like a very effective litmus test, and that's the reason why I'm asking you about it. And like the honest transformation that may have taken place in your worldview, so it doesn't come across as simply someone like, for example, Scott Wiener, who very actively pushed for a lot of pro-Israel provisions, and then now is trying to claim that he actually recognizes that there is a genocide that has taken place because he has a congressional seat that he's trying to win at a time when everyone is on board. So if there has been a difference in opinion or a change in your mentality, what has been some of the things that you saw that made you reconsider your previous position?
I spoke out about this issue in the ceasefire resolution and in city council because I saw the violence in Gaza and was moved by it. And I think that a lot of people across the country have had that same evolution. And it is, has been one of the biggest issues animating this country, especially in the last election. And I think I've moved with the people.
Okay.
I've learned more.
And
I'm committed to learning more as well, while also acknowledging again that the mayor's seat is not primarily one that is focused on foreign policy issues. And I think
no, of course not.
It is really a place where people are looking to the mayor's office to ensure that we have a safe city for everyone. And to ensure that their ability to speak out about these issues and to work on and to protest, for example, the rights of protesters are really important. And we have to make sure that LAPD is responding in better ways to these kinds of protests. People have to be able to exercise their First Amendment rights. And I think these are the kinds of things that, these are the kinds of places where I think it's important. And these are places where I have spoken out in the past as well. When there was, I think a lot of violence in UCLA, I called for an investigation into what had LAPD done in that in response to that protest encampment. And I think these are places where I have pushed back really on these questions already, and places that I would continue to think about where the city can do better going forward.
Okay. Question about where the city can do better. In June 2024, you co-introduced legislation calling for an immediate and permanent ceasefire and the immediate and unconditional return of all hostages. In the same month, Karen Bass and Joe Biden condemned local protests against stolen Palestinian land sales taking place in the Adas Torah synagogue. How do you view the connection between these two actions, and will you vow to end the illegal sale of stolen West Bank land in Los Angeles? Is a practice that is also taking place in New York as well. It's a big point of contention. A lot of people, including Zoran, at certain times has fallen short of abiding by what he had previously said he would do. What is your view on this? Like protesting outside of a synagogue is oftentimes the only thing that the media covers, when in fact what's taking place inside of the synagogues, places of houses of worship, not always, of course, but whenever there is a protest, it's usually because of these settler affairs that are taking place, which are illegal. Is there anything that you plan on doing about this at all? Do you have an opinion on these land sales that are taking place, settler affairs that are taking place inside of synagogues?
I mean, look, the what is happening in the West Bank and what's happening with illegal settlements there is deeply troubling. I will confess that I don't know that much about this particular issue, so I don't want to make a commitment to something that I'll do as mayor that I don't know that much about. That being said, and as I said in that article, I really value the ability of people to exercise their First Amendment rights here in the city of Los Angeles. And I want to make sure that religious institutions and people in them feel safe while also honoring our First Amendment right to protest. That's going to be a difficult thing to balance in a very, very troubled time here in Los Angeles. What I make a commitment to doing for everyone in the city is to ensuring that I'm willing to engage with all of our partners, to ensure that we are moving forward while guaranteeing both of these things. And I think it's possible to do that, but it requires deep engagement. It requires work. I've always been willing to do the work, and I'm committed to doing that going forward as well.
Okay. All right, sure. Let's. I'll just move on from that then. There's a lot of, like, Israel's a foreign country. However, there are a lot of connections with local governance, a lot more than many Americans are comfortable with, a lot more than many Americans are aware of. One example is that the Los Angeles Police Department does train with Israeli counterterrorism experts. This is a practice that was a post 9/11 practice that has played a major role in some of the practices that LAPD, alongside numerous other local law enforcement organizations, utilize, like the kettling and corralling practice that many protesters have often criticized. While some of the cost of this counterterrorism expertise is covered by outside orgs, do you believe that our police force should be using our taxpayer dollars to go train in a country that's actively committing an internationally recognized genocide by the very same forces that are committing said genocide?
I would say here that I don't think LAPD should be training in ways that are like those of on a war
Occupying forces.
in military
Yeah.
terms. That troubles me, and I think we shouldn't be treating this city as if it's our enemy. That's not what LAPD needs to be doing. And so the commitment that I make today and always is really to ensure that LAPD is receiving training to be able to keep people safe, and making sure that we're not militarizing our police force, I think is really important. We are not at a war with our people. We are here to keep the residents of Los Angeles safe. And I want to make sure that we're training people accordingly.
So do you oppose that private grants and donations would still send police to train in Israel? Or is that something that is outside of your purview as mayor?
It is a little bit outside of my purview as mayor, but again, I would be pushing for better responses here that ensure that LAPD's training is appropriate for what their job is here in LA, which is the safety of Angelenos, guaranteeing the safety of Angelenos, responding to people who are dealing with situations. That's the kind of training that they need.
Okay. Last but not least, you jumped in this race at the very last second, right before the registration deadline. I believe it was a week after I had done something with Ray Huang as well, who's another DSA member who's running for mayor as well. She's polling at 3% or 4%. But you've previously endorsed Karen Bass, who's someone who's referred to you as an ally. What are the decisions that led you to run for mayor as opposed to retaining your seat or fighting for it?
Yeah, I'm upset right now with the state of Los Angeles, and I feel like our mayor has made decisions that have betrayed working class Angelenos over and over again, in return for political donations that are now funding her campaign, whether it's on the bloated police contract, which now the police union is funding millions of dollars, over $1 million against me in this race to make sure I don't make it into the runoff, whether it is expanding our kind of use of Airbnb here, taking away from our housing stock, which is also now donating to her campaign, or whether it's investing in things like our, $3 billion convention center expansion, in return for support from downtown business interests who are now funding her campaign. All of these have taken away from our capacity to be able to provide basic services here in Los Angeles for working people here in the city. And it, as someone who is a representative of LA, who is here because I want to fight for people in Los Angeles, watching that happen has been really, really frustrating. And the only credible opposition that she had in this mayoral race was Spencer Pratt, a MAGA Republican who, believes 9/11 is an inside job. And what is scary about this individual is that, I think that at a time when people have lost trust and faith in local city government, that kind of energy, that kind of negativity, that kind of rhetoric can have real purchase here in LA. I think that's bad for LA. I think we deserve a better option. Let's have a real conversation about how Los Angeles can get better. And I want to be a mayor that builds a better city. I know, look, I am not here in this seat running for mayor who is going to have 100% agreement from every kind of uber left person here in the city of Los Angeles. I know that I've been criticized plenty, but I've also brought about, through the work that I've done on the Housing and Homelessness Committee, some of the biggest material improvements for people who live in the city, who are being priced out of the city, who can't afford to live in the city. And I've been laser focused on making those improvements time and time again. That's the pitch that I'm making to the city as I'm campaigning for mayor is, can we build a city that works better for the people? Can we build a city that's not focused on political gain? It's actually focused on material gains for working people here in Los Angeles. Can we make our city machinery work for the people of the city. I think we can. And I have the experience and the know-how and frankly, the work ethic to get it done. You don't have to agree with me on every single thing that I've done on city council or every single position I've taken. You don't have to agree with me that I'm in the exact right position for all of your issues. But I do think that the vision of Los Angeles that I have, which is more hopeful, more just, more fair, that is a vision that I think a lot of people can get behind and should get behind. Otherwise, we have a very bleak future ahead.
Do you think that's why in October 2022, Nuri Martinez, Kevin De Leon, Ron Herrera, and Gil Cedillo were caught on tape plotting to gerrymander you out of office because you had organized renters and homeless people? You demanded resignations. What in your platform breaks it and brings about transformational change for the city's politics as opposed to everyone else?
Sorry, I didn't.
I said, what in your platform actually breaks from the norms?
Yeah,
and brings about transformational change?
Here's the thing: that process, that conversation that they had behind closed doors, was about redrawing the lines to benefit themselves. It was about personal political gain. And I put independent redistricting on the ballot, and Angelino's passed it and stood up against corruption as a whole. And now the city is better off for it. And my platform is full of exactly these kinds of changes, ways in which we can reorient the city away from the police union lobby, the landlord lobby, the Airbnb lobby, and really make it a place that's working for people. And I think that is the goal of this work. That is what I want to be doing.
Okay. Rapid fire. Last question I have for you. Rapid fire round is: do you support Medicare for all?
Yes.
Universal child care?
Yes.
Abolishing ICE?
Yes.
Raise taxes on billionaires?
Yes.
End encampment sweeps in LA?
Well, I think depends on your definition of sweeps.
Okay.
Yeah. I think we'd have to be able to do cleanups. We do them humanely. We do it with outreach workers. It's very similar to what Mamdani had touted in his change. I don't think we should be violent. I don't think we should be arresting people, but cleaning up and making sure that we offer hygiene is really important.
Okay.
And I'll stand by that.
$30 citywide minimum wage?
Oh, interesting. I supported the tourism worker wage. Yeah.
Okay. And LAPD's pay trips to Israel?
If not on our dime.
Okay. A free Palestine?
Free Palestine, yes.
Okay. If you like what people heard about you today, how can people get involved with the campaign? What can they do? What are some areas of needs for you right now?
Well, get out and vote. People need to vote. The election is happening on June 2nd. And I think there is only one way in which we keep Spencer Pratt out of the runoff. And that is by voting for me. I am the most viable candidate here. An alternative to our broken status quo or a MAGA Republican. And people have to get out and vote.
Okay. Nithya Raman, everybody. Here's some information. The primary's on June 2nd. The general's on November 3rd. Voter registration deadline is in 3 days, May 18th. Polls open from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. and early voting is between May 23rd and June 1st. Thank you for coming on, Nithya.
Thank you.
All right.
I hope you remind people to vote a lot more.
Oh, yeah, I will.
Because this is important. This is an important moment.
Of course. All right. Thank you. All right. I'm gonna walk them out real quick, and also I'm gonna go pee, chatters, and then we will continue with regular news coverage. There's some stuff I wanted to watch, including but not limited to this Al Jazeera English piece from Jason Hickel.
Money, of finance, of our international trade system, and especially how does it link to what we're seeing in Iran?
There is universal
All right, you can take it out for
US dollars because that's the currency in which oil is traded. And what this means is that the US can print money
and purchase real goods from the rest of the world effectively for free. But of course, Iran and any other sovereign-seeking movement in West Asia rejects this arrangement. They want to be able to sell their oil and other resources in whatever currency they choose. But this is a very serious threat to US imperial privilege.
With Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu partnering in wars across the Middle East, could the root cause of today's conflicts lie in capitalism itself? And are these wars, in fact, the continuation of centuries of colonialism and economic policies that favor the interests of the richest and most powerful nations? I'm Varsha Gandikota Nellutla. I lead the Progressive International, and I also serve as the Executive Secretary for the Hague Group, a forum for governments coordinating legal and diplomatic action for Palestine. This week on Reframe, I'll be speaking to Jason Hickel, a political economist and prominent critic of capitalist imperialism. Author of 2 books, Less is More and The Divide, he explores what it would mean, politically and economically, to redistribute the world's wealth and save the planet. Jason, welcome to Al Jazeera Reframe.
Thanks very much. Nice to be with you.
I want to begin by asking, in the first few months of 2026, the United States government has kidnapped Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro, blockaded Cuba from receiving a single drop of oil, threatened to invade Greenland, proposed luxury towers to be built on the rubble of Gaza, and now begun a catastrophic war in Iran. To most people watching, this looks like utter chaos. Some might argue it's a sudden, dramatic escalation of imperialist violence. How do you see it? What's actually happening?
Now, I think that the key thing to understand is that this is not just like random violence. It appears to be chaotic, but I think we have to understand the key structural determinants that drive this kind of expression of violence. And to me, it's very clear. This is an expression of particular dimensions of the capitalist world system, right? Now, the thing about capitalism is that it's always been structured as a world economy with capital accumulation and growth and consumption in the core states, what we call the West or the global North.
Okay, before people, let me explain something to you guys, okay? I wanted to give a tough but fair shake to Nithya Raman, okay? I wasn't here to disparage her. I think there were a lot of questions that she answered thoroughly. It's very clear that she is a very passionate person when it comes to city planning, when it comes to combating homelessness. Okay? My assessment overall is that given the 3 candidates with viability, she's obviously she's a million times better than Karen Bass, and certainly better than Spencer Pratt. Okay? I need you to understand something, though. You guys treat it like it's fucking blood sports, and it's not good. Okay? That's not good either. I missed the parts of the interview, but I didn't like the only chunks I heard. Should I rewind? I don't live in LA. Yes, you should subscribe, and so you can rewind. The one thing you've been on a rip about the genocide she completely dodged. I mean, she recognizes that it's she recognizes that it's a genocide. She recognizes Israel's an apartheid state. If there were a lot of chatters yapping for hours about how you were going to do easy softball questions on her, you need them to sign this. I mean, look, this is not like again, tough but fair, I think. Okay, and I don't like that. I don't like that you guys are treating us as blood sports either. Okay, I think it's these were fair questions that needed to be addressed, at least from my perspective. She at no point said it was a genocide. From what I saw, she dodged it at every turn. No, she did say it was a genocide. What are you talking about? She did. Similar perspective to Tom Steyer. How would you answer the land sales on worship properties if you were in her shoes? I would move to ban illegal sales. What do you mean in the city? It's literally illegal. You can't sell stolen property. Doesn't matter if it's being conducted inside of a house of worship. I would apply pressure to groups that were doing it as well. Like, I don't think she's anyway. I hope this was lying chatter. What the fuck? I didn't hear her say that, but enough people are saying she did. I believe she did. I'm not deliberately lying. No, she did. She recognized it. Oh, I wanted to see the crowd at the Rab rally. Nice. Great. A lot of motion. Are you more or less favorable to her after that? My assessment on Nithya did not change at all. My assessment on Nithya didn't change at all. I think like the tactical decision, the tactical voting decision in this circumstance is to absolutely try to get her in the second place. If Ray Huang had a shot at getting there, I would have a different calculation, but she does not, unfortunately. Hold on. I am in this photo somewhere. Nice. Do you have ranked choice? I'm confused about the second place comment. No, there's an open. There is an open primary. I feel like the Zoran template answer as a state with equal rights should be easy to adopt for these candidates. I know. There is. We watched you interview candidates and politicians for numerous years now, and I feel like she was a deer in the headlines who's scared to answer questions honestly. It's not a hateful response to her interview, but I feel like she lacks confidence. I think she's a nerd. She's a housing nerd. That's not a bad thing necessarily. So the primary in California is an open primary. For those of you who don't know, it's an open primary system. And because of that reason, you can have either 2 Republicans in the top 2 slots, which then move on to the general. You can have 2 Democrats in the top 2 slots, which move on to the general. Or in certain instances, 1 Republican and 1 Democrat that is in the top 2 slots that move to the general. I think not every progressive candidate can have Zoran charisma, and that's okay. Yeah, no, this isn't even that. I mean, Zoran happened to be also very knowledgeable on this one particular issue that became a major fixture of virtually every fucking campaign in 2024 and onward, right? Stop comparing everybody to Zoran. But yeah, I think that she wanted to sidestep a little. Look, I didn't grill her as hard as I could. I'll just say this: like there's definitely a lot more that I could have said in that situation, and there were plenty of instances where I dropped it because I do think that Israel politics, unfortunately, is unbelievably interconnected with Los Angeles politics. And she herself has played a role in that as well. You know? It's not even about being charismatic. It's just no. You guys are being. Look, out of the top three contenders, it's she is absolutely better than the other 2. Okay, that's it. She's better than the other 2. Anyway, AOC has a good speech at the rally about AIPAC.
Of AIPAC, defense contractors and their allies. They want votes for war and silence, while American tax dollars go to the genocide and displacement of Palestinians and the invasion of Iran as the global economy descends into chaos. Because somehow, in Washington, I will tell you firsthand, there is always money for conflict and war and military escalation in the interests of the powerful. And yet, there is never the blank check that they find for that. There is never enough money for healthcare, housing, childcare, wages, infrastructure, bridges, water, air, power, electricity, none of it.
It's very good. Very, very good. A shot of fuck AIPAC.
That the man who got the most votes is now getting the most money spent against him. It's a badge of honor, really, Rep. Brad. You should take it as a compliment. Because corporations and lobbyists don't spend that.
I think she could be molded. She could be swayed. LA's not an ultra-left place, so being ultra-left may actually hurt her in the primary. She's not AOC. AOC's old speeches were not as powerful as it took time to get there. Wait, what are you talking about?
Much money in opposition out of charity. They spend that money because they expect something in return.
One thing I will hand Nithya is that New York City mayor is objectively a more foreign policy oriented mayorship than LA. United Nations more of a melting pot. No, LA, come on, Megaphonics. You're in San Francisco, but you lived here. You should know better. LA politics is absolutely fucking dominated by LA is a place where there is a tremendous amount of like pro-Israeli initiatives that take shape, right? It's just it's not even it shouldn't be the case. It shouldn't be the case at all, but like why do you think there are bills that are advanced, like the adoption of the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism that dictates that criticism of Israel is actually criticism of Jews? It's anti-Semitic. Shit like that has a tremendous impact. It could lead to prosecution. It stops people from being able to protest against Israel, right? How dare you question the mega penis? Okay, chill. AOC said MAGA is the last breath of the Confederacy.
There's this video that's been going viral. I saw it last night. I think many of us seen it, of a young man who was testifying against redistricting out in the South. And he said something very true, that MAGA is the last dying breath of the Confederacy. And it could not be more true. But in response to a Confederacy, we have this moment here of liberation, abolition, and revival of the values that make this country actually great, actually aspirational, and actually audacious as an example for the world. It's in places like Philadelphia. And we have every freedom that we have today because somebody in each generation refused to accept the world as it was. Somebody kept going when the odds looked impossible. Somebody decided that the promise written in this city belonged to them too. And in this moment, Philadelphia, that somebody is you.
I'm legitimately disappointed you'd be willing to say Ray's campaign is dead without having a sit down at the desk when she's clearly the better candidate. That's all. This sucks, man. I'm not trying to duke it out. We just have better options. I mean, I supported Ray's candidacy from the start. And she made a lot of, she had a lot of different opportunities. Like, what do you want me to do? Again, I'm not Magic Man. Okay. I'm not. I purposely didn't tilt the scales in anyone's favor up until this very last moment. It's like people present me as this fucking kingmaker, but I'm not. Okay? Also, I'm not a campaign manager either. Do you vote or no? Yes, of course I vote. What the fuck kind of question is that? I'm not a kingmaker. But clearly, there was a lot of opportunities where I did not. Yeah, Zoran's campaign is the reason he won. Exactly. Gabor Monte thinks you're powerful enough. I don't think I'm powerful enough. Like, I've seen the initiatives that are taking place right now, where there's like people, like, it's just. Zoran didn't win because he's hot or has good ideas. He won because the New York DSA went all out in canvassing. I mean, that played a role in it too. Everyone played a role in it. Everybody played a role in it. Okay? Anyway. It's fucking frustrating where everybody constantly compares every candidate that they have questions for to John Fetterman and candidates that they like to Zoran Mamdani. Both are annoying. I'll say it like this. I hope that Spencer Pratt doesn't make it to second place. That's number one. And if Nithya does, I will do everything in my power to make sure that she is chosen as the next mayor of Los Angeles over Karen Bass. Okay? You could be a modern Lenin, but you would confine yourself to a smaller station for playing humble. Okay, you guys are insane. Sorry, you live in LA. I feel so bad. Your politics are shit. Anyway, how's the weather? It's fucking fantastic. It's 65 degrees and sunny right now. $20K people in a Twitch chat is not deciding the LA mayor's race. I mean, this isn't just 20,000 people. There's going to be clips off of this. Okay, let's be real. I didn't say I have no motion. I didn't say this community has no motion. We do have motion. It's just there's no way to make up a fucking 10-point swing in a matter of weeks like that. Okay? Like even with Abdul, part of the reason why Abdul saw a 10-point swing, because he did, okay, is not just because like my community was really pushing for him and they saw him and there was like all of those people in Michigan that were really invested. It was because of all of the accompanying media coverage that came along with that. It was the door knockers, the phone bankers, the funds raised, but then it was also the additional media coverage that came along with that tied that brought a lot of eyeballs to Abdul's campaign. Do you understand?
I have no doubt in my
What is this?
mind that the map's gonna pass. If y'all can give us less than 0 seats, you would do it. Y'all do this under the orders of somebody that said the Civil Rights Act was harmful to white
Trump was wrong about everything. That's awesome.
people, that it caused reverse racism. RFK said that black children are overfilled on antidepressants and that they need to be reparented on different forms, all of them. Pete Hegseth constantly brings Doug Wilson to the Pentagon to give a prayer service. Doug Wilson is the same pastor that said that slave owners were on strong spiritual ground. I don't have no belief and no morality on anybody that followed Donald Trump. If you wasn't with this map, you wouldn't be underneath this president. You wouldn't be in your party. You would stand up, you would stand against it, you would speak out about it. So as far as I'm concerned, if you here as one of these Trump Republicans, you already showed us who you are. You showed us what you want to do. And I believe the country as a whole is rebuking your party. Y'all are in a death spiral. That's why y'all have to redistrict. That's why y'all have to cheat. That's why Trump got to go to Texas and say he entitled to 5 more seats. It's because y'all know what y'all doing is abhorrent. We letting our people die in Iran based on false pretense that Tulsi Gabbard and Joe Kent say it ain't real. Y'all okay with all that. So I'm positive y'all gonna be okay with the maps. But the beautiful thing is, the children that y'all have made and the people that's younger than y'all don't support none of this racism that y'all want. The MAGA party is the last breath of the Confederacy. And I'll be happy to see millennials and Gen Z bury y'all. There will be no more of your party. The midterms gonna come, y'all gonna get wiped out. Trump gonna get dragged out of the White House, and I'm gonna love every second of it. Because y'all loved every second of the suffering that he caused to everybody in this country. And worldwide, we starve in Cuba. We bomb Nigeria. We holding Zimbabwe and Zambia hostage for their minerals. We don't want to give them aid support. The pro-lifers that say all life is special, y'all letting kids die of AIDS. What part of your Bible say that? Point out the scripture. I think everybody would love to see it. And we would love to see y'all in the midterms. I have no doubt in my mind that the map's going.
What? The American right is more Islamophobic now than they were even after 9/11. This is an all-girls Jewish school. My Instagram all for prayer and free speech. But why do a bunch of grown men need to do this right outside of a school full of little Jewish girls? Is that not what mosques are for? Is this intentional? Mayor Mamdani at New York City Mayor. Any words? Bro, get your speaking skills better. You could cook just like him. This wall is besides the entrance to their mosque. Yeah, I don't care about your log shatter. I'm sorry. In this article, Unheard gave a comment at the end. We stand against canceling people, banning them from entering the country and shutting down public events, whether we agree with them or not. Social media influencer Hasan Piker must be banned from Britain, say Jewish leader, says the Jewish Chronicle. Piker has more than 10 million followers and repeatedly refused to condemn Hamas, downplayed accounts of sexual assaults committed on October 7th, and made offensive remarks about Jews. You know what's really funny? I saw, I don't even know if I should give into this, but this kind of stuff takes place all the time, every single day, and there are still people who I never would have thought I would consider operating from a place of just like pure jealousy, pure envy. But there are some content creators to my left, I will not be naming them, that literally imply, whether it be certain political organizations or certain political organizations that claim to be leftist when they might not be, or certain content creators that literally look at a barrage of unbelievable amounts of fucking Hassan is actually a terrorist who should be banned from entering the country of the United Kingdom, and will turn around and say stuff like, he's fake. He's actually sheepdogging. He's actually being managed by the Democratic Party. He's actually, the Democratic Party is doing this media operation at the behest of Hasan Piker. And it's just like, dude, just say you're jealous, okay? What do you want me to fucking say here? Like, you don't get this level of smoke because ultimately people consider it to be fucking irrelevant in the grand scheme of things, okay? That's it. What are we talking about? What are we fucking talking about? You think I love this shit? You think I like having discourse around whether or not I should be fucking banned from entering a goddamn country? It's so fucking annoying. But it's also annoying because people believe it, okay? It's annoying because there's dumb fucks out there. There are dumb fucks out there who legitimately go, yeah, you know what? You're right. I'm a schizo-communoid, okay? I love parapolitics. I'm a schizophrenic communist who genuinely thinks any and every person that gets a little bit of fucking, a little bit of prominence or has a community that is like relatively sizable must be an op. I think everyone is an op. Everyone's a fucking op. Everyone's an op of the CIA. Everyone's an op of the Democratic Party. Some of you in this community do it as well. Okay? I'm a schizo-communoid. I love parapolitics. Sounds like a Disco Elysium line. I mean, there are some people who just are like that. I heard Bill Maher mentions you tonight by name with a photo on the show. Nice. So fucking tired. I hate this shit so much, bro. Anyway, I'm done. I'm done for today. I'm done. Dr. Jihad is tired. Okay? It's fucking 6:30. I haven't eaten yet. I'll be back tomorrow. There's a lot more to cover. Okay? God. Anyway. See you tomorrow.